Hello, hello, hello. Can everybody hear me all right? Make sure I got everything. Everybody on
Sounds
panel,
good.
hear me all right? Kelly, Rachel,
Yep.
Roger.
Patty,
Roger.
Roger. Everything sounds good. Look good.
Yep. Good to go.
So, going to cover a couple things before we get started tonight. We have a couple good videos for you that the teams put together where we actually played some old and new clips, and it just kind of shows the progression of where we've gone from a year ago. And we're going to cover some of the crazy conspiracy theories that are out there. Going to have a few of us on panel, and we're going to at some point open up panel up and try to answer some of the questions in chat. You guys, I'm getting better at it, so but this chat gets going so fast, it's difficult at times. And we're going to bring up some other creators and some of the things they've been saying as of late. And I tell you, it's almost like some of them are doubling down. It's crazy. It really is. I mean, you got old Rory came back. You know, since I called him out almost a day after I called him out, he disappeared for a month. He was going to say, oh, it's got nothing to do with that. Yeah, whatever. Because I called him and his whole panel out, challenged them all. So I think he thinks that if he disappears for a while, that the smoke will settle and he can come back. And he comes back and he just makes these, again, outrageous comments. And we're going to handle you tonight, Rory, but just on a small scale, because I've got bigger things planned for you, pal. Because you are becoming one of the worst. And the thing about it is, you're not very articulate. I'm not real impressed with you. I don't think you're a good communicator at all. So I think you're just kind of on borrowed time trying to make it happen, and it ain't going to happen for you, pal, because you suck. You really do. I don't think you're very good at all. Sorry to be negative, but we're going to handle old Rory a little bit tonight, and then we're going to handle some IDAHO and a couple of others that have made some outlandish statements. But we're having a big time impact on these unbelievably crazy people. There's so much of an impact that you're going to hear one, he totally is doing a 180-degree turn. And I just saw he actually, instead of, he would never give the team credit for his demise here lately. He had to say that one of my friends who's a cop came in and I said, be honest with me. Well, do you think I'm an asshole for saying the things I'm saying? And he says, well, you matter of factly said, yeah, I think you are. And that's what turned him around. That's what made him think. Plus his son or one of us kids or something said the same thing. So now he's, voluntarily making this turnaround. It's got nothing to do with what myself and this team's done. How bad we've made him look. Nothing to do with that. But you know what? Dago, you're welcome. Welcome to reality. So we're going to cover some of that tonight, and we've got a pretty good show planned for you. And then I'm going to, a couple of my mods are going to be here on panel, and like I said, we're going to bring some. We're going to send the link out there at some point and allow some of you to try and come up on panel. We'll see how that works out, and hopefully it'll go smoothly. I'm not going to open the phone lines. We had issues with that before. We got some bugs we got to work out with that. But right now we're going to do panel, and then we'll look at chat. And if you guys look at my community page, you kind of see an outline of what we're going to do. It's not literally an outline, but it gives you an idea of what we're going to do for the next show. I kind of put some hints out there. And I love that a lot of you are engaging in our community page. We're not going to do we're not going to do this Discord garbage where everybody can get to know everyone's darkest secrets, and then when they don't like what they hear or they get in an argument with somebody, they can try to ruin them. We're not going to do that. I don't believe in Discord. I think it's a joke. So you can see all these other shows that have imploded over Discord. That won't be a part of this show, I promise you. So without further ado, Kelly, are you ready? Kelly, you're muted.
Yeah, you can bring it on up.
All right, here we go. So here's our thumbnail. Let me pause that for a second. Oop. I always like to go over to thumbnails. So of course, there's me and the stop the cap, stop the crap, in case any of y'all don't know what that means. I go over it. Somebody made a smart comment that I go over it, yes. But some don't know what stop the cap means.
I didn't know.
If you're new to the show, stop the cap is basically slang for stop the crap. Knock it off. Quit telling lies. And then we've got some comments down here. Kaylee knew too much. Maddie told Adam everything, blah, blah, blah. I don't trust the police. I don't have any reason to. Ethan and Xana at the grub truck. Not. They were never at the grub truck. But this other creator swears that they were. Here's my favorite. Clickbait, other creators perpetuate the lies. This is the main one. The clickbait lies. So it says Idaho 4, Detective John, evidence versus conspiracy, facts matter. So facts versus fiction is what I said in the community page. So that's what we're going to do, facts versus fiction. We're going to see how we progressed. So here we go. The victims and their families.
Kaylee, you will never be forgotten. We will live right for you every day with your mentality in our mind. We love you so much.
She embodied her own sunshine, and that's when her skies became limitless.
I sent you my heart.
I met Charlie D'Amelio, check!
Most important is love. Like it's the only thing you know how. Nothing even matters except love and human connection.
I'm not a big drinker, but maybe I should have something. You're not a big drinker?
I was lucky enough to be able to explore life with Maddie. Maddie was the best at spreading love.
Distance makes the heart know who you love.
Xana was the funniest person I knew and made me laugh every time I spent time with her.
Honestly, it's just
Xana, you will not be forgotten. You have impacted so many lives and have given people so much love.
Oh, sweet love of mine.
Ethan was always someone you could count on to make you smile and cheer up your mood. And I feel so lucky to have shared so many great memories with him.
Minions! Tonight we steal the moon!
Yeah. Sweet love of mine.
Through all this, I hope we can all look through that dark tunnel and see the light and follow that light. And I pray that we have justice someday.
Mr. Smile, she was so giving.
Positive and fun, and we love her and miss her so much.
I try not to think too much about any of the darker side of the aspects. I just try to stay positive. There'll be days where I have to focus on the negativity, but today's not one of them. I miss her smile, and that she was so giving. When she came home, she was always giving me a hug, always making sure she got a hug before she left the house. Just the simple things. These girls were born 14 days apart. We loved them both so much. It was a great, great story, and I'm sad that it ended, and we lost them both at the same time.
Those friends, Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, Dylan Mortensen, and Bethany Funk, all lived together in the house on King Road, along with Kaylee's dog, Murphy.
Murphy, you've been a bad boy.
There's a video of all 5 of the girls together in the home posted just 2 weeks before the murders. They're laughing, making fun of each other, imitating each other.
Did anybody do their chores today? I'm just gonna do it. Get out of here. You seriously gotta get out of here.
If you look back at their moments, you can actually see their whole lives. These girls really did do the social media stuff.
Get down. Get down.
And these girls, you know, they were everywhere, so people got a taste and a look and a feel of who they really were. I think people connected with that. And then if you go back, you can see, like, I hate to say it, but like the last hours of their lives.
Those last hours included.
So he makes a good point there. And what a lot of us forget is that people today, especially young people, and if you have children, I preach this to my daughter all the time. You've heard me say this before. They have, for lack of a better term, diarrhea of the mouth. They've got to tell everyone everything they're doing every second of the day. What was that? And we can't have our children, you know, telegraphing, especially young teenage girls, where they're going to be every waking minute, because they may not know it, but they're being, you know, surveilled and stalked. And, you know, the term behind stalking is you have to know that you're being stalked to actually be stalked, and that's true. But it could very well be somebody that they know, and, you know, they may have an eerie feeling about or something like that. But that night, everyone knew what Maddie and Kaylee were doing. Everyone that had any kind of link with them on social media, they knew where they were all night long. Mm-hmm. They knew when they were going to be home. They knew when they were at the grub truck. And I think we're going to find, when this investigation is revealed during trial, and I think the opening statements are going to make that clear to all of us, that Brian Kohlberger was following them on social media.
Yep.
And that's going to be pivotal in this case. So you heard the rumor that they had a creeper. Maybe Brian was the creeper. I don't know that for sure. We can all speculate. But was there a creeper? Was Brian getting a little bit too creepy for one of these girls? And Maddie, I think Maddie, out of the two of them, would probably be the one to say something. If you watch her demeanor that night at the grub truck, she's a little bit more apt, in my opinion, just based on what I saw, to pretty much tell you off. So did that happen? I don't know. But we have heard testimony from his friends that he was pretty hard on women. He didn't like to be disrespected by women. And if one of these girls set him off, he's looking at losing his job, things aren't going well because of his demeanor. He's not making friends. He's looking at failing, and he could be pointing fingers. I don't know. It's just my thoughts. So let me play this some more.
2 photos posted by Kaylee. On one of them, she wrote, "One lucky girl to be surrounded by these people."
Now let's talk about the community real quick. One of my mods, which is Patty, Lavender Girl, she actually lives there. And she has firsthand knowledge of the impact that this has had on the community. She's got 2 granddaughters, one that's was going to WSU and has withdrawn, and she's going to another college because it's so bad that, you know, she can't go anywhere without getting a camera stuck in her face, or, you know, accosted at a store, or, you know, just they're all over the place. They're like vultures. And, you know, that kind of stuff wouldn't bother me, but I'm sure it would bother a lot of people. You know, I'd be like, get out of my face. I don't know anything. Leave me alone. And I'd be done.
Yeah.
But, you know, some people are a little more, you know, standoffish. They won't, you know, they won't say anything, and they just get intimidated, and they can't take it, and they want to leave. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's
They should
sad.
be having the time of their life.
It's the sad reality of what this tragic event has done. And the bad thing is, it's escalated because of irresponsible people who decide they want to start a show and make up lies and perpetrate just unbelievable, just destruction on an entire community. Why? So they can make money on the backs of dead people.
Yeah.
Bottom line, they're not looking for justice. They're not making sure the right person is in jail. That's all smoke, people. That's all a bunch of lies. If you look at the evidence that we know of in this case, and you have any kind of a, you know, any kind of common sense based on what we know, you should be pretty much deducing that Brian Kohlberger is the right man. But these other irresponsible creators will lead you down a totally different path. Harsh. Lana and Harsh, in my opinion, are the worst. They're the worst. Harsh isn't even an American.
Yeah.
But people listen to him. I don't know if it's because they like to hear drama, or they just get, it's kind of like the Jerry Springer show. Let's just see what these idiots will say today. I don't know what it is.
Harsh didn't even know the difference between a coroner, a medical examiner, and a forensic pathologist.
And he still doesn't.
Right.
And you know what? He doesn't care.
Yeah.
Because his ignorance is his responsibility. It's not my responsibility. You hear that, Harsh? Your ignorance is not my responsibility. I could care less if you continue to every single day put out 5 or 6 shows and look as ignorant as you could possibly look. Because you are. You are ignorant. Period. And you prey on people, and you use people, you manipulate people. You're a salesman. Anyone that has to hear that man say that you look wonderful today, you got big problems. If that's what you look forward to, and you send him money to hear him say that to you, if that's what makes you get up and get out of bed and go on with your day, then you got big problems. You need psychological help.
They think Harsh is sexy the way he slurps their name.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's gross.
Yeah, he's a pretty disgusting individual, in my opinion. But you know what? He's laughing. He's laughing all the way to the bank. Every single day. And we've proven through testimony from others and just using their own words against them that that's what these unbelievably horrible people do. They manipulate people. They're the scum of the earth. They are no better than the criminals who defraud people every day, that call you on your phone and purport to be some other entity and scam you out of your life savings. They're no better, in my opinion. They're just using this format to do it. And you know what? You can see their face. You feel like you're a part of their family. It's all a ruse, y'all. It's all part of the plan. And if you haven't noticed, most of these creators have pretty extensive criminal backgrounds. It's almost like YouTube gives them a free pass to continue in their criminal endeavors. It's pretty unbelievable. I've watched these shows and I've listened to what they say, and I've watched their just super chat. Oh, and I'm probably going to lose my show tonight because I can't pay my internet bill. Boom, 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 boom. It's taken care of. It's pretty pathetic, y'all. But, we can't control that. But I put in my community page, I did my post, and I said, and I listed, if y'all haven't looked at my community page, my last post, I actually listed, was it 15, 16 of the worst that I feel, in my opinion, are on there. And here's what they count on. They count on you going onto their show to watch their show, and you have to wait a minute to go ahead and subscribe before you can post, and then you get in there and then you forget to unsubscribe. Maybe you'll never go back, but you've subscribed. So that's all they want. They want those numbers. So here's what I'm asking you to do. And some of you have actually in the past become members. So if you feel the same way that I do, you're more than welcome to make up your own mind. I'm not telling you what to do. But at some point, if you feel the way that I feel, what I would do is I would go over to those shows and I would unsubscribe and stop my membership.
Yep.
Because that's what they count on. That's residual income for them. But if each and every one of you have a show that you've gone to and you regret going to that show and you realize how despicable they are, then go over there and make sure you unsubscribe, because that hurts them. It hurts them bad. And if you're giving them $2.99 a month, that adds up, or $4.99 a month, or $1.99 or $90, whatever it is. We have one guy that had 800 subscribers, and his low end was $1.99 a month. So you got to figure, that's a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
It's $2.99. Sorry, it's $2.99. So $2,400 a month.
Yeah.
Just in memberships.
Yeah.
But that's what they count on. They count on you signing up and then forgetting about it because it's only a couple bucks a month. Most people don't even notice that.
If you truly
put that out there. I'm sorry.
If you truly cared about these students as much as everyone says, there are other ways in which you can support them than to go and sign up and become members of all these channels. Because that money, if you think about it, It's going right into their wallet. And they're using our kids for like blood money.
Right.
Yep.
Chasing them out of town, scaring them. So there's other ways to help those kids than to pay to be in some channel that has Discord where you can stay in there all day and talk about the students. If you truly care, there's other ways to do it.
Yeah.
Right. All right, let me start this back up.
We arrived in Moscow just days after the murders, and you could immediately sense that this was a community on edge, and you could understand why. 4 young people have been brutally murdered, and nobody knows why, and nobody knows who's responsible. I actually met a group of professors from the University of Idaho. They were out for a bike ride, and they really summed up what the community was going through.
It has deeply affected all our students and our faculty and our staff. And it's been just a struggle to get through this last week. So,
how hungry is this university, this town, for answers?
Very much so. The fact that there isn't an answer makes this even worse, you know.
All of us are shaken. I've heard from people all across the country talking about this tragedy. It's a small college town. We all know each other. People in the community knew these students, so everybody's affected one way or another. And part of it's because we just don't know anything yet.
Moscow. So I want to respond to unravel. I do agree with the whole BK thing, but to badmouth people is horrible. I actually agreed with you on a couple of things, but straight up, aren't you calling the kettle black? What are you doing? I'm confused. How am I calling the kettle black, Unravel? I'm just curious. Please respond. I want to see how I'm calling the kettle black. I'm talking about creators who are saying horrible lies every single day. They're hurting people every single day. They're hurting family. They're hurting friends. They're hurting the case. What is your point, Unravel? Because I referred to one of them as having no neck. Well, obviously he has a neck. His head sits on it. So that would be a lie. You have a problem with that? When you could clearly go to one of their shows and listen to what they say about my team members, calling them things, making fun of their hair. So no, Unravel. I think you're coming a bit unraveled. You need to wind yourself back up into reality. So I will welcome your comment in here, and I'll read it when it posts, or somebody else if you catch it. I want to see. Wait, it actually sounds like a jealous speech. It's nothing about hate. Stay in your own pocket. Jealous speech? Really? Jealous? You think I'm jealous of these people? Why would I be jealous? I'll be waiting on that response. Is that the most intelligent thing you can think to say? Oh, he's just jealous. Jealous of what? This is fun for me. I don't have anything to be jealous over. I've got a good life. I've lost more than most of these creators will ever have. I promise you. Nothing to be jealous for. Nothing. I'm disgusted. That's what I am. I'm disgusted at human beings today. And I think that many, many, many people are starting to come over here and listen to us and voice their discontent toward these people and what they're doing.
How could you possibly be jealous of somebody making up shit about human meat at a grub truck? Vampire cowboy, drug cartel, Fight Club tunnel runners. I mean, it's just stupid.
Yeah, I'm jealous. I'm jealous of them. I mean, it's just
Pathetic. They're pathetic.
I mean, and that's the most articulate thing that this person could put down in this chat.
Because if they stick to the issues, they'll lose every time. Or the facts.
So
Facts
go
matter.
on back to Dago or Lana or one of those other shows that you enjoy. You're more than welcome to stay in here. We're not going to block you, because I love it when you post stupid stuff like that, because it really does.
Why don't you go ask them why they're putting Bethany and Dylan through so much mental anguish when they've been cleared by 3 different agencies?
Yeah. And how about having a little empathy? Just because someone is part of a tragic event doesn't mean that their life should stop. Is Dylan not allowed to go out and spend time with her friends or go to a Halloween party or a Christmas party? Is she just supposed to lay in bed curled up in a fetal position because her friends were part of a tragic event? I'm sure she has plenty of guilt. And it's not because she didn't dial 911. And that's going to come up in here too. Ask yourself something, people. Do you really think that at the point that she came out and made eye contact with BK, that it would have changed the result of what happened that night? He was done. He was on his way out the back door. So what would have changed? Maybe they would have been able to secure a perimeter and catch him quicker? Perhaps. I doubt it, though, because they're just going to be getting there. So ask yourselves that. Does it really matter? In the grand scheme of things, does it really matter whether Dylan called 911 or not? Absolutely not. Doesn't matter. Now, here we go.
Is a very typical university town. It has a vibrant downtown with places to eat, places to drink, places to gather.
There's not really much surrounding Moscow. Rolling hills of just wheat fields and various other farms. Small town feel. I think it's roughly 25,000 people, give or take a couple thousand.
I think of North Idaho as a pretty off-the-map type of place, pretty safe place, very family-friendly, and to have 4 murders and then the guys just running around on the loose is a little unnerving.
The night before, and I want to answer Prime Jelly Flavor. John, do you think that your training has you believing that they're all just lying, saying lies, or could they are trying to figure it out? They weren't trained because they weren't trained. Is that what you're saying? There's some typos in there. I'm sorry. No. Prime Jelly Flavor. No. They know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. They're manipulating people. They're sending out, subliminal messages every day to people. And, there are people that are anti-police. They're anti-justice. They're anti-anything.
Death penalty. Anti-death penalty, folks.
And anti-death penalty. Very good point, Rachel.
But they're making this. They're making this stuff up, and that some of these creators are actually smarter than the content they're putting out. They're just playing to an audience that wants to hear that bullshit. Because all you got to do is look up some forensic procedure and read and educate yourself, and you won't have to ask such stupid questions.
You had one the other day arguing. Didn't even know what TOD meant, but they know everything about. TOD is an acronym for time of death.
Right.
Okay. So we're talking about TOD, and the person's like trying to divert because they don't want to answer the question because they have no idea what we're talking about. We're talking about time of death.
Yeah.
And this is common You know, this is what they're doing, and they're laughing all the way to the bank, like I said, and they know what they're doing. And when this case is over and they don't have anything else to talk about, toward the end of this case, you watch though, they'll come out and say, well, they're already starting to now. Well, you know, I just needed a little more information. I knew he was guilty the whole time. I never believed any of that nonsense, but I just didn't have enough information.
Right.
That's what they're going to do. They're going to
all they've been doing since the jump is regurgitating each other's bullshit.
No, that's it. And they, you know, what's sick is they're all this little cult, in my opinion. They're all on everybody. They latch on to the one that has the most subs, and then that guy will promote the other shows, and all of those subscribers will wind up in the same little network.
Oh, you mean like a hub?
Like a cult, like I said.
Yeah.
And it's this fine oiled ball of garbage.
Mm-hmm.
And it just, they're all the same. But you know what? Their subs aren't going up. They're staying right where they are. They're wearing each other out.
Yeah.
It's pretty. And I had one say, well, that's what we're supposed to do. No, it's not. Not at all. So the night before, so here we're going to get into some grub truck stuff.
According to investigators, that last night, Ethan and Xana go to a party at the Sigma Chi house. They're there till about 1:45 a.m. that morning. Maddie and Kaylee go downtown Moscow, to a bar called the Corner Club. And then about 1:30 a.m., they walk to a food truck to grab a bite to eat.
And then what was the back?
Don't forget to remove the
carbonara. The carbonara back of the week.
Here, I'll grab it for you.
Excellent. And then click see rewards.
Enjoy.
And it looks like you do not quite have enough points yet.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
$10.
So about 10 minutes later, the video shows Maddie reaching to grab.
All right. So I want you to pay attention to this. And I'm not knocking on Maddie at all. I just, this is important. And you all need to think about this. Maddie is very inebriated. If you watched part of the grub truck, like this group right here in the middle, there was a bigger group. She comes barging through the middle of them and bounces all off of them, doesn't even say excuse me. And that's not because she's rude. That's just because she was inebriated. Now, Kaylee is more like the mother hen. She's still inebriated, but she's not near as bad a shape as Maddie is. Now, let's fast forward. They get the food, they go home. It's right. It's not far from there. They do whatever they need to do. They took the food with them. They ate, probably laid in bed together. And I would suspect probably Maddie probably was about ready to go to sleep. And so was Kaylee. And everybody's like, oh, well, how? It's impossible that he could have done this by himself. Well, let me tell you something. What are you doing? What will you be doing at 4 o'clock in the morning?
Sleeping.
Kelly, what are you going to be doing?
Sleeping.
Patty, what are you going to be doing?
I'm in bed.
Rachel, what are you going to be doing? Rach, what are you going to be doing? What are you going to be doing at 4 o'clock in the morning, Rach?
I'm going to be peeling paint off the walls.
Oh, she's going to be working out.
Especially after a big game night.
But 90% of people are going to be sleeping. Now, let me add to that. Let's say you went out and you partied for hours.
Yeah.
And then you were inebriated when you got home at 4 o'clock and at 2 something, and then at 4 o'clock, you're pretty much out, I would suspect.
Yeah.
Now, if you got a girlfriend with you, in my case, I'll be having a little good time and then I'm out. But Maddie and Kaylee, they were ambushed. Do you think they had much fight? They're both laying in bed. They were both found in bed. Do you think that there's much BLOD all over the place? They're on bed. They're on a bed. Now there's probably spatter everywhere from the knife plunging in and out of their bodies, on the walls, on the ceiling. But is there pools of BLOD on the floor that he's going to track through, that he's going to get all over the house? Doubtful. Because the PCA says they were on the bed. And that bed is a gigantic sponge with a comforter on top of it. Think about that when you hear these fools saying, well, how come there's no blood all over the place? Blah, 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 blah. Footprints would be all over the place. Blah, 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 blah. No. Again, they don't know what they're talking about.
The food they ordered. Kaylee has her cell phone up as if she's filming the moment. They're laughing with each other until you see them run out of the frame.
Now, see this part right here? Are you seeing my mouse, Kelly?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right. This is Jackass right here. Now, you see this motion right here? When I first saw this, before we had a suspect, before we saw anything else, clearly I thought, man, this guy is with these two girls, kind of shadowing them. This is hoodie guy. And they just took off and dissed him.
Yep.
And look at his face. To me, back then, before we know what we know now, he looked like he was pretty pissed. And watch what he does.
Yeah. By 2 a.m., all five girls
and... Right, it doesn't show it there, but he drops his hand. He almost looks like he flips them off. And then he takes off toward the corner of that building and goes out of sight. So
he missed them.
Right. So I'm thinking, man, something's up there. But that's all we had. That's all we had to speculate on, and that's okay. Because it was a whodunit. We're all trying to figure it out.
Ethan Chapin were back at the house on King Road. In just over 2 hours, 4 of the 6 would be dead.
My name is Chief James Fry with the Moscow Police Department. I'm going to be reading from my notes today because I want the information you received to be extremely accurate. The 4 were stabbed with a knife, but no weapon has been located at this time. There was no sign of forced entry into the residence. Based on details at the scene, we believe this was an isolated, targeted attack on our victims.
Right away, I think everyone knew this was going to be a big story. I mean, you've got 4 college students taken down at once inside the same home, and the chief comes out pretty quickly and says, listen, no forced entry here. This was a targeted, isolated attack. So most of us thought it should be solved pretty quickly, but that's not what happened here.
Yeah.
Early focus.
Okay. So this is a video on the Elantra.
Yeah.
The mysterious car. And my buddy Jeff H did a pretty cool video. I was actually talking to him while I was doing the video, and he superimposed. And I'm telling him, dude, take another Elantra, put it on top of that one, and superimpose it on top. And I'm telling you, it's going to fit like a glove.
I remember that.
He did it, and it came out perfect. And there's no doubt in my mind that it's an Elantra. And you'll clearly see it. But people still argued that it wasn't an Elantra. One guy even argued that it was a Chevy Cruze. That was Maddie's car. And that her boyfriend, Jack S., was driving it around. It's how ridiculous. Because that's not her boyfriend. A. This guy's saying it's 100,000% her boyfriend. Just said this last week.
Yeah.
The investigation was video. Detectives gathered recordings from homes, businesses all around the time of the murders in that area. And one thing stood out. One vehicle stood out. That was a white Hyundai Elantra.
We're looking for that car because we believe through our investigation that that car was in the area during the time of the murders.
This white Elantra, and there's an officer, a campus police officer from Washington State University, across the state border, who decides to run a list of all the white Elantras on campus. And he finds one. It's registered to a guy named Brian Kohlberger.
They end up.
I bet you that guy's not a campus cop anymore. Just saying.
Finding his car in the parking lot of Kohlberger's campus apartment. When they run his name, they find that he had been pulled over twice in the months before the murders, once in Moscow and once in Pullman.
Hello. Sir. Hi, I'm Officer Loangus. Stops being audio and video recorded.
I was just slightly into the crosswalk, so yeah, where I'm from Pennsylvania, we actually don't have like crosswalks.
Oh.
There's got to be people from Pennsylvania in here, and I've got family in Pennsylvania in the Greenville area, and I can remember walking with my grandparents through an intersection, and there was clearly crosswalks. And this guy is actually trying to convince this police officer that there's no crosswalks in Pennsylvania. Can somebody elaborate on that? Thank you.
So even if you're kind of slightly, yeah, there's a little bit more leeway as well. Like there are a few, it's like there's one white line and there's another one. Like there's like a certain margin in which you can actually kind of put your vehicle, place your vehicle.
During the traffic stop in Moscow, Kohlberger gave the officer his cell phone number.
Now, when you get a phone number, it changes everything because you get access to it in a different way. That's one more piece of evidence, one more piece of the puzzle. Is it enough to see what the puzzle says? Not necessarily, but you're getting closer.
According to investigators, Kohlberger's phone records showed that between 2:27 a.m. and 4:48 a.m. the morning of the murders, Kohlberger's phone was turned off or in airplane mode or possibly out of battery, but it wasn't connecting to any cell phone tower.
Sometimes it's not about evidence. It's about the lack of evidence that actually matters. In this particular case, we had a cell phone that was turned off for a very specific window of time. During a window of time where 4 people were murdered, and he is the singular suspect. That means something.
Investigators say that when they looked back at Kohlberger's cell phone records in the 5 months leading up to the murders, that his phone was in the area of the girl's home on 12 separate occasions.
This was not just something where he happened to be in the region one time and it's easily explainable. The problem is now you really have to be able to explain that other dozen times the month before. You better have a pretty good reason for this.
And what could that be? You know what I would like to see, and we will see, were the times. Those 12 different times he was there. What were the times?
Between August and September.
Not the date, the times.
No.
And for how long he was there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So when they lay this, so everybody know this. When the prosecution does the opening statements to this case, you're all going to be in for a doozy, because I'm telling you right now, it's going to be epic. Because they will lay it out, and all the stuff that we wanted to know will be in those opening statements. And you're all going to go, wow.
It's going to look like Jordan from the free throw line.
That's right. He's going to close his eyes and shoom, shoom, shoom.
Yep.
And all these creators that have made all this money on these lies are going to start going down like this. yeah, I'm just gonna kind of fade away. I made my money rather than eat crow. But I think they'll try to save face beforehand, and they'll do a little turnaround like Dago's doing right now, because it ain't looking good. But hey, get it while you can. I'm all about free enterprise.
He's so
Just
uncomfortable.
not about free enterprise when it comes to spewing lies about people that have had their lives taken and their families are suffering for what you say. Because the First Amendment right gives you the right to say what you want to say, but you always hear me say, just because you can say it doesn't mean you should say it.
That's right.
But when your comments have consequence, then that's when you can civilly be sued. You may get away with saying it, and it may very well be your right to say it. But someone with a little bit of cash and a little bit of knowledge will own your butt. And that's what's going to happen to a lot of you. You think right now you're free sailing. You're riding a wave. That wave is going to close out on you, and you're going to get shore pound and ate alive. Some of you, not all.
There's
some
some
dogs
of
are going
them.
to lose your ass. I promise you.
Some of them don't realize that, if you're causing someone mental anguish, and if you cause somebody mental anguish, they can prove that in civil court.
Yep.
And saying it's your opinion or allegedly is not going to help your ass.
Exactly.
Right. And you know what? I'm so looking forward to the day that I start hearing about these creators losing their asses.
Yeah.
I might even, you know what? And here's the thing about civil court and criminal court. Civil court, a lot of things can come in. Actually, your past history can come into civil court. Things you've said, cases that you've had filed against you can all come into civil court. Lana. All these frivolous court cases you've had your ass handed to you on. Everyone you file subsequent to that is lined up for the judge to see. It's kind of like that boy who cried wolf. When is it time to blackball that person? I don't know. But I'm going to relish in the day that I read about it or hear about it, because I'm sure we've got a creator out here that pretty much hands old Lana her ass every other week.
We love her.
And what is her name? And you guys,
Humanity.
Checkmate. And she puts together a heck of a show, and she owns Lana. Owns her.
Yep. And
so
she
Lana
just
keeps chugging along. Just keeps chugging along.
And Lynn started another.
Scooby. All right. Let's start that back up. The arrest. December 30th. 47 days later, we get an arrest.
Last night, in conjunction with the Pennsylvania State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Christopher Kohlberger in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, on a warrant for murders of Ethan, Zana, Madison, and Kaylee.
Mr. Kohlberger was taken into custody without incident. The scene was turned over to the FBI Evidence Response Team for processing.
According to a Monroe County, Pennsylvania prosecutor, when SWAT arrived at the family home of Brian Kohlberger, they found him standing in his parents' kitchen at 1:30 in the morning.
Kohlberger was found awake in the kitchen area dressed in shorts and a shirt and wearing latex medical type gloves, and apparently was taking his personal trash and putting it into a separate Ziploc bag.
Every inquiring mind wants to know why. Why would Brian Kohberger do this?
The maximum penalty is death and/or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
I want all the evidence out. I want it to be clear.
If I'm the parent of one of these poor kids, he is the boogeyman.
3 days before Kohberger's arrest, detectives used trash from Kohberger's parents' home for a DNA sample that turned out to be a match to the suspected killer's father.
Imagine what happens when you're finally able to get the results of the DNA sample that you pull from the father. You can just hear the champagne popping.
Oh, you're
You
muted.
can just hear the champagne popping. So let's go back. When they busted that front door down and executed that SW search warrant, where was Brian at 1:30 something in the morning? Where was he? He was standing at the kitchen sink, loading up his trash with rubber gloves on.
Yeah.
Oh, well, he must have been doing dishes. No. He knows all about garbology. He knew something was up. I would suspect that he knew something was up on the second traffic stop on the way home, within an hour of each other, if I remember right. Got pulled over twice and didn't get a ticket for either one.
Well, he knew he was screwed when he figured he left the sheath there. He knew he was screwed. He knew he was screwed the whole time. As soon as he noticed the sheath was gone, he's been paranoid.
And he drove back. He went back. Now, whether he went in the house or not, I don't know. But he went back, remember?
Yep.
Yep.
He sure did.
This is the common sense stuff that I'm trying to convey here, y'all. This is the stuff that they, whether you want to believe it or not, and I've said it before, it's us, the good guys, against them, the bad guys, because that's what I'm calling them. Us, right. Them. There's really no in between. They don't want you to hear this stuff because it makes total sense, right?
This is a quad murder. That has to be elation in that squad room, in that war room, when they're sitting together and they're looking at each other and going, we got this guy. We've got this guy.
After Brian Kohberger was taken into custody in Pennsylvania, he met with an attorney who said publicly that Kohberger told him he believed that he would be exonerated.
He is very intelligent. In my hour conversation with him, that comes off. I can tell that. And he understands where we are right now.
Hey, Brian.
How you feeling?
How you feeling, Brian?
Even though Brian Kohberger wasn't fighting extradition, he still had to appear in a Pennsylvania courtroom. I was inside of that courtroom when he walked in, and everyone was able to see him for the first time. His mother broke down into tears. The Kohberger family, they were sitting on the front row of that courtroom. He made sure to make that eye contact with them, and he kept looking at them.
Big breaking news, folks, just moments ago. Here it is, the arrival of the accused killer in Idaho.
It was quite a scene when Kohberger arrived back in Idaho. He was taken off the plane in Pullman and put into a pickup truck, and then a caravan of law enforcement vehicles drove him into the Latah County Jail parking lot where media and even members of the public were outside waiting for him. The next time we saw him would be in a courtroom.
The maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and/or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Unlike in his Pennsylvania appearance, where Koberger looked back to see his family in the courtroom, he seemed to make a point in Idaho not to do so, likely because he knew the victims' families would be in the gallery.
I feel like he's scared to look at me in the eyes and start to understand what's about to happen to him. You know, he picked the wrong family.
So once the suspect appears in court, prosecutors release the probable cause affidavit, and this stuff is filled with detail after detail after detail, things we didn't know. 18 pages worth. And at that point, the public got some answers. But more importantly, the families finally got some answers.
You read the affidavit and you just find out that nobody understands exactly why, but he was stalking them, he was hunting them.
The affidavit in this.
So I see a good question that kind of falls right in line with this, and it's from Eddie E. Eddie E says, why would it be so hard to conclude that Koberger is a stalker weirdo who decided to move in on his victim? In today's world, it's pretty typical. Well, if you go back and when this first was going on, before we knew we had, before we had a suspect in custody, everybody was on, Jack, or any of the other guys, Days or whoever. I said, look, if I had to lay my money on who we have right now, and those are our suspects, of course it would be one of the Jacks, right? But when it all comes down to it, you're going to find it's just going to be some guy that is infatuated with one of these girls.
So sad.
You called it, John.
Exactly what I said.
You called it and you got it.
So, Eddie, you're absolutely right. Why couldn't it just be that simple? Why couldn't it be as simple as, you know what? Maddie's his target or Kaylee's his target. He didn't anticipate going in there and encountering 3 other people. They're collateral damage. He was coming downstairs. Perhaps he was coming down the stairs and, Xana had ordered, some food at 4:00 in the morning, or it got there at 4:00 in the morning. Maybe she was out there getting ready to feed her and Ethan, and he came down the stairs and she was standing there in the kitchen. We don't know. We will know. We'll have an idea anyway.
Yep.
But good point, Eddie. That's exactly what I believe happened. Was this a random act? No, absolutely not. Was it coordinated and planned? I believe so, but I don't believe it was planned to take place that night. I think something set him off that night. I think whatever was being said on social media set the ball rolling for him. I don't know whether it would be that this is Kaylee's last night there, because she's going to Texas, but first she's going home to take a cruise, I think, with her parents or something. But she was moving out of the house. This was it for her. Something to think about. Maybe he's just seizing the opportunity. Or maybe it was something else that set him off that night within that social media communication. We don't know, but I think we will.
Case lays out the evidence against Brian Koberger, but there is a gag order here, so we don't know everything the prosecution has. But a lot of people think he's the guy, he must be guilty.
Another significant coincidence, for those who believe in coincidences, I don't, is that there's this white car that's driving around and around at the time of the murders, close to the scene of the murders, caught on video. And guess what? The defendant, the suspect, the accused, what does he drive? A white Elantra.
According to investigators, beginning at 3:29 a.m., the white Elantra made 3 separate passes by the house on King Road. Then at 4:04, they say it was back for a 4th time. stopping in front of the house before traveling on to do a 3-point turn. It then drove past the house again and out of the camera's view. At 4:20, it was back in view and leaving the area at a high rate of speed.
All right. So I want to thank Jeff for creating this, well, for highlighting this video, breaking it down. And it actually shows multiple passes that the white Elantra makes. And this apartment complex right here has a road that goes around the backside over here that leads directly to what? What does that lead to, ladies? The backside leads to that back area where that lot is behind.
Go around. Yeah, you can go around the other way.
The house.
Yeah.
This goes down this way to the front side. So it's like a speedway through here. It makes some laps.
Yeah.
Here he comes from the backside. He wants to turn around and go back. There it is. Look at that. An overlay top of that car.
You can't match any better.
It backs up.
Back down.
I think he goes back this way first. Yeah, there he goes. Now here he goes. Boom. Back around the backside. He's trying. This is what I think he's doing, guys. He's trying to get up the nerve to do the act.
Yeah.
He's doing his trial runs. All right, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do. Just my opinion.
Yeah. There's each year the Hyundai Elantra with the gas.
You hear me talk about body lines. These are body lines. Very, very similar body lines throughout all the way till 2017, I think, when they quit making it. The only things that it changed are the headlights and taillights and the wheels.
At the time of the murders, according to investigators, Kaylee and Maddie were on the 3rd floor of the house in Maddie's room. Kaylee's dog Murphy was across the hall in Kaylee's room. Ethan and Xana were a floor below. Across from them was Dylan Mortensen, and on the 1st floor was Bethany Funk, who was in her room.
Dylan will be a key witness in all of this because she's on the same floor as 2 of the murders. And she opens her door 3 different times. Now, the first couple of times, she really didn't see anything, but she was hearing voices. Maybe it was the dog. Maybe somebody was crying or something. She wasn't quite clear what she heard. But the 3rd time she opens the door, she sees this tall figure dressed in all dark colors, and she noticed his bushy eyebrows. And then this man walks right past.
All right, so pay attention to this right here. Now, all you hear the other side say is, he's 5'10". No, it says 5'10" or taller. Keep in mind, she's on an elevated part of the house, so that part, she's standing up higher in that part of the house because the addition was added and there's a step down right there. So she said 5'10". Now, all you hear the other side say is 5'10". Well, he's clearly taller than 5'10". She said 5'10" or taller.
Right.
Pastor. Imagine what it would be like to be a young woman who opens the door and sees this man all in black, and all you really see are his eyebrows, and he's tall and he's big. And he just killed 4 people with a knife. He walks right past you and out the door. How?
And he's standing there with a knife in hand, probably dripping blood all over the place. Now, imagine seeing that. What would you do? Tough guy and tough girl. Put yourself at 20 years old, what would you do? Tough guy and tough girl with very little life experience when it comes to this stuff.
Right.
We can all sideline quarterback that all day long, everyone, but people react differently. If you watch my show where I actually kind of, did the whole shock and awe and frozen scenarios, when I used Jaws, the movie Jaws, if you go back and look at my shows, I think they were pretty compelling and they showed what people would actually do. You can't sideline quarterback what this young lady was going through at that time.
Exactly.
Plus, she was probably inebriated because she'd been out partying all night too. So maybe she thinks wow, man, I'm messed up. I'm going back to bed. What are you guys saying? I'm sorry.
I agree.
She was underage too.
Yes.
She wasn't supposed to be drinking.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Close to death were you? It gives me shivers to just think
coming
about
from a
what
defense
that
attorney
is.
that's
And
saying
that
that
must
stuff.
just roll through her head every single day. Yeah, that's gonna stick with a jury.
According to investigators, Dylan described herself as being in, quote, frozen shock when she saw a man inside her home in the middle of the night. She was so scared, she locked herself in her bedroom. But the thing that raised eyebrows is that nobody did anything about it. In fact, 911 was not called until noon the next day, about 8 hours after the estimated time of the murders.
Some people, when they're very frightened, they just shut down and they tend to isolate and hide, and basically it's a seeking safety response. If she had been drinking or under the influence of something, she might have just shut down because she really didn't know what to do.
The major piece of evidence that the public didn't know about was a knife sheath left behind likely by the killer. It was found partly under Madison Mogan's body and the comforter on her bed. On the snap of that knife sheath.
All right, I want to stop it there because I want you to think about something that you may not have thought about. The snap on your jeans, your pants, the male-female snap. Your fingers are constantly touching that. Every time you go to the bathroom, they're constantly touching it. This guy's had this knife sheath since I forget when he bought it, but he's probably opened it up, closed it multiple times, and he might have wiped it down, but I doubt it because he didn't anticipate leaving it. But the most viable place on this knife sheath to get DNA would be from these metal fasteners, and this metal snap.
That big dummy didn't grab some Q-tips and get up inside the female and male part of that snap.
Right, but them smart lab techs did, didn't they? So do you not think that it's kind of like when a car is stolen? We've learned through the years that when a car gets stolen, what is the first thing a person does? They reach down, they grab that seat lever, and they pull the seat up.
And they adjust the mirror.
And they adjust the rear view mirror and other things. So what's the first thing we dust? And what's the first thing we swab for DNA? That lever, those switches.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how we catch our bad guys sometimes. I guarantee you, if you told 100 people to clean a knife sheath clean it up so it wouldn't have any DNA on it, a lot of them wouldn't think to clean the inside of that snap. Now, would they?
Right.
No.
I would say probably 99 of them wouldn't think to do that. Just my opinion.
Was DNA.
So investigators had DNA from the crime scene, and they took the DNA and they ran it through the National Crime Database, and there were no hits, no matches. But the DNA was still useful because you could eliminate potential suspects. Or it could be there because he committed this quadruple murder and took the lives of these 4 students. And maybe when he was closing the snap, his thumb touched it before he even showed up at the murder scene. And maybe that knife sheath got loose because those girls were fighting for their lives. Now, you take that evidence in conjunction with all the other evidence, including those phone records. Wow.
Investigators believe that Kohberger's cell phone was off or in airplane mode around the estimated time of the murders because he turned it off.
So the DNA is not what got Brian Kohberger. I don't care what anyone says, and you'll find out at trial. The car is what got Brian Kohberger. DNA is a bonus, everyone.
Hey guys, Moscow PD. Hey, turn the music down. Turn the music down. Hello, miss. What's your name?
Xana.
Xana, do you live here?
Yes.
We've already talked to Maddie once and told her the same thing.
The house at 1122 Keene Road, where 4 University of Idaho students were murdered, was known as a college party house going back before Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, Dylan, and Bethany all lived there.
And I'm going to say this again. I've said it before. This is a massive drug house, people. I mean, this is the drug house of Moscow. This is the hub. Yet you got cops going there all the time, and they're giving these people a break. That's not how it works. I promise you. Did it for a long time. We're going to a dope house. We get any kind of calls. We're stroking people tickets. We're doing everything we can to get names, to pull people out of there, to try and create a CI, to do something to shut them down. Yet these officers continually go there and they give them warnings. And this is the drug capital of the campus right here. It's an off-site drug house. Think about that, y'all.
In the fall of 2022, just a few months before the murders, Moscow police responded to a noise complaint at the house on multiple occasions.
And if I do have to come back here, $300-some tickets coming your way.
Okay.
And it only gets more expensive from there. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. Absolutely. There was even an instance where there are people at the house, but none of the roommates are even there.
How goes it?
Oh, hi. How are you?
Who lives here?
We're not actually sure.
You don't know who lives here?
No, I don't.
We're just here for a noise complaint. So everyone here is trespassing?
Well, no one's here that's trespassing, but no one that lives here is here right now.
So where'd they go?
They're just not here. I have no clue where they went. No clue.
So you guys just throwing a party in their house at
They were here at one point. They're not here right now. I just searched all the rooms.
They left and went over to some other party, and everyone is about to go over to another party.
Okay. Who does live here? What are their names?
I am actually not sure.
Jeremy Reagan lived near the house on King Road for a few years and saw a lot. Tell me about the house. What do you know about the house?
So when I moved here my first year, that house was not super bad, notorious for like students going in and out partying all the time. My second year, there was a ton of people all the time, in and out constantly. And then my third year, which is the year that all this happened, it was much more similar to the first year I was here. They did have more stuff going on there, but they were definitely nowhere near as loud, as crazy as that second year that I was here.
Does the fact that so many people were in and out of this house factor into the case against Brian Kohberger?
One of the most important parts of this case is that DNA. And what we know is this is a party house. We know that there were hundreds of kids in this house. It could even have included him. And the thing is if he was in this house, are you suggesting that these 4 know everybody who's been there? I doubt that. And as a result, if he says, I was in this house before, that's why my DNA is in this house.
But why is your DNA on a knife sheath in a bed with 2 unalived people?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what you're going to have to overcome there, Mr. Kohberger.
Mm-hmm.
That would not be transfer DNA. Yep. That's a problem.
Now we talk about that, and we talk about DNA transfer, and all of a sudden, you might have a completely different trial.
It's not
In a
just that the
fairy tale
defendant's DNA is in the house. It's on a knife sheath, which is found next to Maddie's body. I'm a former prosecutor. This is game over DNA. And it's not just any DNA. It's single source DNA.
Single source DNA profile is the most informative type of profile we can hope to get from a crime scene. It's a lot of clear information and it's a lot of very specific information. If you're looking for DNA from a perpetrator, that's something that's related to a weapon and a weapon that could have been used in the commission of this crime, it would be a very rare event for anyone else to match with a single source male DNA profile. So it's very strong evidence.
Brian Koberger.
After graduating from DeSales University in the spring of 2022, Brian Koberger was accepted into the criminology PhD program at Washington State University. At the time of the Idaho student murders, Koberger was a teaching assistant. And a few of his students came forward to say they noticed a difference in his behavior after the murders.
No reason to connect him to that, at the time, but definitely around then, he started grading everybody just 100s. He seemed preoccupied is what I would have said at the time.
He would come in, be there for 10 minutes, leave, not say much. So he didn't really do that much, but you could tell there was some off about him.
Steve Gonsalves, Kaylee's father, believes there's a good chance the murderer was tracking Kaylee and/or her best friend Maddie.
I'd be a little bit surprised that there wasn't a clearer touch point that would suggest that he was interested in one or two of the people more than he was the others.
An Instagram account that was taken down shortly after Koberger's arrest with the username of Brian Koberger was following several members of the Koberger family. The account also followed Madison Mogan.
That's important.
Big time. Yep.
And when I said that the opening statements are going to be epic, you're going to hear that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you're also going to hear that he was following Kaylee too, because they don't do anything without one another.
Mm-hmm.
But they're going to paint a picture, and that picture is going to tell us who he was infatuated with, if he was infatuated with one of them. Potentially who dissed him. The Mike D experience said, I love the show. Earlier you said, I'm just speculating. Isn't that what all the other channels are doing? No. No, Mike. They're not speculating. Not at all. The time for speculation was before we had a suspect. Okay? It's okay to speculate on some things. But what they're doing is far from speculation. It's out and out lies.
Yeah.
It's lies. It's fiction.
That's not grounded in any facts.
Well, the crazy thing about it is they're trying to convince people that Bethany and Dylan was not thoroughly investigated. This is not an episode of Blue's Clues and who stole bubblegum from the 7-Eleven. This is a quadruple homicide.
Exactly. And when you talk about, or you insinuate that, and you're going to hear it, that bodies were moved, they tried to clean up the crime scene. Here's the deal, y'all. So at the point that the investigators went in there, or the first responders went in there, they saw what happened. They shut it down, contacted their supervisors. They contacted ISP. They got a crime scene unit on the way. They shut that crime scene down. Rigor had probably set in on the bodies. Well, it did by then, because 1 to 2 hours rigor is going to set in. And they began their investigation. So at the point that you got 2 witnesses in the house, they're the only people in the house, aside from maybe Hunter coming in briefly. When those crime scene techs come in there and they realize that bodies have been moved around and the floors have been scrubbed and it's obvious. When you light that house up with amino black, it's obvious when blood has been attempted to be cleaned up. So no matter what these idiots say, like you have one idiot that and it said today, we demand that Dylan be arrested for what? What's the charge? What's the charge?
Yeah.
Because she lived?
Exactly.
You're going to arrest her because she lived?
No, they want both of them arrested for not reporting a crime.
Yeah.
I said first you've got to know a crime happened.
Right.
And then the prosecutor has to be able to prove that you knew a crime was happening.
Exactly. So also at the point that they walked into that house and they determined that there was a cleanup attempt. Those are 4 separate felonies in themselves.
You know where they get that?
They would have hooked those girls up and they would have taken them to jail.
Hey, do you know where they get that they've cleaned the crime scene bullshit up? You know where they get it at?
Yep.
They get it from the fact that they used luminol. Okay, well, when you step in blood, the more you walk, the more the red blood cells wear off. But the proteins and the amino acids and the iron still stays. So you're able to light that invisible shoe print up when you use luminol. It doesn't mean they cleaned the damn thing.
Well, a latent print doesn't necessarily have to have blood on it either, and it doesn't say that. I can walk across the floor right now and leave a latent shoe print. That could be because the part of the floor I stepped on might be dirty. So I transfer what was on that part of the floor onto another part of the floor and I leave a track. You don't see that stuff with the naked eye. Generally, you need oblique lighting.
Right.
So you shoot it down and you
Like
have
he
oblique
walked
lighting,
right up- he
and then
may
you
have-
look at it at angles and you can pick up the shoe print.
He may have walked through an oil spot in the driveway.
He may have walked through a pile of dog crap. He may have walked through many things. But that doesn't mean that just because they retrieved a latent shoe print that it was blood.
Hey. Hello, Tony. You want some? I'm on a break.
Hey, no, you're not. You're not muted.
Kelly?
Kelly, you're not muted.
No. If you hit the...
All right, so let me start it. Keep it going.
I'm Benjamin Mogan. I'm Madison Mogan's father.
I first met Maddie Mogan's father, Ben, at the Mad Greek restaurant a few weeks after the murders. Maddie and Xana both worked there. It's a popular restaurant in downtown Moscow. Tell me about what a beautiful...
Okay, now I want to put this out there. I just brought this up tonight because, you know what? My ignorance, I didn't know Mad Greek restaurants were a franchise. I thought it was just like a restaurant there, like a one-off. I had no idea there was tons of Mad Greeks. Never heard of it before. I'm here in Florida. I guess we have them here, but I don't have any in my area. So my bad. I never noticed that. But it made me think a little bit. And no one has brought this up, to my knowledge. I haven't seen anyone talk about it. So I had Patty check to see if there were any Mad Greek restaurants in Pennsylvania. Are there any Mad Greek restaurants near Sales University, DeSales? And wouldn't you know it, there are a plethora of Mad Greek restaurants. So him coming all the way almost 3,000 miles across the country to a foreign land, basically, Pennsylvania to Idaho, they're not remotely similar. But you're a vegan, and guess what? They got a Mad Greek within a few miles of me. So where do I like to go? Because I'm a vegan, go to the Mad Greek, the #1 listed vegan restaurant in that area. And who works at the Mad Greek?
We got
Xana and Maddie. So Am I crazy to think that he encountered one of the two there, or both of them there? And maybe he developed some kind of an infatuation because they were nice to him, because they were servers. And servers are typically nice to their customers.
It would be a familiar place for him to go.
Maybe he got the wrong idea. Maybe he developed some kind of infatuation or crush. It's okay to speculate. We have a suspect, but I'm just speculating on facts on the suspect. Somebody said, aren't you speculating? Yeah, I'm speculating.
Yeah.
It's okay. I'm not speculating on who did it. I'm speculating on why someone did it. That's what I want to know. I want to know the why. We know the who. We know the what. We know the when. We know the where. We don't know the why, and we may never know the why, because we don't have to. We only have to prove that he did it. We don't have to prove a motive. We can speculate on what the motive was, but unless he tells us what the motive is, we'll never know.
Yeah. And like Patty said, there's probably maybe he's familiar with the Mad Greek because they are international.
Right. So where would be the most comfortable place for him to go eat a vegan meal? Menus are the same. It's a franchise.
Yep.
So I just want to put that out there because I have not heard anyone mention that. Because honestly, I thought Mad Greek was just a one-off right there on the campus.
What person she was?
She was so great. She lit up every room she'd come in, and she was just so positive and fun, and we love her and miss her so much.
The Mad Greek restaurant, it's also one of the first places that comes up if you search for vegan food in Moscow. We know Brian Kohberger claims to be a vegan because he asked for a vegan meal plan at the jail.
So maybe he did see Maddie and Xana at the Mad Greek and sort of became obsessed with them. But prosecutors made a point in their probable cause affidavit. They went into detail about this Reddit post that the defendant allegedly made.
All right.
Yeah.
I want to back that up a little bit. All right. My name is Brian, and I'm inviting you to participate in a research project that seeks to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. Now, way before any of this stuff came out, in the very beginning of this, when we were talking about when he first got arrested, and I said, this guy was probably trying to commit the perfect crime, and considering what he's doing, he probably would get off on the fact that he could have a curriculum in his classroom and debate and have theses written about this crime, and he would grade their students accordingly. You follow me? So whoever got closest to a psychological profile on him, because he only knows, they would get the best grade. Sounds like a movie, doesn't it? In particular, this study seeks to understand the story behind your most recent criminal offense, with the emphasis on your thoughts and feelings throughout your experience. In the event that your most recent offense was not one that led to a conviction, you may still participate. Additional surveys are included after an open-ended section as to best understand your unique traits. The study should take about 15 to 20 minutes to fully complete. So, and you're going to hear this guy say it, and I've said it too, well beyond this guy. I'm not saying I'm any better. I'm just saying I said this. He's trying to figure himself out. He's a monster, and he knows it. He knows he's a monster, and it'll go back to that what he wrote when he was 15 or 16 years old. 16, I think it was. He has no feeling. He has no empathy. He doesn't care about anything, basically. He's scared because he's becoming a monster and he doesn't know how to handle it.
Oh.
So he's trying to play defense on his own psyche, in my opinion.
Reddit post that the defendant allegedly made, calling out to criminals to provide him with the reason why they chose their victims and committed their crimes. Now, I understand he studies this stuff, but this is still a little strange.
Sounds like he's looking for the reasons why people do the things that they do. Maybe to answer the question for himself. Maybe to explain for him why he's motivated in the way that he is. Are you trying to figure out who you are, or are you trying to figure out who they are? And in this particular case, I think the prosecutors are going to say, yeah, this was about him trying to figure out who he is, because we can tell you who he is. He's this guy.
I am Siobhan Scott. I am a psychotherapist from Portland, Oregon.
So what are your thoughts about this Reddit post?
I see a theme with him for years in his online writings of going back and trying to make sense out of himself. And I think he was in that category of, I'm studying all this because I want to understand myself. And so I think that was driving his research. There's also, in a rather perverse way, perhaps an attempt to develop some sense of camaraderie with other people and to get a sense of maybe I'm really not the only one who has these thoughts and feelings and experiences.
What do his studies tell you about Bryan Kohberger?
It's not that unusual for sadistic killers to study criminology. We think of the BTK killer in Kansas, the Golden State killer in California. Both had criminology degrees, and the California killer did go on to become a law enforcement officer, and there have been quite a few others. So I think there are three reasons people study criminology. The first is because they're altruistic and they really want to make the world a safer place. So they have good motivations. The second reason is because they're absolutely fascinated by the criminal mind, which can be a fine reason, but the dark side of that is they're trying to figure themselves out. And the third reason is because they have a plan to commit crimes and they're studying police tactics and procedures so that they can become a better criminal. And if Kohberger is the killer, I think those second two reasons would be at play. Whoever did this, be it Kohberger or someone else, is a sexual domination killer. And this is someone that's created a sadistic theatrical production based on fantasies that he's had for many years. Now, the fantasies serve to meet his emotional needs, to express rage at women, and to have a sense of godlike power, because others' vulnerability makes him feel invincible, and their deaths make him feel like a god.
Since his arrest in December 2022, Bryan Kohberger has made a number of court appearances, and his defense team has filed a number of motions challenging everything from the grand jury indictment against him to how the investigators processed the DNA found at the crime scene.
They didn't get a hit for the DNA that was found at the crime scene with the national database. So they moved to a public database, one of those genealogy databases, and they got...
All right, here we go on. Hey, before we go on, everybody, if I haven't asked you, and I know some of the mods are, please hit that like and subscribe if you haven't subscribed. But hit that like button, because what that does is it gets the algorithm out there in YouTube land, and anybody that types in true crime they'll get us. You know, we want to get the algorithm up so we can spread the word and put to shame these liars. Shame them off of YouTube.
Yeah.
And it's
just
working.
Like they're doing to the victims. Yeah.
It's working. I'm telling you. They are ashamed. And they hate it.
They should
They
be.
hate it. Because they've been getting along, they getting away with what they're doing for so long, and no one's challenged them. They can say these outlandish things and make up these crazy lies. And it's entertainment. But it's not entertainment when it's hurting people. And you know what? You shouldn't be able to do that without being challenged. Some of these creators don't even have live shows. They just put out content and say what they want to say because they don't want to be challenged.
Yep.
Because they're afraid.
Well, they want to be able to say what they want to say and not be held accountable
Exactly.
for what they say at all.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
And if you challenge them, they're going to block you in the heartbeat. Their mods will block you.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't even
They'll
have to,
use you.
you don't have to be rude to them or anything. Just challenge what they're saying, and that's all it takes.
And that's what I've done. I've gone in. I went into Dago and I asked a question. I'm like, I don't even remember what the question was. It was just a question. And I asked it again. I asked it in another way. We don't do that here. We're not going to do that here. Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah.
They even went on a show that has an alleged used to be a cop on it. Said the same thing. I said, hey, you know, I'm really surprised you being former LE that you would say something like that and you would entertain having WSU Kim on your show, knowing that I just interviewed her and destroyed her. She actually constructed lies during the interview, saying that a plumber from the university was there with a wrench and hit Ethan over the head with it. That's how outlandish and crazy she was. This guy, a former cop, has a show and entertains multiple, not just one, not just two, multiple interviews with this woman. So I said, why don't you bring me up on panel? Let's talk about some of your reasoning here. Oh, banned. Cowards. All of them. Cowards. They think that they can just spew this stuff and not have any consequence. That's what they count on. That's what's been happening. Because no one has challenged them.
Right.
Myself, to my knowledge, one other, maybe two others have started challenging them, but I'm the one that has really challenged them by actually taking their own words with my team and building content and challenging them.
Yep.
Oh, you wait till we come out with the videos that show the piece of the trial that's shit canning their conspiracy.
Oh, it's coming
You
up.
know, show them saying their conspiracy and then show the trial part. And just show.
Oh, that's gonna be epic, and I'm gonna try to be there because my mods offered me a place to stay because I know it's gonna be real hard to get a hotel. But one of my favorite mods is like, John, you can bring a blow up mattress and lay in my living room floor with my kitty cats all day long.
You're welcome anytime, John.
All right.
A hit, and it was for the suspect's father. But now the defense is taking a closer look at that, saying, well, wait a minute. We want to know and we want to see exactly how you tested all of this DNA to get that result.
What's going on in Brian Kohlberger's case that's very concerning is the government does not want to turn over in discovery what all was searched, what databases were searched, and what records were obtained.
The defense.
All right, let's cover that real quick. There's a reason why. Okay, these genealogy outfits don't all cooperate with the police because people don't want Big Brother looking at their genealogy. So when you send in your information to become, because that's what you're doing, you're helping them build their database.
Yeah.
So when you send it in and you're filling out the paperwork, you know, the ones that do cooperate say we cooperate with law enforcement. Ones that don't clearly say they don't.
Yeah, that's
But
all.
what they had was they had an opportunity here, and they used one, and they I don't know if they called in a favor. I don't know what they did. Doesn't matter. But they were asked not to divulge it. Plus, Supreme Court said you can't use it.
That's what I did. I'm on Ancestry.com, and
So,
you do. You are asked if it can be used, or you asked if it's not used. I click don't.
So exactly. Yeah. So what a defense attorney would want to do is open up Pandora's box and try and start subpoenaing everybody in the family tree and find somebody in that family tree that was actually not a part of the family, they're actually adopted. So it could screw up the whole DNA chain according to them.
Yeah.
Now, Ann Taylor said that when she was accused that that's what she wanted to do, she said, oh, no, I wouldn't do it. So I'm going to come out and say, give it to him. Okay? But it wasn't used to get the warrant. And you'll clearly see that.
Mm-hmm.
They actually said, do not use this. We're just telling you that we used it as part of our investigation to as a tool. It's like a polygraph test. But we didn't really need it. But we're divulging it because we used it. People have a hard time understanding that. It's not going to be used. Therefore, who cares?
Right.
It apparently has an alibi. Now, a little strange here. They say, his attorneys, that he likes to go out at night and in the early morning hours and sort of drive around. And that's what he was doing at the time of the murders. Couldn't have done it.
Okay, so here's where I'm going to, you might have heard me say this before, y'all. Here's where I find this attorney to be not so bright. She would get her ass eaten alive here in Florida. She is a C- attorney, in my opinion. You don't tell a client to say, oh, I was just out driving around. No. 47, 48 days later, if somebody were to ask me where I was 47 or 48 days ago, I would say, let me get my day planner out. No, I wouldn't know. So what would you tell your client to say? I don't recall. But you know what? If you've got some kind of evidence showing me there at a certain day at a certain time, then maybe I can recall what I was doing there. But you never say I don't remember. You say I don't recall, because you can always recall something. But if you don't remember and you testify in a hearing, or you testify in a deposition that you don't remember, and then they put you on the stand and all of a sudden you remember, guess what? You're a hostile witness and you're impeached because you lied. Did you really lie, or did you just remember? That's how that works. So a little 101 for everyone. If you're ever asked to go to a deposition and they try to trick you up and you don't want to get tricked, just say I don't recall.
And don't
recall.
recall.
Because in trial you could possibly recall. And they can't argue with it.
Right.
Also claiming that cameras should not be allowed inside the courtroom, claiming Kohberger's every move is being analyzed in a way that's prejudicial. Kaylee's father, Steve Gonzalez.
So that was handled. He created his own YouTube channel. I think it's hilarious.
Gonzalez has some thoughts on that.
If you're not a personable person and you give off weird vibes, yeah, you probably don't want nobody to actually see the truth and see who you are and read you for how you behave. You can't hide the truth, man. I'm so tired of the secretive and all that stuff. I want this stuff to be out in the open. I want all the evidence out. I want it to be clear. I want the community to look at that evidence.
And Ms. Taylor, is Mr. Kohberger prepared to plead to these charges?
Your Honor, we will be standing silent.
A plea of not guilty was entered for Brian Kohberger after he chose to stand silent at his arraignment. His trial is expected to begin sometime in 2024.
There were a lot of them. Not only ones that law enforcement was looking at, but a whole bunch that people online, all those true crime sleuths that are out there, were looking at as well.
I made a video a few weeks ago. Jeremy Regan was included in that video, and a lot of people since then have said that he seemed very suspicious or he was the murderer.
My name is Jeremy Reagan, and I live just a couple doors down from where the murders happened.
I first met Jeremy Reagan about a week after the murders. He was a neighbor of the girls on King Road. Once people saw Jeremy on camera, many started to speculate that he possibly was the killer. What was it like to be accused of something so horrible?
Offensive. They watched my interview and they said, hey, he's kind of weird. It must be him. And so then they dug into everything I ever did on social media, stuff that my parents had posted about me, taking everything super far out of context. For some people, it was definitely worse than others. I know the various Jacks and Jakes, they got hammered.
Jack Decor and Jake Schreiger. These two guys are the boyfriends of Kaylee and Maddie. As a matter of fact, Jack shared a dog, Murph, with Kaylee. So a lot of people are looking at them, and investigators looked at them as well, but cleared them. So law enforcement says these guys are innocent, but the folks online weren't convinced.
There was also Jack Showalter, who was at the food truck when Maddie and Kaylee were there. He became known as Hoodie Guy. So people were analyzing the food truck video, and they thought he looked quite suspicious.
You know, there's been a lot of speculation and rumors. We're the official source of information. Individuals who are being harassed in this situation, people need to be careful.
It's been a long and painful journey for the families of Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, the 4 University of Idaho students who were stabbed to death in the pre-dawn hours of November 13th, 2022.
Do you ever dream of your sister?
Yeah, I've had some dreams of her. Just gives me some peace knowing that I know she's okay.
Xana Kernodle's sister Jasmine and father Jeffrey are speaking out for the first time since Xana's murder.
It just happened, you know? What do? You can't do a damn thing.
Everybody's going to work and you look out the window and there's kids running down the street laughing and you're just like, how can you be out there playing? My daughter's dead.
On the night of the murders, Christy and Steve Gonzalez's daughter Kaylee was in the same bed as her childhood.
Somebody wanted to argue with me when I said that that lot behind this room is where I believe BK was surveilling the girls.
Yes. The lot behind. Yes. There's a parking lot right there.
So I believe that, and part of why you're seeing all this 3D footage being taken again this time a year later, it's this time a year later. So the season's the same, the weather's similar, the foliage on the trees would have been falling off almost the same. So they can get footage that they didn't get before, okay, and they can do their 3D rendition when they do their recreation inside the courtroom. And they're going to give a perspective of what it looks like from the bird's eye view of that lot behind the building into those windows.
Also the acoustics.
Both looking out and looking in. Also what?
The acoustics.
And the acoustics.
Yeah.
Well, the acoustics on the outside, but the inside is done because they've removed everything. It wouldn't be the same. It'd be an echo chamber.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about on the outside. They had to wait till there was snow on the ground and it was snow covered.
Right.
Yeah.
So
they did it before that. They did it before the snow fell. It was exactly the same temperature, exactly the same.
Right.
The sun would rise and set. Everything was exactly the same.
Wasn't it 28 degrees or something like that?
Yeah.
28
it was
degrees.
28 and I see.
So there's method behind what they're doing, and people aren't thinking about that. You know, I realize that they're going to recreate. They're probably going to do a scale model of the house and there, but you know, the 3D footage that they've created on the inside and the outside of that house is going to be amazing. It's way better than them actually being in there, because they can go back and look at whatever they want to look at anytime they want to. So
And
tear the house down. I believe the house should be gone already. Some of the parents are against it, but I don't think they realize that it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
The house is an empty shell now, and it's got no evidentiary value at all.
Yeah.
But you can look at this from a technological training aspect. What better way to train than to go back to the scene a year later and pick up on things that you might not have caught before and got in video. And I think the seasons, you're not going to go there in July and look from that
No.
bird's eye view, because you got leaves all over the trees.
And it wasn't a Halloween joke. People were saying it was a Halloween joke.
Not a Halloween
Because
joke. That was
did-
straight up. I think that's straight up showing off new technology that they have. I forget the name of the machine. There's a video out on it, and it's really, really, really amazing. Yeah.
Farce.
People were saying that, John. They were saying it was a Halloween prank.
I know. It's ridiculous.
Disgusting.
Friend Maddie Mogan. The Gonzalveses say coroner Kathy Mabbitt told them before a gag order the killer attacked Maddie first, then moved on to Kaylee.
There's evidence to show that she awakened and tried to get out of that situation.
They say she cried out, and her wounds show she fought for her life.
The way the bed was set up is what...
She was trapped.
She was trapped.
Xana also fought back.
Well, one of the ways they would be able to tell out of the first two victims who was the first victim is there would be DNA transfer.
Right.
So if Maddie was indeed the first target, then he moved on to Kaylee, then Maddie's DNA would be in Kaylee's wounds.
Mm-hmm.
Follow me? But if he's fighting both of them at the same time, it's going to be hard to distinguish. But if you're talking about a 7-inch K-bar knife on women that have waist about this thick.
Yeah.
Chest about this thick. So
they can also tell by the damage that the knife does by who was the first one, maybe.
Yeah, but and also defensive wounds, things like that. If what I believe happened is that he came in and probably, if Maddie was his target, he went after Maddie. Kaylee was asleep. Kaylee woke up. Okay, but it's not going to take. If anyone's ever been punched in the gut real hard, you're not screaming. You're gasping for air. Now just imagine a 7-eye warning, everyone. Just imagine a knife about this long being plunged into your tiny body. That would go through and through, leaving a gaping hole. The only thing you're going to do is probably that's about it.
Yeah.
You're not going to be doing any screaming. You hear these idiots say, how come they didn't hear any screams? Well, because if you walk in and your object's to end a life, and you have a 7-inch military K-bar knife and you slice someone's throat, you're not going to be screaming. You reach over and you plunge that same knife into the chest of the other victim, not going to hear much screaming. Now, if Kaylee, and again, I'm warning everyone, if Kaylee woke up, she saw what was going on, and she was wedged up in the corner because the bed was up in the wall, she had nowhere to go. She couldn't escape. Mm-hmm. She might have been walking up that wall, and he had to jump up on that bed. Maybe he got some blood on his shoes then. I don't know. But he had to fight her, according to testimony from her parents. She had a lot of wounds. Defensive wounds.
According to her father, she had severe defensive wounds.
She went down fighting.
I believe so. It's upsetting to think about.
She was always a very strong person.
A judge has entered a plea of not guilty on Brian Kohberger's behalf, but he is not the person the families want us to remember.
He's not important other than what he did and being held accountable. I'll be here to keep reminding people who these victims are.
So Peter is joining us now, and you mentioned it in this piece, but a reminder to everyone that there's a gag order in place. This case got a lot of attention initially. We haven't seen it in the media that much because really, people can't talk. Authorities can't talk, but the families can.
Right, the families can, and what the Gonzalez family, who lost their daughter Kaylee, what they do is they share with us facts from their own investigation. They hired their own investigator, but also facts that the coroner and a lead investigator in the case gave them before the gag order was in place. So we have some new information in the course of this show that is fascinating.
I know you don't want to talk about everything you learned, but what's something that sort of jumped out at you?
The big thing is that based on all that they have learned, the Gonzalez family is convinced that Brian Kohberger, the suspect in these 4 killings, entered that house on King Road in Moscow, Idaho, on a date prior to the murders. Why did they think that? Because the coroner told them that they believed that the 2 girls on the 3rd floor were the first ones attacked and killed. How did he know to go to the 3rd floor? And they also have, the family believes they have found a connection through an Instagram account that they downloaded at the time when Kohberger's name first came out. And based on their investigation, there's a lot of controversy about this because we haven't been able to get verification from any authority on this. But they believe that there is a link, that Brian Kohberger had liked some pictures of Maddie Mogan, the girl who was in the bed with Kaylee, best friends. They'd been sleeping together since they were little girls.
Right.
And that creates a link. The defense has said there is no link, but the Gonzalez family believes they found
it. It would explain a lot of the questions that people had about, where did he come from? Because it really did seem like there's no way they could possibly sort of cross paths. You do have some good news, though, for this
Yes,
family.
there is some good news for the family. Olivia, who is Kaylee's older sister, recently gave birth to a new baby girl in Los Angeles named Theodora Maddie Kay. The Maddie Kay for the 2 best friends who were murdered that day. And the family, the circumstances of this birth as a sign. Olivia looked out, and she lives in West LA, and she saw a rainbow while she was in labor. The room she was in was 1113. That's the date of the murder.
Yeah.
And the time that the baby was
Listen
born
to
was
this.
4:21 a.m. And authorities
I'm
believe
going to back
that's
this
when the
up. This
murders
is
were.
crazy right here.
Looked out,
Yeah.
and she lives in West LA, and she saw a rainbow for the first
listen
time
to
while she was in
this.
labor.
This is crazy.
The room she was in was 1113. That's the date of the murder. And the time that the baby was born was 4:21 a.m. And authorities believe that's when the murders were occurring.
Whoa.
And so they think, the family believes, this is a sign from the 2 girls saying, we're okay.
Whoa, you're giving me chills, Peter. That's incredible. I was lucky enough to get a little bit of sneak peek this episode. It's really good, really
So
moving.
powerful.
The families are amazing. Peter Van Sant, thank you so much.
Yeah.
That's crazy to me. 1113 was the room number, and 4:21 a.m. she was born.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's hard. And the rainbow. Yeah. The rainbows in
I'm gonna
LA are
read-
really beautiful.
I'm going to read a Wandering Orphan said, John, you and your channel always give so much respect. That's why you all are so respectable and why you'll never lose subs or support. Thank you so much, Wandering Orphan. I love those comments. All right, let's roll on to the next one. We got one more, and this one's where we're going to start breaking down some of the theories, y'all. This is the part that you're going to love. David Edwards, thank you very much for the super sticker. Thank you. And if I'm missing some of you guys, if you have given any super stickers, I really appreciate it. We appreciate it as a team, and I want everyone to make sure that they like and subscribe, so we can get the algorithm up. But it's big that we get the likes out there. Okay. So go ahead and let's get started on the other one here, Kelly.
Yep, sir.
All right.
Want to do your intro?
I've been guilty in the past, yes, of talking about.
All right, so here we go.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. We're back to Dago. So this is going to be short on him, but Dago is in absolute denial. He's making changes, but he doesn't want to give this show any credit or this team any credit. He actually alludes to the fact that he just asked a cop friend of his if he thought he was an asshole, and he said, yeah. So, hey, I'm repeating what he said.
That's funny.
But bottom line is, and I've got plenty of comments that actually sent me this clip.
Yeah.
And they're like, can you believe this? This guy is actually not. And I don't want credit, y'all. I just want change. I don't want credit. I promise you. But
yeah.
But to do this is just shows how not smart he is. Because when I see something like this, it's gonna make me want to address it. If he would have just said, and he did say earlier, this guy, he's referring to me, this guy did make me think some, and did this, did that. But now he had to, because he's getting his balls busted, because he's saying that he's not going to cover the nonsense that he's been covering. He's going to think a little bit more, and he's having a change of heart. So people are like, well, we don't want to be a part of that. We need to be able to say what we want to say. Yeah, whatever. Well, listen, you'll get it.
About certain things that maybe I didn't vet very well. I've been guilty in the past of allowing things to be talked about that weren't vetted very well as well. And certain things that are kind of crossing a line in some senses. But it is things that other people have heard. And hearsay is a big problem in this case. Word of mouth and rumor is a big problem in this case. And this is where I'm saying that the lines need to be straightened back out. The lines need to be not crossed. Even when we're looking at a document, we need to use common sense. And if we're not sure of something, okay, and this is something that's important, folks. I've had to do this at times. Things have come up when I'm sitting here while doing this right here. And when I'm doing that, I've had to go and read in to see what it means, what it is. I guess I didn't do it as much as I needed to in some senses. Tomboy, thank you for joining us. But I promise you.
Did I not say you need to read a book?
I will be. On any case, not just as, and this pertains to every case in any case we've looked at, folks, not just this case. This is just the one that has caused the most drama and the most problems with everybody. So that's something that should be done, and I think everybody needs to do that. I really do. If you're not sure of something, folks.
The most problems and the most drama with everybody. Oh, he means this team, I guess, right? Everybody in the team? Because he can't mean any other creators. He's got to mean this team. Everybody. Okay, I get it. Thank you, Dago. I appreciate the props.
Don't just take my word for it, or Lana, or Harsh, or anybody else that's out there. If you're not sure of something, and you hear it come from somebody's channel, if you're not comfortable, or you just don't maybe understand, or you're just not sure, go look it up.
It's time we discuss the latter. As we zoom in, you can see some concerning things here. Crime scene tape is tied directly to it.
Here we go.
Okay. Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. There we go with drip drop.
Thanks, Amy. We had it wrong. It's feel what you think.
Think what you feel?
No, it's feel what you
feel
think.
What you think.
We had it
Feel
off a little bit. Thanks, Amy.
Oh, did we say it backwards?
Yeah, we said think what you feel. No, it's feel what you
feel
think.
What you think.
Hey, everyone! This guy is an absolute clown. And so what?
Oh, here he comes.
So what we've done here is, he likes to wear makeup, and no one's seen his face. So we did a little bit of work, you know, tried to remove his makeup a little bit. We didn't have a whole lot of time, but Kelly did a good job on it. We get kind of a look at his face right here. But look real close at the screen right now, and you know, this is my response to him. Ready?
Oh my gosh, my oldest.
Oh
He's
my
so scared of clowns. Oh my god. You'd be
Drip drop. It's drip drop.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
He did that a few weeks ago.
Scared us. He came on panel and he scared the heck out of us with that mask.
So we're gonna cover the clown. You
He
ready?
didn't tell me either. I was wondering what he was doing.
So let's cover the clown here a little bit.
Okay, look at this. The ladder is down there to the lower right. And that ladder leads right up to that ledge as I showed you in the previous photos.
So ridiculous.
What do we see right here? It looks like potential footprints, and I see red. And when I see red, I think...
When I see potential footprints on the shingles of a roof in red.
Footprints on
Wow, dude. You must just be you got Superman skills.
Boom.
I mean, that's pretty freaking amazing right there. From a drone, you can see red footprints on shingles of a roof that have snow on them.
Ridiculous.
Now that ladder was there the entire time. And guess what? Didn't happen to that ladder. That ladder was never tagged as evidence. It never left. In fact, I think it's still there. It was till recently. You know why? Because there was no egress. Windows entered or exited. He walked in through the sliders. And he walked out through the sliders. But this guy is an absolute clown. For real.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And in the beginning of all this whole, you know, Idaho 4 fiasco, I actually was entertained by him a little bit because I thought he was kind of funny. Let me see what I think about myself today. Or how does he say something like that? Some stupid crap. But this guy has gone off the rails. He's crazier than, in my opinion, than any of them. This guy is absolutely 100%. I mean, he's as bad as Lana,
Cuckoo.
and he's smarter than Dago, so I guess he's worse than Dago then. But unbelievable, this guy is. He's just laughing all the way to the bank.
Dago has enough sense to kind of have a change of heart, though.
Yeah, he's trying to.
He's trying.
Yeah, at least he's trying.
And I gave Dago props for that. And then he came back.
He went
It
back.
wasn't because of you, John. I had already planned this. Oh, but Kelly, you did a great job removing his makeup. That's pretty cool.
I had fun with
Think
it.
of BLOOD. Just like on the other side of Xana's bedroom. You could see the BLOOD trickling outside of the wall. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's a bodily fluid. That's not fruit punch. It's not Kool-Aid. It's not some type of fantasy oil. Have any of you seen a single image of a police officer up on that ledge collecting evidence, looking at footprints?
Nope.
Why?
And I'm okay with that.
There's no reason.
Doing the little swab thing, you know, for DNA collection purposes. There was unidentified male DNA found at the crime scene. That's going to be a big boom if we ever find out who those males were. Building.
It wasn't viable.
No.
Boom.
It's not that it was
The only thing that was
unidentified. It
viable
was,
was that it was a male and not a female.
yeah.
Boom.
Wow, just wow.
And it did used to be a frat. Just
So
saying.
where are we today, everyone? So am I to believe that, you know, if we don't have DNA, we just can't get a conviction today? Is that where we are today?
It's ridiculous.
You know, what about good old-fashioned police work and interviews and interrogations and, you know,
common
witness
sense.
statements and building a case? Do you have to have DNA? Do you have to have DNA today? I mean, is that where we are?
I told you he'd get sweaty in it.
Is that where we are? So basically, get a homicide, you don't get DNA, and the guy clearly did it. But we don't have any physical evidence or DNA. He's going to walk.
Did Charlie and Rita make those for you?
Rita made them for me.
Oh, she's so sweet.
But that's where we are today, folks. And that is scarier than hell. Because we've become so desensitized to what it takes to actually build a case that we watch so much CSI and crap on TV that if we don't have DNA, we're not going to convict. That's where we're headed. I promise you. I promise you, y'all.
Main steam tunnel, University of Idaho, 1927. View of men working.
Oh, this is the infamous Tunnel Man.
Secret.
He's the one that started all this garbage about the tunnels.
Secret tunnels under the house.
Secret tunnels called sewers.
The sewer rat assassin squad came in and took all four of these people
I bet
out.
this dude grew up crazy about the Ninja Turtles. What do you want to bet?
He probably did.
The tunnels are for the university. There's steam
All right,
tunnels.
so someone go ahead and talk about what these tunnels actually are and where they are, because we looked it up.
Let's give
Yeah.
Patty
I'm
the honors.
gonna go get something to drink. You guys.
Yes, we did look it up, and it's nowhere near the King Road house.
Nope.
Not at all.
The only thing that goes near the King Road house is the sewers.
It's just drained.
Sewage drain. Yeah, sewage drain.
Clap clown thinks that sewers are secret tunnels.
Yeah, those
It's crazy.
tunnels are not even close to the house, and they're used to heat the area.
Yeah, those old brick buildings.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I just can't believe that he thinks that someone crawled through the tunnels into the house and killed the kids that way. It's just so outlandish.
The easiest path will lead you to the truth.
And they always have someone on duty, so what did they do? They didn't kill the guys on duty there. 24/7 business open.
Oh no, it was the steam tunnel pipe wrench dude.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
So we debunked that for you guys. There are no tunnels under the house.
Yeah.
No
John says you're
secret-
welcome. Drip drop.
And no secret door. The door that he's talking about leads to the water heater.
Water heater.
Where we live, it gets cold, and we don't have our water heaters out in the garage. We all have them in a closet in the house.
Yes.
Wow.
Isn't that amazing?
And he's focusing on the doorknob to a secret door that leads to secret tunnels.
The water heater.
Hey, the frat. Hey, it's the frat fight club. El Chapo tunnels.
So there's
And the vampires use it to go to the grub truck to get human meat burgers.
right. The cannibals live in the sewer pipes, I guess. So
Yeah, they transported the bodies through the sewer pipes.
Through the sewer pipes. It's ridiculous. It's laughable. And if people believe that, I don't get it.
I don't either. I don't
But
understand how so many can believe it, but I think it's just brainwashing over time.
these people are out there. They are out there and they believe it.
They sure do.
It's just a load. It's just crazy ass stuff.
All right, I'm back.
Dead on. She's on target, John.
So did you dispel the theory of the tunnels?
Yes.
Okay.
Sewers.
I sure hope so.
So we didn't have any tunneling underneath the house
No.
into a secret doorway up through the floor.
And the secret doorway is the water heater.
Nobody's been cowabunking through no tunnels.
So there was no tunneling through the basement that didn't exist either, right?
There's no basement. We debunked that too. We got
okay. Good.
John's gonna deal with that coming up.
Yep.
All right.
Sure is.
Oh,
Nailed it.
and these tunnels are nowhere near the house, correct?
No, they're at the university.
Right. They're nowhere near the house. They're surrounding the university.
Nope.
Yep.
Nope.
Yeah.
Working on the tunnel. Hard to believe they even had cameras back in 1927, but they did, and they documented the tunnel being built. It goes for miles and miles and miles, and it connects through a whole bunch of different places in Moscow. Moscow Pullman Daily News. University of Idaho to lease steam plant, utility system to investment group. Idaho Construction Engineering Company will manage facilities. Why does an investment group need this tunnel system? What do you think they're doing down there? Inside steam tunnels.
Because they're selling energy.
Yep, with wood.
And they take the kids on the tours to show them the electrical
Oh my goodness, my mind is blown.
They show, and they use wood chips to heat the water. Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Steam tunnels.
And they do tours, and the kids are allowed to go down there, and there's people down there that put a hard hat on them and let them walk around. But
because it's history.
It is.
Yeah.
It's history. It's part of our history here.
Yeah.
So drip drop, you're full of yourself. You're making things up. Write a book.
Yeah.
Yes.
Stay out of this case.
Drama.
Drip Drop King.
Definitely fiction.
Steven's son.
Students make their mark. Let me zoom in on this photo here. Students love steam tunnels. When you're at a college, like the University of Idaho, students find out about the tunnels and then they want to explore. Word gets out. A lot of people wonder, did the house have a basement? Didn't the house have a basement? Let's analyze these photos and come to our own conclusion.
Let's.
Garage door.
You post your photos. We'll post our photos.
Yeah.
There we go. Let's get out the facts.
The average basement is about 6.5 to 7 feet tall. We can.
Did you want to point out that first slide was the garage door? This was the garage underneath the first floor was a garage.
University of Idaho, students find out about the tunnels and then they want to explore. Word gets out. A lot of people wonder, did the house have a basement? Didn't the house have a basement?
There you go.
All right. See this right here?
The blueprints.
This was the garage at one time. They've converted the garage into rooms.
Let's analyze these photos and come to our own conclusion. The average basement is about 6.5 to 7 feet tall. We can see these men standing here. I'm going to draw a straight line from the top of their heads, and those men are approximately 6 feet tall. And what do you know? That line comes to just underneath.
So, this is what he's talking about. So, if there were a basement, which clearly there's no basement, he screws up here too. This is the original building. Okay?
The first floor. Yeah. The parking level. was a garage.
First floor garage, second floor apartment. Okay.
Uh-huh.
This is the addition.
The second and the third floor. Yeah.
Second and third floor attached to the second floor. So there can't be an expansion joint, just an expansion joint of a slab against the slab. So they had to dig down a little bit right here and join the slab with rebar. That's what you have to do for code, at least here in Florida, and I'm sure there as well, so that they don't separate. So this is the addition that was built in 2000, along with this porch back here, along with this porch back here. This is the original. This is how uneducated this man is, who says this was the original and this was the addition.
Yeah. I can't see
That's where the second floor begins. In this area right here, that was an add-on. That was not originally part of the original.
Wrong.
Oh, crap.
This is the add-on. This is the original.
See, it says existing.
This roof was flat. They changed the pitch of the roof. They did this and they built this. This is on a hill. There's a hill that goes up back here. They leveled this out, I would suspect, without digging all this topsoil off. They compacted it with base. They built the slab. They poured the slab, put rebarb in it, connected it to this slab after they dug it down to here. Okay? So they dropped it down to run the rebarb in there. They built the additional. This is an addition to the second floor.
Yeah.
This is the third floor.
I just want to point out, John, that this is looking from the north side, on the opposite side of this. Yeah. Just so
this is the front. This is the back.
We can't see your pointer.
Okay. Well, the right side is the front, the left side is the back.
Yeah.
Why can't we see it on this one? We could see it before.
No,
Original house. Apparently, the original house was just the second and third floor. At least that's what I've been told anyways. Anybody with common sense that sees what's been happening with this case, with the genealogy testing, the lack of DNA, no evidence found in Brian Koberger's car, no evidence found in his apartment or his parents' house. There's a lot of...
And who told you that?
And there's 4 pages of evidence.
Mr. Drip, I'm about to give you some antibiotics for your drip. Okay, listen up. Listen up, Mr. Drip.
Go back to the circus.
No one told you that there was no evidence retrieved at the house, the apartment, the car, or anything. No one told you that, did they, Mr. Drip?
Nope.
That's your thoughts. That's your imagination. That's your bullshit.
Yep.
I would say that there was plenty of evidence taken. Did you not see the amount of evidence that was on the search warrant retrieval evidence sheets?
Yeah.
It's a lot of evidence. You may not think it's evidence, but who are you? Nobody.
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 Right.
You're a snot-nosed little kid with drip that needs some antibiotic, and I'm here to give it to you.
Mindy's right. He gets it all twisty.
Maybe he's Ronald McDonald's child.
Red flags. There's a lot of things that make you raise a bushy eyebrow wondering what's happening in this case. What's going on here? How could only a smidget nano microparticle of his DNA be found on the knife sheath, but nothing else that links to him? Keep putting an open.
And you know that how? Because Ann Taylor said that there wasn't? Because Ann Taylor doesn't have the evidence yet?
Right.
Remember that. So what she said a couple months ago could very well be true.
Right, because you didn't
Because it
have the
didn't
evidence at
exist.
the time. Yep.
The stuff is being processed. It's called building a case. It's called taking the evidence that you have, submitting it to labs, multiple labs, and waiting on the results.
Yep.
That's called building a case.
Yep.
It's called the culmination of evidence put together to build a case, which you are not qualified to opine on, Mr. Drip.
Been challenged to any viewer that views these videos. Show me the evidence. It's an actual open and shut case, and it happened exactly how they told us it happened. There wouldn't be so many red flags. There wouldn't be.
Really?
We did. We showed the evidence of the tunnels and door and the house and everything.
Show me the evidence that he's innocent.
Yeah.
Give
exactly.
me the exculpatory evidence that would result in him being released from jail, or just enough for a judge to decide that he's not a flight risk and it's 50-50 whether he did it or not, so let's give him a bond. Show me that, Mr. Drip, because Ann Taylor's been swearing that exculpatory evidence is out there. Where is it? Show me the money.
There is none.
Where's the beef? Oh, Mr. Drip.
His firecrackers ran out of gunpowder a long time ago.
His alibi
Talking about
doesn't even.
screams,
his alibi.
booms, and they're nothing but blanks.
Yeah.
So many holes in the story, we wouldn't be left wondering and speculating about all these oddities. Yeah, there's a lot of oddities, like the bloody shoe print that was found in front of Dylan Mortensen's bedroom door.
Oh, now it's a bloody shoe print. Where does it say it's a bloody shoe print?
Nowhere.
It says it's a latent shoe print.
Does it say latent bloody shoe print?
No,
Or
it's latent
footprint containing what appears to be blood? Does it say that?
No.
It doesn't say that, does it?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
I just want to make sure because, I mean, he says it, so it must be true.
Yeah, sure.
One shoe print? How come there's no bloody shoe prints leading to or from, though?
What?
I said he counts on people not going and checking behind his work.
Yeah.
Look, I've said this 1,000 times and I'll say it again. Just because this little wee man throws some makeup on his face and has a little dramatic tone to his voice, and he bounces up and he sits down in a chair and he sits down here behind a keyboard and a microphone and a camera, he must be telling the truth, right? That's automatic credibility.
Yeah.
He tried to convince everybody that a Purple Heart recipient had to have practice to kill somebody by going and filleting a dog.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's stepped way out of
Outrageous.
line, and he needs to have his. He needs to be just knocked off of his perch.
He has.
Because I think people have let this guy go a little too long, and he's become like a joke.
Yep.
100K subs. 100K subs.
He's got 100,000 subs.
Mm-hmm.
Before this case, he had like 12,000.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's because of the drama that because he puts together this little Let
Money.
me see what I'm thinking for myself today.
Yeah.
What I think about myself. He's kind of weird, in my opinion. People like weird.
Yeah, he's the oddity. That's
But he says,
one of our subs said that.
why are all these red flags up? Because people like you, Drip.
Yeah.
Put it out there.
Yep.
You have a following.
Yep.
I didn't realize there were that many stupid people in this world.
And 300K on his other channel.
Yeah.
Why?
That's because he still has the interviews on that one.
Wow.
I watched him when he did
one
that was
shoe
all right.
print.
What?
I watched him went back when he just showed the interviews, and I know they were like replays of some other channel, but it was still more interesting than spreading this gross misinformation.
Yeah, he did interrogation videos, and when there
Yeah.
wasn't any subtitles, he would watch them and he would write down. He would create the subtitles for it and
Yeah.
post them. You know, when the volume was low or the audio was messed up, and that's what he did. And he was really, really damn good at it. And then he got off into this shit.
Yeah.
So a lot of his subs from that channel are entertaining this one.
Yeah.
Accountability. Hey, Mr. Drip. I'm your worst nightmare, Mr. Eerie Clown. So all this crap that you keep putting forward now from moving forward, I have people, I could show you emails, people begging me to take you on.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome. It's going to happen.
We'll do more. Yep.
And I'll gladly do it because you're irresponsible. You're disgusting. You have no regard for this family. You have no regard for these victims. You're amongst the top 15 scum trash out there.
Has absolutely no regard for the survivors. Bethany and Dylan were cleared. They were cleared by 3 different agencies. They were cleared.
Now I'll tell you what. They're going to have their retribution. They're going to sue your ass. I promise you.
Because see, these creators, they're too egotistical to take these videos down before they get into some deep shit.
Yeah.
No, I hope they don't. Because it's just, again, building case. Like I've had 2 served. Well, 1, and the other one's in hiding, I keep saying, but we'll find him.
The 80s kid. The 80s kid said he's in Canada.
What?
The 80s kid said he's in Canada.
Yeah.
Who?
So that'll make it
the little Napoleon?
No, Mr.
No,
Drip.
Drip Drop.
Oh, who cares? I don't care where he is. Just know you're officially on the list. And I'm going to enjoy every minute of it.
That doesn't make sense unless there was a cleanup. These people won't even tell us how many people were at the crime scene before the police got there for the report of the unconscious person. They won't even tell us who was unconscious. Certainly, whoever committed this crime was covered in BLOOD and left that house, leaving a trail if they actually left the house.
Okay. And you know this how? I'm just wondering.
If they actually left the house. In other words, Bethany and Dylan.
Bethany and Dylan are the suspects. People.
Gross.
Do you actually comprehend what this little drip, pathetic piece of garbage, in my opinion, is actually implying here? He's implying that the 2 witnesses, these 2 young ladies, actually did this crime.
First, he was implying that Brent Kopaka and his best friend did it. and that they killed Buddy the dog, and that they took his collar, and they showed a blue ribbon wrapped around a machete. And
gross.
blue stands for mental health and veterans and a bunch of other stuff.
PTSD. Yeah.
PTSD, stuff like that. And
Yeah.
that he showed a picture of Buddy the dog when he was a puppy and he had a blue collar on. The color they found the dog in is black. They did a necropsy on the dog, and the dog had been torn up by wildlife. They said more than likely it was coyotes moving through the neighborhood. Also, they found a rabbit that was really close to that dog, and it was in the same shape the dog was in. So unless Brent Kopaka or Brian Koberger are streaking through the woods with a K-bar chasing wild rabbits, a human didn't kill those animals.
Right.
Yep. And I just had a hawk swoop down and an owl swoop down and try and take out one of my dogs last year.
Those talons are badass.
Hit my dog and actually had it flipping like 4 times. But big talon holes in its side. If I hadn't been there, would have probably killed my Jack Russell.
We have eagles here. We have eagles and we have big hawks, and they're dangerous to leave your animals outside.
Yeah.
Thank you, Karen. Is Karen still here? I know she might have left by now. I know it's late there. I'm so far behind in chat, guys. I'm sorry.
She's still here.
I know. That was a while ago.
But yeah, this guy's out of control. And again, we're talking about somebody that's never been challenged, not once, because he doesn't do lives. He does pre-recorded stuff. But guess what? I'm going to be analyzing every single one of your shows. My team's going to be analyzing it. And we are going to pick you apart and make you look so freaking not smart that you're going to regret doing these shows. I promise you, bud.
Exactly.
I promise you. I promise you. I promise you. We're going to have fun with you, my friend.
Dishing up some accountability.
They did to the DNA genealogy defense expert. They went to her home. They interviewed her. They asked her questions. They're saying allegedly her testimony wasn't truthful. Why wouldn't the prosecution just cross-examine her within the courtroom to try to catch her up on perjury or false testimony? No, he didn't even want to cross-examine her at all on the stand. That's sus. You know this whole thing is looking sus. Also,
everything to you is sus because law enforcement's involved. So everything that's related to law enforcement in your mind is sus. Because you probably hate law enforcement, in my opinion.
She
Typical.
impeached herself.
something very briefly I wanted to touch on. Dylan Mortensen is allegedly a star witness. It says right in the probable cause arrest affidavit, she saw the perpetrator. She can allegedly identify the perpetrator. But check out this clip I've discovered.
You have surviving witnesses to an incident at 3 or 4 in the morning, and the 911 call didn't come until noon?
I don't think I ever said that they were witnesses. I said they were there.
How does one individual, 4 people at night, and not wake up the other 2 roommates?
Our investigation will continue to look at all avenues of that investigation. I cannot disclose.
I'll answer that question again. It's called an ambush. It's called element of surprise. It's called being, as a victim, inebriated. It's called a 7-inch K-bar knife, wielding it in the hands of a 6'4" maniac. That's what it's called. That's how. Is that good enough for you guys? I hope it is.
Hey,
'cause I think
John.
this audience is pretty smart.
Hey, John,
Yeah.
Drip is
Yeah.
in chat. Drip is in
No,
chat.
he got timed out.
Who?
Drip. Well, it's supposed to be drip drop.
Chlamydia
No way.
Chlamydia clown is in
Where is he?
chat. He's in chat.
Are you serious?
Where's he at? Hey,
Yeah,
you want
he's
to come
still
up
in
on
chat.
panel? I'll
Yeah,
bring you up on panel, Jerky.
Let him come up on panel.
Oh,
Come on up on
please.
panel. Where you at?
You gotta give him a minute. He got
Drip
timed
drop.
out.
Yeah, he was here. It said message deleted by J Lord. Yeah, yeah. Drip drop.
Can we
Come
untime him
on up.
out? Here.
Come on up.
Hold on a second. I guess, John, can you untime him out?
I don't see him.
Go all
He's
the
up
way down
there,
to the
John.
go to 8:42 p.m. in your
Oh my
chat
goodness.
timestamp.
Do you see
Yeah,
it now, John?
you're way back there.
I'm at 11 something.
Yeah, you're way back there.
I need to go to 8:42.
Well, that's my time. So
Oh.
11:42. 11:42 your time.
Yeah, the wandering orphan says yes with lots of S's and exclamation points. It's right underneath that.
Yeah, bring him on up.
Oh, that would be great.
Yeah, I would love to have you there, buddy.
He's still in chat. Just time him out.
Yeah, he's there. It's just that his
you want to
message
come up
was
on panel?
deleted. Come on, Drip Drop.
Hold
Tell us
on.
about the basement theory and the magic door.
He had 600 seconds, so he's got to
Drop
wait.
the link. Drop the link,
Yeah,
Kelly.
yeah.
The magic door.
You said so. What? 11:42 my time.
It's not far
Yeah.
up, John, from the most recent chats.
8:42 my time, so it's 11:42 your time. You'll see. It says Drip Drop was timed out.
What did the little tyrant say?
Well, only you would know that.
Let's see. 11:42.
He said 426K subscribers between two channels. Yeah, I know, Drip Drop. I supported you when you were doing interrogations.
Oh, I got it right here.
What world are you living in? Not a single creator will work with you. So you work with Kelly D and Crafton Barnes. What's that mean? Instead, get a grip. This is just cheesy.
Cheesy? Are you scared because I haven't covered you yet?
Cheesy.
Are
Come
you
on, Drip
scared
Drop.
because I haven't covered you yet, you little weasel?
He's got
Right.
makeup all over his face, but we're cheesy.
Here, Drip Drop.
Yeah.
Here's the link.
You know what, dude? You know what? Hey, Drip, I haven't covered you because you're a joke, bro.
Here you go,
You're
Drip
an
Drop. Come on up.
absolute joke. I asked them.
Come on up. No makeup.
Take you guys, take you on forever. But you're a freaking joke, man. I don't even take you serious.
No.
You're like the furthest thing from my mind because I don't even get you're a joke.
You lost your way. Come on, Drip.
So what does he say? 426 subscribers between two channels. What world are you living in? Not a single creator will work. Why would I want to work with any other creator that acts like you? I've got plenty of creators that have
awesome creators that
wanted to work with me and talk with me. Like-minded.
Absolutely.
Not idiots like, in my opinion, like you. Let's see. So you have Kelly D and Crafton Barnes.
Hi, Drip Drop.
Get a grip.
What's
This is just
Crafton
cheesy.
Barnes?
What's cheesy about it, Drip? That you've been walking on thin ice, probably wondering when is he going to get to me, because I'm about the most egregious of all of them.
Hey, Drip, why don't we talk about morphometric analysis of stab wounds by MSCT and MRI after the installation of contrast medium to prove there was no machete involved? Why don't we talk about that?
Yeah, what about that?
Why don't we talk about that, Drip?
Yeah.
Why don't we talk about how they shoot contrast medium in those wounds and they light up like cancer on a PET scan? Why don't we talk about that, Drip? Yeah.
Mr. Drip lost me. What does Roger Land
he's
say?
still
Mr.
here.
Drip lost me when he had an episode where he said that suspect parachuted. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. He parachuted. Somebody parachuted from a plane. The suspect it landed. He came down and landed on the floor. Yeah, Drip, you hold a lot of credibility. That's one of the reasons why too. I've just never even thought of you, man.
Let's talk
'Cause
about
you're
the
a
Odin
freaking
vampire
fool.
cowboys.
You are an absolute joke.
Let's talk about the Odin vampire cowboys.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Odin.
yeah, there we go.
Yeah, yeah.
Come on out, Drip Drop.
Yeah.
Kelly and I
In
talked
the
about
frat
Did you drop
fight club.
the link, Kelly?
Let's talk about it.
Yeah, I did. I'll
Yeah,
drop it
Drip.
again.
We dropped the link for you, buddy. I am. Let me
But
see.
we're cheesy.
Hey, Drip Drop, we found your stock photos that you put of the Cowboys in your last video. They're stock photos.
Yeah, you're unblocked.
Not hard to find on the internet.
Come on out, Drip Drop. See backstage.
There you go. I even posted your comment here for everybody to
There
see.
we go.
Now, come on up.
And you're bragging about how many subs you got. That's going to weigh in real good when you get that civil suit filed against you.
Yeah.
Or should I say civil suits? In my opinion.
Oh, we're cheesy.
426,000 subs. Woo! Cha-ching!
Man, oh
Damn,
man.
I'm going to love taking you down.
It's for his baby Drip.
Come on, Drip Drop. See backstage yet?
Well,
Bring your
I am
dolly,
unblocked you,
with
so
you.
you're good to go, Drip. So anytime you want to click, come on in. But I'm going to continue with the show. Coward.
Here you go. I'll post it for you.
You need that
again.
information. I don't even know that information at this point in time, and that's why we're continuing to investigate.
Well, honestly, everything that we've seen recently has kind of brought me back to one of my original theories.
Oh, here we go. We got Jules and Dago when they were teamed up. Now Jules doesn't work with anybody else.
Yeah. It's a mess.
Since before we even had a suspect.
Drama with those.
And that was. I
That
can't remember.
these two definitely, because I haven't put this out there. I was kind of advised, against it.
So was I. It's okay.
Right at the very beginning, the fact that they took 8 hours, I don't.
Okay, so she was advised against putting what she's about to put out there because it came from who? Who did it come from, ladies? The famous, infamous WSU Kim.
Yeah, she
So-
doesn't deserve that title.
So she was warned not to give WSU Kim much credibility. Yet she says this.
Both of them
but
were.
She debunked her a little while ago.
Oh yeah. Of course, it took her
She's the
so
one
long.
that debunked WSU Kim. Yeah, it was pretty comical.
It was.
I don't care what anyone says. That's unacceptable.
100%.
And I know that some things are just like hearsay, and everyone wants to just
Let me
believe
back it up
everything
a
that the
little
cops lay out. But the cops are not going to tell us things that neighbors and locals will that are
Right.
there and experiencing things.
Right.
So I take what the mom at WSU mom, the Kim lady, I take what she says, like, I find some relevance into what she's saying, and a lot of it has always fallen into them telling us from the beginning that these people summoned other people over there,
Yeah.
and all of that falls into this. So then here now with this.
So she finds credibility and relevance into what WSU Kim is saying. Jules, now you fooled us all. Then you came with your whole little tirade debunking WSU Kim. So did you have to eat your words? I don't know. Or was it after I debunked WSU Kim? I don't know.
Most recent information, it's not just Dylan that heard and saw and was lame as hell and didn't call 911. Now it's both of them,
Right.
and that just
Yeah.
makes it even worse. And how do
This she said something that the AI took it just took it out. She comes back and says the same thing again.
I don't know what happened there, but
more into it because I
It's
didn't
with
want
the
to
AI.
harass
Something she
Dylan
said
at that
I
time.
didn't
'Cause
like.
we
Now look
have
at this
not
face right
heard
here.
one word.
Oh yeah. Look at that face.
Look at that face. She's
Jeez.
always pissed off.
Like my grandma says, better to be pissed off than pissed on.
Anything about
That's
nor
right.
from
My dad said
Bethany
the
at
same
all.
thing.
And I'm like, where the hell is she at? You know?
But we haven't heard from any of them.
Yeah,
Anything
well,
that we are hearing is literally just from what the cops are telling us from the PCA. Neither one of them even showed up to like the memorial. They had a letter written. That didn't.
Yeah, you know why? Because it was a media fiasco. That's why. They're the two sole survivors in a quadruple red rumming. They're not going to just show up at a place like that, Miss Know-It-All. Use your common sense. It's one of the most horrific crimes in a long, long time, and probably in Idaho's history and WSU's and Washington's history. Yeah.
Itself was weird to me.
That was very, very shifty. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. And you're right. If she doesn't have anything that she's like worried about, why not just come to court? Why are you scared to cross back over that state line?
Right. It's you flew in a bag like it's not a damn big deal.
Scared to cross over that state line? This chick is unbelievable.
Deal, you know? What's
Yeah.
the big deal
Make it
now?
make sense,
So,
woman.
I have a lot of problems with this. I want to know why it's such a detrimental issue for her to be there. What she's afraid of, what she's been told to not do, possibly, what she does know that she's not telling. Now, see, there's all these other crazy rumors that are running around about naked men running through the house and this and that and all that other fun,
Yeah.
crazy stuff.
All right.
You know,
All I know about that is this. If she was in her bedroom, she can't see the.
See, I don't know what it is with her, but
opened her door, saw this man walking towards her, and he walked past her and out the door. I find it hard to believe that, one, she did not latch the door to lock it if she was worried, for one. Two, I find it hard to believe that she went back in her room and locked the door and never came back after 8 hours, because if it was me or anybody else, I think, after seeing him walk out of the house, I'd be curious and I would go back out to see where he came from and what was around there.
Yeah, but they never said she saw him leave.
Well, it was.
It's implied, but it's not. It's not
implied, alleged.
Yes.
Yes. So who could have walked through that scene without making tracks or marks or something?
Or who walks into that scene and still calls 911 for an unconscious person? And like, I understand, like I did a video about this, about their verbiage and stuff, and how if they can't get the specifics out in the first like 10 seconds, they just throw unconscious person out there as like a default. But there's no way at this point that they are still sticking to that story that they called for an unconscious person. You cannot walk into that house after 8 hours and not be bombarded by the smell of death.
You couldn't be in that house after 8 hours and not smell that smell either.
No.
Listen, I did 17 years in the fire service, EMS, all that stuff, guys. I've been on multiple scenes. I've been on
Thank you, Kimberly.
unaliving scenes. I've been on self-unaliving scenes. I've been on it when blood leaves a smell. Okay, especially after it sits for hours and ferments. There's a smell to it. It's period. There's a smell.
It's not just
Yeah,
blood,
it
sir.
really
Your body
depends
gets rid of
on the
all kinds of
temperature in the
stuff.
house.
That's right. When a body is deceased.
All right, so
wow,
there's a lot of variables there.
That depends on the temperature in the house. And from what they say, that glass door was left wide open, and it was what, the coldest night?
It's
In
28
Idaho,
degrees.
yeah, it was like 28 degrees outside.
So
those
here's
bodies
what
were
happens.
refrigerated.
You know, and what he said has some validity there. A lot of times when you expire, you do defecate. It happens. You lose control of your bowels. Things like that happen. But you're not going to smell. What you smell in blood is the iron, and you will smell that after a period of time. But you're not going to smell that immediately. You're not going to walk through and go, "Oh yeah, somebody just killed somebody in here." No,
Well,
that's not
I
how it
mean,
works.
let's talk about the evacuated bowels. Somebody could have played that off like Murphy probably took a shit upstairs and nobody's cleaned it up yet.
Exactly. But their points are not valid. They're ridiculous.
It evacuates itself. Okay, there's things that come out that you'll smell. I mean, death has a smell, and the story. That's all there is. And
It looks like old A.R. Hayes sending a message. F you. You're all idiots. A.R. Hayes. Well, I'm just going to have to go in and get that email you sent me where you're basically, where your old A.R. Hayes sends in his, first of all, he's like, the F you, hate you, this, that, blah, 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 MFer. And then I respond to him. And he sends me this super nice email back. Good luck to you and your show. Blah, blah, blah. I'll just have to post that, Mr. A.R. Big Mouth Hayes. You think you're some badass because you spent half of your life in prison? What did you say? 27 years of your life? You have 38 felonies. What, am I supposed to be impressed with that? Am I supposed to give you a hall pass because you're a career criminal?
No, but you better be scared if you ever see him with the breakfast jelly.
Yeah, right. Am I supposed to be mortified or petrified or concerned about your little 5'6", 125-pound ass? I don't think so. You're a keyboard tough guy. You think that you can get out of going to work, in my opinion, after you've done all this time in prison and start a chat or start a show and get on all these other shows and steal all their subs and make your wife believe like you're going to be this great success, go to hotels and have the skylight in Vegas in the background like you're something. Yeah, we kind of ended that, didn't we? You want me to proceed?
Hey, everybody, I can afford this hotel room, but I can't afford dentures.
Yeah. Hey, everybody, I can afford this hotel room, but I don't think if they knew my criminal history that my wife would be allowed to bring me to this hotel, considering the fact that she's got access to keys, allegedly. I'm not positive, but you alluded to the fact that she cleans rooms or something to that effect. So she must have access to keys, but I'm just guessing, I'm just kind of putting it out there. Yeah, and then when I sent you my response and alluded to that, you became Mr. Ass Kisser. You sure you want to continue down this? Because it says F you, A.R. Hayes. I'm not a tough guy. Trust that. Nothing to fear here. Well, what do you want me to say, buddy? You want to come up on panel? I'll bring you up on panel. You're a loser. You're a 38-time loser, half your life loser that is trying to convince people that you're a changed man. Because you know what? I'll be honest with you, because you're still a loser. You've done you've done your time. You've done this. You've done that. I don't care. For a man to have gotten out of prison and done all that you've done to align yourself with the people you're aligning yourself with makes no sense to me. Seems like you would align yourself with the good guys.
You know what don't make any sense to me is how somebody that's been caught and convicted 38 times could possibly try to tell us how somebody was to get away with this crime.
Right.
I mean, you can't even get away with misdemeanors and petty felonies, much less a murder. How the hell do you know how to commit a murder?
He says, you can't be honest. I can't be honest. I'm being honest. You're a loser.
Truth hurts.
You will always be a loser. Period. That's why you're not working now to your own admission. You're trying to build this thing on the internet because you can't get a job.
Did you see the video A.R. Hayes made where he said there's no way that he could have committed this crime without getting DNA in his car?
Yeah.
I mean, is he that stupid?
Hey, you know what? This is what we're all to believe, everyone. We're all to believe that this man can opine on these cases because he's a horrible criminal.
Yeah. The worst of them all.
He's got 38 convictions, according to him, felony convictions. And that makes him a great analyst. Because he's a crappy crook, he's a great analyst. Trying to figure that one out. Anyway, let me go back to this.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what, can you explain what that is to me?
Okay.
Sorry, I just don't know.
Oh, this is beautiful. All right. So let's explain this.
Oh, wow.
So this is old Mr. Rory running a ruse on all of you. Pulling the wool over your eyes. Because you can clearly hear who this guest is in the background. We all know him now. We all know who he is, don't we?
This was his first visit to Moscow. He got in a hotel, stayed there a whole week, and he was chasing kids down and doing stupid lies and getting kicked out of bars. And he comes up with this guy. He comes up with a man who says he knows exactly what happens. And you'll see who this person is on the phone.
Yeah, he actually was sitting outside having a drink on the phone, recording his live, and they kicked him out. Kicked him out of the club.
Yep.
That was pretty funny. That was classic.
He got kicked out of Jack in the Box, too.
And then he gets this hot tip, and he goes, whoa, I got a hot tip from someone that knows exactly what happened. And you'll see who the hot tip is.
His informant, a little loony himself.
This is where the old drug stuff starts right here.
This is nasty.
Okay.
There's like kings and queens.
Right. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Okay, I'm like a bishop. I was like a bishop.
Okay.
I stopped doing it in 2003.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so this is old Tommy Jude that's talking to him, and he's acting like he doesn't know who it is. So he's telling he's telling Rory that he was like a bishop with the drug kingpins.
The distribution, yeah.
He's in a distribution network, and he's not a king, not a queen, but he's not a pawn, but he's a bishop. So he's middle of the road, doper.
I gotta get some more coffee. I'm here.
Wow.
He's international. He's fucking international. They keep moving around. They moved around from South Carolina to, all the major places that shit comes from. And take a look at him once. Him and his daughter.
Okay.
And then, of course, you got Xana and Maddie that worked there.
So Zanny was the target.
Zanny was the target.
Shit.
That's, yeah.
This guy's making me sick.
Here's what I heard. I heard that Maddie flushed
A bunch of drugs down the toilet or something?
a bunch of drugs down the toilet. That Xana was in control. So I think the targets are both Xana and Maddie.
So is that why Maddie said, I told Adam everything, and then that one dude's like, man, they're going to get you? So that's what that was?
They're going to get you for this. That whole town is
Projection leading.
I know. I know, dude. I have a couple people like, I want to say this to you. I want to tell you this, but I can't because something fucking's going to happen to me. And I'm just like.
That's
So
a
he's
crock
got a
of
couple
shit.
people out there that are afraid to talk because something's going to happen to them.
Listen, when they were walking back and they were going towards the grub truck, and she was telling Maddie, or they were talking to each other and said, I told Adam everything. That's about the time that dude said, let's get you some food.
Yes.
It's exactly what he said, but what you can make out clearly is get you. That's what you can make out. And it was let's get you some food. Because they were hammered.
Yeah.
Exactly. He knew.
Like, what's going to happen to you? Like, who's making you so scared?
Right. Wait till you see what this guy looks like. Then you know why.
Wow. Yeah, man. You can send me those links. That'd be fantastic.
I'll send you the links.
Okay.
And we'll wait till you see his name.
There he is.
He's Russian?
There he is, right there.
He's Greek.
They're international, dude. This is like bigger than I ever was.
See, dude, I knew there was something way more in this
Hang on a
case.
second. They're international, but they're worried about a little bit of dope. Wait a minute. They're international, but they're worried about a little bit of dope.
Yeah, 250 G's worth of dope.
Every cartel hit I've ever seen that involved a knife, they actually dismember the people. They dismember them. And if they were missing that much dope, that house would have been tore up with them looking for dope or money. You don't go in there and kill 4 people and not look for the shit that caused you to kill them.
Cuban neckties, you ever heard of those?
It's not pretty when a cartel uses a knife. Let's put it that way. You end up in pieces.
Well, generally they wouldn't use a knife.
I want to clear it up for the chat. A lot of people are not understanding who this guy is. When this happened, this was shortly after the tragedy, and Rory scooted his butt down there and opened his laptop and started his channel. And now it's pretty big channel now.
Right.
And the guy that's on the phone was what he said an insider, which we now know is Tommy. And now he has his own show, which is got lots of subs too.
But they're all from the same place. So
they all come together.
What everyone needs to realize is they come from all the same place. So most of them come from Dago's show. So Dago he's the spawn of all this evil that gets dispersed from his show. So what happens is he lets them come on the panel, and then he says, hey, go over to Rory's show and here, take my subs. And then that guy will network to another guy and take those subs, and they'll all come back to Dago or whoever put them out. This guy does the same thing. But if you look at their shows, they're all the same subs. They're all the same people. It's like I said, in my opinion, it's kind of like a cult. Mm-hmm. This guy, A.R. Hayes, he wouldn't have maybe 100 subs if it wasn't for Dago. Dago put him on this pedestal, and I confronted Dago about it. I said, you got this guy, A.R. Hayes, on a pedestal. I didn't put him on a pedestal. The hell you didn't. You think he's the cat's meow. It's unbelievable.
Through this or anything, but my suspicions are very high that it's not just trafficking drugs.
Okay.
Because, it's international. The hub. That it's a hub. Now, did that get explained?
Okay, yeah. You kind of briefly explained that, but so Moscow is a hub from, so San Diego goes through there, and then it goes to Alaska, and then it goes to.
Okay, so that all was said then. Okay.
Okay.
So that would. All right. That's what that's kind of important, I think.
No, it's very important.
Hey, John. Sorry to interrupt. Karen just put out that J-Rod just went live and he's streaming our show. Okay. Away we go again. Thanks, Karen.
J-Rod, I'm gonna do a strike on this, pal.
Yeah.
Stream my show live and I'll own you. I will.
Good eye, Karen. Good eye, Karen.
Bye,
Awesome, Karen. We love you.
Okay. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, okay.
The community would love them. They would donate to the community. They will own businesses. They will own, like, a restaurant, a bar, a club, a hotel. Actually, that's kind of big. There might be a hotel in the area that they use. There would be, and they use the businesses to wash money.
Okay, yeah.
It needs to be washed. Like I said, people really like the person. And they get along good. They like those small college towns because they go in there and they can get ponds.
You think, oh, that's right. Okay, so around 3 a.m. is when you believe that Xana and Ethan got taken out, and then what, Maddie and Xana?
so they can get pawns, so they can get clients to buy their dope. Because this is the drug hub, according to old Mr. Conspiracy Theorist Tommy G.
These dealers are making enough money to where they have to open business so they could launder money, and they're worried about a small amount of dope that you could flush down a toilet, and it's enough to kill 4 people over. Do you understand how stupid that sounds?
Yep.
Big fish like that don't worry about crumbs.
But
period.
it's a believable, plausible story. Yep. This guy, Rory, is an absolute tool. He facilitated this little fake meeting, this little stunt right here, because that's what it was. It was a stunt. Oh my goodness. Here we go. We got this guy right here who knows everything, and he's spilling the beans, and he's proving that this was a drug hub, that house was all about dope. That's what this little weasel did. I kid you not, man. And people bought his crap. I can't even believe it.
I came home about a little later.
Zana and Maddie were the targets, and they were waiting for Maddie to get home. They already had Zana and Ethan. And the girls knew what was going on. I mean, there's no way in hell unless they were really zonked out from
Partying. Yeah.
Unless they're really zonked out or something, because there's no way in hell that they did not. I mean, Zana had, her fingers almost cut off, dude. You know what I mean? She was screaming bloody murder. And that's just bullshit.
That's some bullshit right there. So
everybody is scared, and there's a king that lives there. I'm telling
There's a drug king that lives there.
I did. Did you see my last
Wait a minute. Fentanyl was involved, and the girls were on fentanyl.
video? It's called
I'm walking down the street.
Drug House. I know. That's what I've been saying.
In mid stride. Did y'all see them stop in mid stride? You see the people in Philadelphia? Do you see them just stopped in mid stride like they're asleep, standing up? Did any of us see any symptoms of fentanyl use in those videos? Absolutely not.
These people
It's so ridiculous.
Unbelievable.
They are.
If you've gone to any of these shows, anyone, just out of curiosity, and you've hit that subscribe button, go back and look and make sure that it doesn't say you're subscribed. And if you feel the way that we feel, then unsubscribe. And if you're a member, deactivate your membership, because these people don't deserve any clicks.
Please, Zana did not do drugs. She was not a drug dealer. She was not the target. Jeez, it makes me so mad. I want to jump in the screen and shake him.
Yeah, it's too much. It's too much.
It's been a drug hub.
It's well known it wasn't just a drug hub, it was the drug house.
That's what I've been saying. Stuff out there talking about, I know.
No. And the dark tinted windows.
It would not be a drug hub.
Demetrius's brother's got the car just like that.
I heard about that. So there's so much.
I've seen pictures. Yeah.
So do you think Demetrius' brother may have something to do with it? They called.
Well, I'm sure he's probably a bishop too.
Okay.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then there's the younger pawns, the younger kid, and Emma. She probably turned from a pawn to a bishop.
Into a bishop.
When she started going with Demetrius.
Oh, she was big. She was like her and Demetrius were the ones.
Nobody, no drug dealer is going to leave a shitload of dope with a bunch of females because they can be strong-armed so easy for it. That don't happen either.
Well,
small amount, yeah, but only if they've got like a guy with them. They're not just, females by themselves. No.
I hope Demetrius and what's her face are hearing this man accuse them of being drug kingpins. If you guys are, then you need to take this and email me detectivejohn68@gmail, and I will send you this clip, and you can go after old Mr. Rory for his irresponsible allegations of you being drug kingpins. Just putting it out there.
So
Right.
yeah, right.
Yep.
This is amazing, man. Absolutely, bro.
So Mortensen left Moscow earlier this year, said Monroe, Mortensen's stepmother. That's another great point. She got out of Moscow, or they call it Dodge, as fast as possible. What are you doing back there? Bethany Funk is terrified to go back to Moscow. She wouldn't even want to go back to the state of Idaho. She is terrified. But yeah, Dylan's just, she don't care. She's go back to pretty much to the scene of the crime. If you're back in Moscow, that's the scene of the crime. And you're partying?
That just might be because Bethany, Dylan is really sure that Brian Koberger's the one that did it.
I agree. Who said that? I am demanding DM be charged and arrested. Amen. Thank you for Blue Flame. Amen. A freaking man.
What?
This girl needs to be okay. You know what? She at least needs to be interrogated like a motherfucker.
She already has been.
Hi, Miss Mortensen. How are you? I'm so glad you had a great Halloween party. Let's go have a little talk though, because you are suspicious as hell. You've never made any sense. Your story is dog shit. Okay? No more lies. You didn't sit there for 8 hours. You sat there for 8 hours because you were trying to think of how to get out of Dodge and how to get out of a very sticky situation. You knew exactly what happened. You heard all of it. And no one is dumb enough to sit there for 8 hours and not call 911. I'm sorry. You thought about that. You made that choice. And you tried. You called whoever you could. I can't wait to see your phone records. You called anyone and anyone you could think of to get you out of there.
Who is this guy?
It's evil.
He lives there by you? He lives there, right?
Somewhere over there in Washington or something.
In the beginning of all of his videos, he's walking around Mirabeau Park in Spokane Valley. And he's done some of his shows from there. So, yes, he's in the area, or at least his job takes him here.
If this was a cartel hit, everybody in that house would be dead. Period.
It's not a cartel hit. This is all.
That's why
everyone knows this is all
this
BS.
theory does not make any sense. It does not fit the crime scene at all.
And
the drug cartel hit does not come near this crime scene.
It's him just dramatizing stuff to get clicks. That's all it is. Him fabricating lies to get clicks. Him being irresponsible and trying to build his base with lies.
I'd be willing to bet $1 million. I'd be willing to bet $1 million that this caller is even fake.
That's Tommy Jude.
It's Tommy Jude.
Oh, that's Tommy Jude?
Yeah.
Mr. Stabs the Air and the Air One?
Yeah, that's Tommy
Holy
Jude.
Shit.
This is before Tommy Jude had his show. This was all a freaking fake ass premeditated
I fought the air and
event.
the Air One. I fought the air and the Air One.
And I gasped for air.
I don't know. Again, it wasn't there. I don't know. But that's what makes the most sense to me, because what you were telling me and the affidavit he's telling me and everything else you're telling us makes no sense. Done with the lies. Okay. So Monroe was married to Mortensen's father, Brent, and helped raise Dylan from the age of 7 until almost her graduation from high school. So I would assume this is the stepmother. So she told the New York Post she remained close to the family, and Mortensen was okay. She said there's a lot of guilt because, if someone says, oh, well, Dylan's so lucky, you don't want to take on that luck because of all the children deserve luck. They all deserve to be spared from that. That is absolutely true. See, here's another problem I have with this.
Now he's going to walk it back.
There's two survivors in this, okay? Right? We got Bethany and we got Dylan. Now, Bethany is acting like the way you're supposed to, okay? She's terrified. She's saying nothing. Okay, she didn't want to talk to Ann Taylor. Okay, she didn't want to talk to nobody. She is terrified. So to me, she is acting like she heard something, and maybe she did see somebody naked running out that back door. But here's the problem, okay? And we're gonna look where Bethany's room is.
Hey, hold on. Prime Jelly Flavor is saying the Wandering Orphan called that lady out a hoe, and what? Hey, mods, handle this. Whatever it is.
We got it.
It's a drug cartel hit, but the drug cartel hitman got naked before he left. Now that's the story. Now you got to keep up with it.
It's true. And I'm gonna let you know, I got a phone call from someone we know very well, who's a very reputable source, saying that there's an attorney that has filed an affidavit saying that Bethany has testified that she saw a naked man running out that back door. Now here's the problem. Where's Bethany's room? Bethany's room is in the basement at the front of the house, on the first floor. So that would mean she probably heard something, ran upstairs, and then right as she got to the kitchen, she sees somebody booking it out the back door. So what does that say? She's awake, and the guy, if
And where did you see that? And where did you hear that? I don't think the PCA said that she saw him booking out the back door, did it?
Nope.
Did it say running? Did it say hastily walking?
Nope.
Did it say anything like that?
No.
It said towards
what
the
did it
door.
say,
It
everyone?
did not say that he went through the door. It said he was walking towards the door. She locked herself in her room in a frozen shock phase. Very plausible and believable.
she's awake, and her and Dylan were texting each other, and she probably ran up. So that means she had to be on the second floor. Now, how did she miss blood? How did she not go? Now, here's the problem with Bethany is why are you not doing your due diligence and start looking around, asking questions, yelling, Xana, Ethan, what's up? Are you okay? Maddie, Kaylee, what's going on? Okay, that should alert Murphy as well. Okay, if those two girls start yelling and screaming, what the hell's going on? Turning on lights like you're supposed to.
Guess
like
what?
A normal person.
Testimony from Kaylee's parents said that dog didn't bark. Rarely. My mother-in-law has a Labradoodle, same dog basically, a little bit different. Rarely barked. You could walk in the house, that dog wouldn't bark at you. So again, talking out of your ass, Rory. All dogs don't bark.
The Gonzalezes said the dog didn't bark much.
That's what I just said. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm just angry at this guy because this show was done this week.
Yeah. That's what's disgusting.
And they're blaming Dylan. And that's what we're going to see.
He should start barking his little balls off. But it sounds like none of that happened. What the hell happened that night, guys? Dylan, what happened that night?
I'll tell you what happened. A madman came in, went up the stairs to the third floor, walked into Maddie's room, jumped on the bed, took her life, woke Kaylee up, took her life, went back downstairs, encountered either Ethan or Xana. Don't know yet. We will know. Just wasn't planning on going after them, but took her life or took his life, vice versa, went in the bedroom, took the other one's life, walked out of the room, walked out the back sliders and left. That's what happened. The end.
You know damn well. I get so frustrated with this girl. I'm sorry, guys. I get so heated with this girl. And you know what? I can't. Now that I thought about it, I can't let Bethany off the hook really either. I think these two are both. Something happened. I don't know if they were texting each other back and forth. saying, hey, we got to figure this out. Something happened, but we can't be involved. Like, call whoever the hell you got. That's a really good question. So we just talked about it. It has something to do with that possible person running out the back door. And I said, what did I just say? Was that if she did see somebody running out the back door, she's not downstairs, she's upstairs. And then why is she not going over to Dylan and say, hey, we should probably take a look around. We should start call Kaylee, call Maddie, call whoever the hell. And if they aren't answering, then call Jack Decor to come over. Call Sigma Chi. Call whoever you have to. Everybody, that house should have been swarmed at like 4 or 5 in the morning to see what the hell happened. Nothing happens for 8 hours. Why? What is your excuse for not getting your cell phone out and immediately calling 911? You don't emerge for 8 hours? No, that's it. No. Quit talking to me like I'm stupid. Quit talking to everybody in the chat room and everybody else out there like we're stupid, because we're not. Start, asking what happened, and they look around, and then they eventually call 911 within a reasonable amount of time. I cannot find anything in my research where anybody was in a shock phase for 8 hours. This would be the first time I could find. Anybody else? If you've heard of this before, please let me know.
Such an idiot.
You want to read that, Kelly?
The fight, flight, or freeze response refers to involuntary physiological changes that happen in the body and mind when a person feels threatened. It can cause rapid breathing, flushed skin, tense muscles, and more. The response exists to keep people safe, preparing them to face, escape, or hide from danger. However, people can experience this response whether the danger is real or not, which can lead to this response activating in situations where it is not necessary. People can also react to perceived threats in different ways. It got cut off.
I cannot find another incident where somebody had a shock phase for 8 hours. I haven't found it. You know why? Because it doesn't happen.
Liar.
It doesn't happen. Not for that long. No way. No way.
You cannot do psychotherapy or psychoeducation when people are frozen, because when you're frozen, nothing can come into your brain until the frozenness is stopped.
100%.
Rory,
well,
you're not very smart.
It's not only that. When you have an adrenaline dump,
yep,
and considering she's on alcohol, when I was in my little situation where I did what I did, after I stabbed my attacker, they picked him up, and after 30 minutes, I took a shower, and I slept for 10 hours. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not supposed to be able to sleep after something like that happens, but I slept for a solid 10 hours, and it was the best sleep I ever had.
Yep.
Yeah. Because you escaped death.
Yep.
And you knew it.
Yep. Your mind takes over.
Thank you. I do feel like I'm a bit of a chatty Cathy tonight, but thank you.
Yeah, you sure
I appreciate
are.
it. It's fun. It's like
I wouldn't say chatty Cathy. I would say chatty Richard.
a little nervous to kind of
Yeah.
come out, since I've been gone for like a month, and come out by myself. So you never really think.
Oh, let's talk about that a little bit.
Come out by myself.
So old Crime Analysis 101 starts to expose old Rory and his crew. I exposed that Sergeant Friday guy for saying that he hopes that BK gets off. If he's guilty, he hopes he gets off on a technicality to teach Americans a lesson.
Yeah,
That's what that guy actually said on this guy's show. We did a show about it, exposing Rory and his little clan of nut jobs.
Yes, Sergeant Flaccid Friday.
Yeah, and guess what? Old Rory decided he was going to shut it down for a while. He won't admit to it, but I had a little birdie tell me that he was actually considering not coming back because we had such a negative impact on him and his fiance and what was going on there. Hey, that's just what I heard. But he has been gone for a month. Right when I took an interest to him and called him out.
Yep.
Seems like none of these people want to admit that we're having an effect on them.
And John, before that, he was complaining that Bethany was not being seen anywhere.
Yeah.
Where's Bethany? Where's Bethany? Where's Bethany? She comes out and she goes to a Halloween party, and now everybody's wanting her locked up and interrogated, and shame on her. It's just disgusting. And we're gonna see all these creators now bash Bethany.
Yep.
And I'm just sick over it.
Me too.
Well, these are sick people. These are sick people. That's what they are.
Yeah,
about online backlash and trolls until you deal with it, and it's just a really hurtful thing. I challenge anyone to be in a position where they wake up to 4 of their friends' roommates gone, and not even realizing it. Well, here's the problem, lady. She didn't wake up to it. She was awake during the whole time and waited 8 hours to call the cops. So once again, you are not giving the proper information that you are supposed to be giving here. Okay.
So did he just do that? Did he actually just kind of attack a lady that was trying to be rational and say, "Hey, look, you don't know what she was going through. You
don't know if she had headphones on half the time that she was in her bedroom and had them off the other half of the time. He don't know if she had her headphones on and just happened to not be listening to anything and just happened to hear something either.
Right.
So, I mean, these people are clueless.
Sophie's mom too said, "Well, maybe he did it since he knows so much about the crime."
Right.
Ooh,
right. Subscribers are so smart.
Maybe we ought to just put that out there. Rory, did you do this crime? I mean, it's like, wow, you seem to know so much, buddy.
Nobody can give me the evidence that shows BK is innocent.
Is that a normal size forehead?
Drip Drop's still here, but he doesn't want to come up, I guess.
Where's old Drip Drop? Come on up, buddy. The link's in there.
I can give it to you again. Just let me know. Yeah.
Once again, mainstream media just pushing a narrative and not doing their due research. You're supposed to edit that out or at least question her, like, are you sure she was awake? What is she see? So what is Dylan Mortensen? This is the question we need to ask. What is Dylan Mortensen saying in private to her mom, her dad, her friends? What is she saying in private? And one of them supposedly saw somebody walk out the back door, 5'10", clad in black, bushy eyebrows.
Up to 5'10".
Got to keep on this girl. Got to keep on her till she cracks. You continue to act like you don't care about your 4 friends that tragically and for no damn good reason got taken out right mere feet from you. Let's be honest. Mere feet from Miss Mortensen, right directly above her and right across from her.
Disgusting.
I would never be able to get over that. I would never, ever be able to get over that. Ever. That's just me. That's just me. That is just me. I'm surprised that they didn't hear anybody come in through that backdoor slider right there. That is super close. Okay,
like
so Dylan
was supposed to die.
Direct proximity.
So,
no.
Are you telling me that I couldn't walk up to that back porch and slide that slider open without being heard? Is that what he wants us all to believe?
Yeah.
Idiot.
Rory, do you live in the real world? Honestly, have you lived a life at all on this planet? Seriously? This is a guy that just spews words out of his mouth and hopes they come together. That's what I believe. He's an absolute, in my opinion, moron. He's got no substance to anything that he says.
But he's
just
making
trying
money.
to stay relevant.
He's making that money. Shame on him.
To both of these murders, right above her and right across from her. And you're going to tell me that you didn't hear a goddamn thing? Okay, you saw the guy allegedly walk by your door at, well, that would have to be about 4:17, 4:18 a.m. in the morning, because he's out the door and in the car at 4:20. Okay? So what happens at 4:17? So 4:17, there is a loud thud. I'm going to assume right about here, because the house over here to the side catches that on camera. Okay, the Ring camera catches that thud at 4:17. So that would mean right directly after that thud happens, whoever walks right past Dylan's door. She has it open for the third time and walks out the back door. Now, here's where Bethany comes in. Okay, did we see where Bethany's room is? Bethany's room is directly below Dylan's. Now, these two are texting each other.
No, it's not.
Right above each other, right when the crimes are occurring. Very interesting. Are they hearing the same thing at the same time, since they are practically in the same part of the house, just right above and below each other?
No,
Okay, so let's look at this again.
All right. So if we had that picture, we could show that that's not true. Bethany's room is directly in the front next to the door. The other part of the house is offset behind the threshold of the new foundation. So no, it's not directly below Mr. Smartass. So you don't know what you're talking about. So this foundation could clearly, you could jump up and down on it and Bethany wouldn't hear it. Just a little food for thought, people. This guy is just totally full of garbage. Doesn't know what he's talking about. He's your typical loser, wannabe creator that spews lies.
So if alleged killer walks through here, has to walk directly. Let's say Kaylee. Let's say Maddie was the target. Okay, so if Maddie's the target and he knows, whoever this is, that she's upstairs, you have to walk directly up these stairs and then make a left to go into Kaylee and Maddie. How do you not hear those stairs and you're awake? No, it's not possible. How do you not hear those stairs and you're awake at 4 a.m? Somebody walking, and especially if you know that Kaylee and Maddie are already home.
Presented to this jury, but
Flip-flopping Dago on his definition of reasonable doubt. So we got a full Rory there. So let's flip-flop back over to Dago real quick. It's almost over.
You know, it has the potential, almost, to work, in both ways, for the prosecution and for the defense.
According to a police affidavit,
I completely missed. My apologies.
Face to face with the alleged killer moments after the gruesome.
That's what I thought.
Friends. Moritz
they found what appeared to be a dog hair. Hasn't been confirmed as anything. See, that's what I thought.
Clothing and a mask that covered
I guess I misspoke.
nose and mouth.
My apologies. Thank
she
you.
describes the figure as someone.
Hey, why am I hearing two things at once?
I
don't know. Or taller. Male,
oh, he's playing that.
Muscular,
Dago's playing that in the background.
Oh, that's right.
The affidavit goes
Told
on to
me a
state
couple times
Morrison
too.
stood in shock, then locked herself in her room after seeing the man who she says she didn't recognize.
That is what I'm talking about. That is what I have struggled with, is that part of in the PCA, that statement. And it's just my opinion, folks. It doesn't mean that what I'm saying that she's lying. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying listen, I gotta say this. I allow this case, just like a lot of people, to overtake me because of the way I saw things. Okay. And the way that I was, how can I put this? In some senses, not all, because I still feel the same way in a lot of senses, but in some senses, I allowed this to overtake my common sense. That's why I started telling you guys, we got to use common sense and we got to be logical about certain things. And I went back and read the PCA, like I said, twice, 2 full times by myself with quiet. And I looked at certain aspects of things. I looked things up when I was reading it.
I love the sound effects.
And it made a little more sense to me. That's why I want to do a show like
You're
that.
welcome,
Show you what I
Dago.
did and why
Feel what
some
you
of it made more
think.
sense to me. But I will not deny, I cannot deny, and I will not go back on the fact that I am definitely
Yep. Feel what
completely
you
uncomfortable with Dylan Mortensen's statement in this PCA. Absolutely. And I have a little bit of discomfort.
He's uncomfortable. Let's cue the
the
Depends
way
commercial.
that the sheath
He's
was
uncomfortable.
visualized and written about. And it's just doubt, folks. Okay, reasonable doubt. Not
We got an
denying that
emergency.
it happened that way, and I'm not saying it didn't happen that way. I'm saying I have doubt with that scenario, and big time with Dylan's statement, because
behind her.
And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. And you don't have to agree with me. Welcome, Doc Terry. Great to see you. Excuse me. The reasoning why. I went through 3 times, I believe. I did many shows about this case over the past year. Many. A lot.
Lots.
And I went through the house. I did 3 virtual tours through that house. I struggle, and I'm not saying it that the way it was written is not true.
Sophie's mom too said that I should address J-Rod saying that I didn't show up since J-Rod is showing his live. Yeah, I'll address that. I already did once before, but I was gone. I was off the grid for 4 days. He knew I was gone off the grid, so he did clickbait. He put out there that I was actually going to be on his show to debate him. I knew nothing about it. He can't prove it. There's nothing. He's never sent me except for the last show. The last show now, he tagged me on it as I was in the show. That's pretty, or after the show, he tagged me on it. But all the other subsequent shows, you can go back and look at them. You can look at his tags. He never tagged me. I've got them all. I've got them all printed out. Perfect. Or I've got them all snapshotted. Perfect proof. The man never, ever notified me. He's a liar. He's a loser. 100% loser, J-Rod. You use me as clickbait to get 1,000 views because you did.
Yeah.
Use me as
clickbait,
saying, "Oh, Detective John's going to be on the show to debate me."
John didn't know who that fool was until we told him, and he was on his way home from Tampa.
I was on my way home on a conference call with my mods and was told about this fool. So I'm like, let me get off here and listen to what he's got to say. So when I get in my house, the show is still going on. I run in here to my computer and I hop on and I get on and I backdoor him and get into his chat or his stream. And then he just tried to talk. Why you mad? Why you mad? Why you mad? I'm like, I'm here, dude. I'm here. And I said, let's go. Ask me what you want to ask me. And he's like, you got to pay me $1,000 to talk to me now.
Idiot. Idiot.
Now he wants $50,000 to fight me. Yeah, bud. You say, am I fight ready? Yeah. I grapple. Did you see my Dan dummy? I grapple with that. I grapple with people all the time. Yeah, I'm fight ready, bro.
Yeah.
I think I'm in better shape than your little scrawny 5'6" ass.
You get in trouble for telling the truth, John.
Oh yeah. He's a weasel.
As a person that's been inside multiple different homes,
Jeez.
I look through this house knowing that there's no carpeting in this house. You're welcome, Doc. And thank you for being here. And that these walls are thin drywall based, structures, blah, blah, blah. It's a very old, crappy house. It was not put together very well. Does not mean that what I'm going to say is fact. It doesn't mean that it's that what she said didn't happen. It's hard for me to believe that there was not more heard from Dylan and or Bethany on the night that this happened, or on the morning that this happened, considering the circumstances of how the crime scene looked after the fact and how bad the victims were.
And he knows
and
this.
how bad the wounds were. It was very hard for me to say, how
idiot.
did you only hear this? How did you only hear that? And how did you not see something more than what you stated? That's what I doubt.
Because it was 4 o'clock in the morning. They were intoxicated. They were ambushed. He was in and out pretty quick. It's a party house, so any noise wouldn't be too unusual. So hopefully that answers your question, Mr. Dago.
And the dog is used to people running in and out too.
That's right. The dog is a very social dog. Not surprised or alarmed when people are around.
Right.
Common sense.
What is that? Hold on. My phone's going weird. And the fact that Brian Koberger is listed as the only suspect, I've always struggled with that. I'm not saying that he didn't do it, and I'm definitely not saying that, or I'm not saying that he didn't do it alone. Anything's possible, folks.
You can't keep it
but I've talked to people.
Remember when we impeached him and he said that I never said he was innocent? I never ever said that. And then we got him multiple times saying it. He just said it again the other night on that other show. I never said he was innocent. And I'm just laughing. We actually used his own words where he's screaming that he's innocent. And he can't be guilty.
People that definitely don't believe that it's possible, and it made me believe that.
I mean, just like, I don't even know if this is whatever's in the affidavit, whatever Brett Payne put in the affidavit. I'm not so sure those are actually Dylan Mortensen's actual words because of the wording. And maybe it was like they presented it, was this person clad in black or something? Maybe she just was so terrified she didn't know what to say. But the way that it is written and the way that it's presented and the information that we were given does not make any sense. And her testimony has never made any sense. And this is why we are here talking about this poor girl. Information of how to conduct oneself after such a tragic event. You have people like me on your ass watching every move. You have the media on you. You have the parents of the victims on you. I'm sorry, but for me, stay at home. Actually be a recluse. Don't go on social media. Don't go to parties. This is very serious. You're going to be a witness in a quadruple homicide death penalty case, okay? You are the star witness, girl.
So
everything
you are not allowed to
everything
live
you say,
life or
everywhere
even
you
try
go.
to get back to normalcy.
So, yeah.
Stay
Just
in mental
because you're-
anguish until this is over with.
Just because you're an introvert, Rory, and have no friends doesn't mean that she is. Maybe she doesn't want to sit at home and curl up in a little ball.
Maybe her sorority
and be
sisters
that,
came
and
and
be
drug
that
her out
little
of the
woman that
house.
just stays at home because she should, because you say so.
Maybe
That's
her
what you
sorority
do.
sisters came and drug her out of the house.
Because Rory said, stay home, little girl. Who are you? Give me a break, dude. Can't tell this girl she has to stay at home. It's been a year. She's moving on with her life. She can't change what happened. And her not making a 911 call wouldn't have changed what happened anyway. Is that what you believe? Why are you putting so much gravity on it?
And
because
see,
it makes no sense.
Survivor's guilt is similar to grief. You have your real good days and you have your really, really bad days. And the bad days are real bad. You know, you think about the people who died every time you fall short of making a goal or conquering a goal that you have set for yourself. It's just different. It's different.
Yeah, it's like Sophie's mom said, I know when I went off to college, or when someone went off to college, she bought him noise canceling headphones just for the purpose of not having to hear his roommates. Very, very plausible. I mean, I go to sleep with my headphones on sometimes. A lot of people do. I mean, there could be various reasons why she didn't hear anything.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Like to thank Louisa Caroline Yepes. Yeah, I know I'm saying it wrong. Yepes. $20, $19.99 super sticker.
Oh, where you at?
Thanks.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry I
Says
didn't see that.
Hugs for taking care of Dago on my way out. Get coffee for your mods.
Oh, that's Louisa. Hey, Louisa.
Yeah.
I need you to handle this this guy who purports himself to be a Puerto Rican, who's representing Puerto Rico, that you heard us talking about. I don't even want to say his name, but Zaza knows about him.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, this guy's a major tool. So, thank you so much for the
Yeah,
contribution.
Louisa, you could come and get on his ass in Spanish.
Yeah, I know. She could handle him. She would too.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Thank you so much. So we got Puerto Rico in the house.
Yeah.
All right. So here we go.
You were being watched like a hawk, like people by me, by people by the media. Everyone is watching you. And I don't know if that's really been put into her head or if she even fully has thought about that or someone has explained that. Because I don't think they'll be talking about this or have full-on pictures.
He's such a loser.
Dylan, Rory's watching you like a hawk. Beware. Beware.
I'd be afraid.
You guys should beware because this guy is watching you like a hawk.
Yeah, he's stalking.
That's creepy. That's beyond creepy.
I think you should file a police report.
Oh, I wish she would.
Of this. If
At
somebody
least a cease and desist.
who cared about her actually it's just frustrating because it's like I don't know what to say about this girl because I don't know if she knows way more than she's actually telling us or if she is actually an actual victim and was there, wrong place, wrong time. But what her actions are telling me again, and I'll repeat this till the end of the live today, is a completely different story.
Well,
Maddie,
you know
Kaylee, are you okay?
She
Ethan,
could
Xana,
be-
are you okay? You know, check on the Murphy upstairs. Murphy doesn't start barking. None of this makes sense. This is why we are here. Okay. So to me, again, whoever did this, she may have known them or they knew her. Because for her to be sitting here and talking to us and still alive while those four are not, never sat well with me. I'm sorry. This girl makes no fucking sense. Excuse my language, but it's been 23 minutes now, so I can say whatever I want to say.
So a
But
19-year-old's supposed to know what a murder sounds like.
let's just be realistic.
Opposed
Look, guys,
to- opposed
we're all
to
smart
roommate
people.
forcing
Okay,
around.
we live in the real world. We all
Okay.
think with
What? What did you say, Rachel?
I said, so a 19-year-old's supposed to know what murder sounds like.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, my
Poor
brother
kid.
was on the wrestling team, and his friends used to wrestle around upstairs all the time. I never for once thought, oh, they're up there knifing each other. Maybe I should call 911.
Good
Yeah.
point, Rachel. Good point.
Thank you, Black Austin. Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, thank you very much.
logic, okay? Does anything she says, anything that happened that night in that 8 minutes or whatever happened from 4 o'clock till 4:25, does anything make any sense?
Night arrest to go to
Anything,
the
affidavit?
AR-47.
Does Kohlberger make any sense in this? Just a guy in general, okay? Does he make any sense? With no connection, no DNA? No. Okay. Does the police department make any sense? Does the house make nothing makes sense? Absolutely nothing makes sense. And you have to question everything. Because the information that law enforcement, FBI, the FBI is we're getting into that in the next live. We're not gonna do that today. We will be talking about the FBI. Everything sucks. Is this a frame up? Yeah.
Yeah.
AR is on J-Rod live now, complaining you won't let him come up on panel.
What?
Yeah. Well, he has a
wants to come up on panel.
Tell him to come back over here. He come back out. He can come on panel.
Joy of joys.
He has the F-bomb in his name, so he cannot come up on panel with his name like that.
Thank you, Kelly.
Oh yeah, he had the F-bomb in his name. Yeah, so that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
It's a cover up. I'm not going to call it a frame up, but there's something's being covered up. Something big is definitely being covered up. I'm not going to call Koberger a patsy, but something's wrong. Because this Koberger makes absolutely no sense. There's no connection. You don't move 2,500 miles across the country to go kill 4 kids. You can do that at home. It makes no sense. I'm a very deep and soulful person. If 4 of my friends and sorority sisters got taken out, I would never show my face again. But that's just me. But hey, like I said,
what did he just say?
He doesn't know shit.
Wow.
Sorry. Such a loser. He just said that.
What did he just say? Repeat what he just said so everyone else can hear what he just said.
Horrible, John.
He said that if he had 4 friends that
He would
died,
never show his face again.
he would never show his face again. He's victim shaming. Like, really, dude?
Unbelievable.
They have no empathy. That's why they can't feel what anybody else feels. They don't.
Black Austin just roasted A.R. Hayes.
I love Black Austin. He's cool.
Where is he at? Roasted him on there or here?
people do what they do.
Here.
He could be sitting here completely innocent.
Well, let me see it. Where's it at? I'll post it up there.
He said he's only got a few more arrests to go before he's an AR-47.
Yeah, I said that a
Okay.
minute ago.
I only say he could be innocent because that is the order of the law. Innocent until proven guilty. But what have we seen? The mainstream media has already nailed this guy to a cross. He is done. He's sent him to the firing squad. Don't even have a trial. Okay? That is what we were getting from the mainstream media and the prosecution, who can't even hand over their discovery because it sucks and they know it's wrong. They cannot show their homework because they didn't do it.
What an idiot!
So the prosecution can't hand over their discovery because it sucks and they know they're wrong and they don't do their homework.
What an ignorant
Rory,
fool.
you are just absolutely just full of garbage, bro. You are like unbelievable.
He has no respect for the judicial system. And you know they keep saying this innocent until proven guilty, but they conveniently leave off in a court of law.
But wait,
Speculate.
innocent until proven guilty, but he wants Bethany and Dylan in handcuffs right now.
Yeah.
He
He'd
called
rather
for
see
it.
them
I want
arrested.
them arrested right now. And what would the charges be,
This
Mr.
isn't happening.
Smarty Pants? Rory, what would the charges be?
This dude's a walking brain fart. He don't even know.
No, he doesn't.
That clown the other day said the same thing.
That's
Yeah.
why.
I
Let's
demand
be
that
honest
be
about
arrested
this.
right now.
Let's be honest about this.
Yep.
What's the
They
charges?
won't show their discovery and they won't show their homework because they cannot.
Losers.
Because it's bullshit. Because they didn't do it. They crossed all the wrong lines. They didn't follow the proper chain of command. And now egg will be on their face.
The proper chain of command? They didn't follow the proper chain of command.
And is he a UPS driver?
Oh, wow. Didn't follow the proper chain of command in this case.
Okay, so
Maybe.
what's the proper chain of command? Did he even state it? Or is
He
this
doesn't
just
know
something
what
he's
he's
pulling
saying.
out of his
The-
ass just to be
The
pulling
proper
out of
chain
his
of
ass?
command wouldn't even apply to any criminal part of this case. It's pretty much said what the chain of command is. Okay? You have CID handling it, and the chief delegates. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. The proper chain of command.
Yes, repercussions will be coming their way.
Repercussions will be
just
coming their
ridiculous.
way.
Who said the Caroline? Caroline, I absolutely 100% agree with you. I'm going to be saying that too. She's either involved. It might even be her knife sheath. I swear to God.
Oh, wow. He didn't
Did he
say
just say what I think he just said?
Yeah, he said it.
Dylan's not only involved, but it might even be her knife sheath.
evidence?
I mean, this
Where's
guy.
the evidence that Brian Kohlberger is?
This is what we're talking
not
about,
guilty?
people. This is what we're talking about. This guy's been spewing this nonsense for how long? Since like June.
Yeah.
No, it was there sooner.
And he's been getting away with it. Been getting away with it. No one's challenged him. Those days are over. Just more content for us.
Well, he's banned from the Corner Club, and Jack in the Box does not want to see his face again.
Was he issued a criminal trespass?
No, he was warned on camera.
That's all that matters.
Go ahead. I said it. It might even be her knife sheath. I don't know. We don't know whose knife sheath that is. There's no proof it's Brian's. We don't know.
Oh, yeah. Just the DNA doesn't prove it's Brian's. DNA on a knife sheath that has come back to be Brian Kohlberger. And no, it's not his.
And
It's Dylan's.
look, we've all seen pictures and videos of what? Weapons. Okay, we've seen they have knives there, they have machetes there, they have the golf clubs there. Does Brian have that crap? I don't think Brian has a K-bar. There's no confirmation he has a K-bar. There's no confirmation he has a machete. We've seen those pictures at that house. We've seen pictures of the weapons that possibly were used. And yeah, I'm going to say it again. I've said this how many times? Multiple people, multiple weapons. Okay, that's what the coroner's report says. There are multiple wounds, different types of wounds. So are you telling me Kohlberger walked in there with a backpack full of a machete, a golf club, whatever, multiple edged weapons, and just came in here and did no. Okay, he didn't walk in with a Dickie suit on. He didn't walk in. His car's not covered in plastic. There's no freaking shower curtain. None of this bullshit. Let's think logically here, people. We're gonna think logically. Okay. You speculate all you want. I love me a good theory. I love me a good speculation, but let's be logical about this, okay? So you're gonna think this guy ripped off his shower curtain, chopped it up all perfect, made it, put it in his car, drove over there naked, or walked out, ran out of the house naked, or whatever. Walked in with the tracksuit, ripped it off. Where's the time? Where's the blood? I'm sorry. You can't take off a tracksuit. Excuse me. You can't take off a Dickie suit. Get no.
Have you ever owned it? Has anybody? I own 3 Dickie suits, and they unzip all the way down, and I walk out of them.
Yep.
It's just like a tie-back suit.
Yep.
Pretty simple, and I can even walk out of them with shoes on because they're baggy down at the bottom of the legs.
Yep.
So I'm not
all the
sure
time.
what you're talking about there, jerky. Takes a total of about 3 to 4 seconds for me to get out of my Dickie suit. And if I wore shoes that just pop on and off, probably very accurately 3 to 4 seconds.
Sean, he is so dumb. He went to BK's apartment and did a live, and he went to the electric box on the side of the building and put his camera up there and said, "Here you go. Here's BK's storage unit."
Oh yeah, the one out the back, that narrow electric box that was
Yeah.
that
I mean, that's
like a foot and a half from the building.
yeah, that's how smart he is.
He's not real bright.
No fingerprints anywhere, get no DNA, no blood, no hair, no nothing. Put it in a trash bag, roll it up, walk out, get into your car. I'm sorry. You're leaving DNA, you're getting DNA somewhere somehow. There's just nothing, guys. I'm sorry.
He's so full of it.
And that's the end of that. So
Nice job. Nice job.
Yeah.
Wow. These people just they just double down on the conspiracies, man. They just load it up.
they're getting desperate, is what it is.
Yeah.
We still got 194 people in here.
Yep. I
We've
love
been
it.
on for 4 hours and 8 minutes. 4 hours and 9 minutes.
I worry about Dylan.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about Dylan. I think she's a strong girl. I'm not worried about her at all. I think she'll be fine. You know, I'll tell you this much: she's going to be rich after all this because she's going to sue the hell out of some of these creators.
I sure do hope so.
And she's going to get paid, and she may even sue YouTube. And she, you know, she probably should, because I'll tell you what, the lack of policing that is being done, and for me to have to create a show to actually go out and make these people think and call it policing the YouTube streets, it's pretty horrible. And I've been in contact with some people at YouTube, and the people I talked to actually agreed 100%. They got to do better. They've got to do better, people. This isn't freedom of speech. What is going on here is not freedom of speech. You've heard me say it. You've heard Kelly say it, because it's hurting people. You know, the First Amendment was developed for a reason, and that was to make sure that your government isn't taking advantage of you or mistreating you or not allowing you to have free speech against the government.
Exactly.
Not against people.
Right.
When you go against people and you make up lies against people, that's when it becomes libel and slander.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when it's no longer protected under the First Amendment rights. A lot of people don't know that. But does that stop people from still doing the same crap that these people are doing? No, because quite often they're never challenged. They're never sued. And when an opportunity arises, unless they got deep pockets, a lot of attorneys, you know, want to be paid to take it. They won't take it pro bono. I think those days are starting to dwindle down, though, because you got people on here that brag about how rich they are like dummies, and you know how they drive around in marijuana buses wrapped in marijuana sesame plants.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
We have Tony Martinez is in chat, and he would like to come up on panel.
Sure.
And Stacy said he has been around forever. He might be worth listening to. I've never heard of him.
Send him the link.
Here we go.
Sure.
He might be one like us that just got lost in the sauce and nobody would ever let us speak in chat because we had too much sense.
Right?
Right, Rachel.
I think Tony sent me an email, if I remember right. Did you send the link?
Yeah, I'm getting there. I have to restore the chat. Here we go. I kind of kicked myself out of the chat.
Thank you.
There we go. Come on up, Tony. There we go.
Yeah,
He's
come on up,
here.
Tony. Please come join us.
Tony, click the StreamYard link down there in the bottom.
He's not in chat anymore.
We want to hear what you have to say.
He's not in chat anymore.
Shoot, we lost him.
Sorry, buddy. Well, if anybody else wants to come up, there's the link down there. As long as your
Come on up, ARH.
screen name doesn't have the FUCK word in it, like somebody's did.
Yeah.
You know, we try to avoid cursing on this show. Try to be classy show.
We have a lot of smart subs, so come on up.
Yeah.
We really do.
Yeah. Awesome ones.
Sportsy girl, why don't you come up?
Yeah.
Is Drip Drop still here? Let's see.
Still in there?
Sportsy.
No, Drip Drop left.
Oh, good.
Sportsy,
Oh, I wanted him to come up.
Oh, this is Tony Avalongoria, the dog guy from across the pond somewhere. Hold on a second when we get you here, buddy. There he is.
Oh yeah, I remember you.
I remember seeing him on Lost Souls chat.
Yeah, how you doing?
He was on Lost Souls chat for a while. I got kicked out of there too because
He's
of
on
Kenny Q.
what's his face's chat the other day. Talking smack about me, man.
Hey, John, how you going, mate? Good to be on your panel. Thank you very much.
Good, buddy. How are you?
Very good, mate. Good, mate. We've had our little goes back at each other, but I'm really appreciate this opportunity to talk to you. And actually, I'm really enjoying your show tonight. I found it less about sort of personal attacks, and because some of these people, I mean, there's a lot to attack there, so it's pretty easy. But there's been sort of less personal attack and more attack on just the misinformation, slandering, defaming, and downright disrespect towards victims and survivors.
Well, you know what's funny? What's funny, Tony, is when I heard you on the other shows, I really thought you were, and I still think that way. Now that you said that, I thought that you were totally for what we were doing, but they were trying to sway you and manipulate you because you actually defended me a couple times, and they tried to shut you down, especially that old Dinky. He tried to shut you right down. But I knew what you were trying. I knew what you were trying to say.
He was also defending Britt Kopaka. That was his main thing.
Yeah.
Because a Purple Heart recipient, a veteran, does not need practice on a dog. That's what he was saying.
Right.
It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And here's the thing about, I don't want people to misunderstand the reason why I used the tack that I used, because, and I'm right. Had I said, now, hey guys, you really need to stop defaming these people because I don't think it's very productive. In fact, it's counterproductive. So if you just would do us a favor, and for the rest of the YouTube community and the families, and and in the name of the victims, can you just not say these lies anymore? Do you think that would have got me anywhere, buddy? Tony.
Sorry, mate. I was just reading Jadal's comment. He said, I always slander Dylan. That's not right. I mean, I do sort of find the 8-hour thing questionable, but I don't think she should be attacked. I think that people attacking her for going out and having a good time a year after the event is appalling.
Right. It is appalling. And
you.
we got to think about something too. You're talking about 4:00 in the morning. Talking about a girl that was probably half awake as it was, got up, and she didn't know what she saw, and she might have been 2 craps into the wind, man, and said, "Hey, I'm going back to bed." Turned around. We don't know how drunk she was. We don't know anything. We know that she was out partying. She might have just went right back to bed and not thought anything of it. And she might have been scared, yeah, but she didn't know what she saw. Who knows?
The thing about it is, when she saw him, she could have said, when I saw him, I froze for a second. And it just turned into something else.
Right.
I mean, how many times have you almost ran into somebody in a hallway and just went and kind of stood there?
But Ava, that's your dog's name, right? Eva Longoria?
And Willie Nelson. This is Willie Nelson now.
And Willie Nelson.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what's funny is I have an employee that lives on my property. I have a mother-in-law suite out back, and he's got a blue pit, and he's got a wire-haired Chihuahua. And the blue pit's about 8 months old, and she's walking around. I said, she's pregnant. She going to heat yet? He said, yeah, but she's never left my side. I said, well, that little SOB right there tagged her while she was laying on her side. And sure enough, we got 5 puppies here at the house now. They're 3 weeks old, and they call them Chihuahuas. That's pit bull and Chihuahua mix, and it's actually a breed, and they're cute.
I'm glad it wasn't the other way around.
Yeah, it's called Chihuahuas.
Oh my gosh!
I have 3 black staffies.
Yeah, I remember you. You had the Freddie Mercury picture.
Yeah. Now you're not in England. You're in are you in Greece?
New Zealand, right?
Where?
New Zealand.
New Zealand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
But you're Greek, though, right?
That's correct. Well, my father
Yeah.
is, so I'm sort of a half-half.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
We're so happy to have you.
But I appreciate you saying that, man. I mean, because it was like, it was
I got your
disheartening to-
attention, John. I got your attention.
Yeah, you got my attention. And I appreciate you, because I felt like you weren't in the dark side, man. You were coming to the good side.
Yeah,
He was talking common sense, and they couldn't handle it.
What's that?
I know there's an evil cartel in this true crime thing, and I know there's people need to be taken out. But, I mean, just sort of like, for example, the talking nose. I mean, it's so easy to go after him that I just think he only deserves 20 minutes, not a full sort of 6 hours. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it just kind of morphs into that, man. I know what you're saying.
I mean, tonight you've come a lot more prepared, I think, and you've got some good material.
Yeah, well,
we actually found it a much better show, so congratulations on that.
Well, thank you, and we, you know what, I keep saying that that's not the direction that we're going to be going in, and that's not the direction I wanted to go in. But it just, if you saw the emails that I get of people that love it, and they love that we actually were going after these people and holding them accountable, it's very, very enlightening, and I don't particularly like doing it, but when they get so reckless, somebody's got to do something, man. And we, I've got enough knowledge. I can handle it. And this team has done a great job putting them together and using their own words against them, because until we can actually get them to the point where we actually can turn it around on them and make them look as stupid as they really look,
hey, John,
really are, then we're not serving a purpose.
J-Lord's got a bit of an issue with me. He says I'm around everywhere saying evil stuff and I'm fooling you. I mean, if J-Lord wants to come on panel and talk to me, I'm happy about that. If you want to come up and call me a liar or
J-Lord's one of our mods, and she can come up on panel. J-Lord, come up on panel, and you guys can argue it out.
Yeah, really.
But you have to understand that when my teammates see people on other shows, and you did badmouth me, bro. You did. That's why
I had a couple of cracks at you. There were a couple of things you did I didn't like, and I just say it how it is.
Yeah, and you're like me. I'm the same way. And then we talked it out in an email or something, or chat or something. And
we're working on it, mate.
It's cool. It's cool. Yeah. I'm still on probation. You're still on probation.
Yeah, no, you're swinging in the right direction, though, mate. Keep it up.
Well, I think I know where your heart is for real, man. I just
yes.
I get it. Some people are, I'm not totally right. I'm 75%. I'm not in the middle, but I'm definitely not leaning innocent till proven guilty all the time. I understand that's what our Constitution says, but that doesn't make it true.
I think maybe another thing, John, is sometimes you come across as being 100%. The police never lie; they never make a mistake, and evidence never tampered with. There's never been a dishonest cop.
I may come across like that, but I'm telling you right now, man, I'm not. I'm the first one to criticize the police.
Well, there's gonna be bad.
I ate them alive for their crime scene, tax. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was pissed.
There's bad employees in any job. And
also I don't believe in sometimes the way police shootings happen. I'm very against the way a lot of that stuff happens. I don't think that if I'm chasing a car and it's on a dead end road and he gets caught on the dead end and I get out and I draw down on him and he punches and comes at me, I'm gonna get out of the way. I'm not gonna kill him. And legally I could kill him because he's coming at me with a deadly missile with a 6,000-pound vehicle. But I'm not going to do that. You know how many people I could have shot when I was a cop and got away with it? I lost count a long time ago.
Yeah.
So
John doesn't roll that way.
I don't roll that way,
Good,
man.
bad in every profession,
people
but
think
just
that
because you notice that bad don't mean that every single cop out there is bad either.
right.
Yeah.
And you know, the whole garbage with corrupt, you know, and I've said it before, you know how hard it is to be a corrupt cop today? It's very hard, bro. Here in the States, it's real hard.
Well, I mean, do you realize how
monitoring
stupid it sounds that 5 agencies had their hands in supposedly framing Brian, but they
Right.
didn't put any evidence in his car or his apartment or his parents' house?
And
or his
I want
office?
to say something about the integrity of the investigators in this case. For there to be a gag order and virtually nothing has leaked out is amazing.
Amazing.
To me. It shows me the integrity of all involved, because someone could get paid really easy. You know what I'm saying? That's why when you select officers to handle a case like this, you don't select officers that are about to retire. You want to watch that, because, I mean, you know how easy it would be to go to retire and just start collecting your pension and then roll and divulge information, you know, and get paid. So, I mean, for there not to have been anything leaked out, bro, it's like, it's unbelievable to me. So I'm very proud of the officers involved here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they could be millionaires.
Yeah.
And you know, the thing is these people are watching what they're saying more. They're thinking about it a little bit more, and especially Dago has admitted that John has swayed him and made him realize a couple things that he was doing wrong, and I think that's a step in the right
The
direction.
talking nose. The talking nose.
The talking
Yeah.
nose.
Yeah.
That's right.
So you're not a Dago fan, it sounds like.
Oh, there's too much to go after there. I'm just going to say, no, I'm not.
Yeah.
I find the conspiratorial stuff that's anti, you know, I mean, we all,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a little bit conspiratorial on it myself. I think it may be what J-Lord doesn't like about me. I don't know, but I do look at the other side of things and look into them. But I
And
don't
there's
believe
nothing
in
wrong
them.
with that, man. There's
Some
nothing
of
wrong
them
with that.
Some of them are just disgusting. I mean,
I
I
gotta go
didn't
potty.
realize that Cheech and Chong's love child was a guy who rang into Rory. I didn't know that.
Well, I mean, even if you do go into those other rooms, I used to go into those other rooms too, because I was sitting there waiting to hear something valid. Give me something valid that makes this guy innocent. And they just can't do it. They can't do it no matter what they come up with.
And you know what? It's okay to still have theories, but be responsible, be credible. Don't
Well,
make
if you've got an
absolute
audience of 100,000
nonsense.
people and you're spewing stuff like that clown and makeup is, it's disgusting.
It is disgusting. And he actually had the audacity. You know what? I'm being honest. I haven't even mentioned that guy because he's irrelevant to me. He's a clown, literally. I have had no desire to, but I get every single day. The number one person, even beyond Lana, that I'm getting lately, you can ask the mods, I send them the emails, is to go after that guy. Honest to God.
Yeah.
So I don't follow him. I don't watch his garbage because he's a joke to me. But I watched a show the other day because I just had to. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
That's quite funny because I actually found his last show to be not as bad as the previous ones. Of the 15 minutes, and I was quite grateful it was only 15 minutes, there's probably two minutes where I sort of thought, maybe he's onto something. The other 13 minutes is just a whole lot of fluff and garbage.
Right.
Yeah, but I actually thought for him that was a real step forward. So who knows? Who knows where he'll go?
Hey,
Who
Ava,
knows?
do you think he's going to go after Dylan?
I think he's already been there.
Oh,
Yeah.
boy.
Yeah,
Wow.
he's been
He's
going
been
after
there on
Dylan.
all of them.
That's horrible.
Yeah, it's disheartening. But this is where we are, man, in society today.
It's a business, though. I mean, look at, old Trev and these other people. I mean, some people have been around for a while and they're making a living off it. But eventually, they all go into these little wars and then they spend all day on their channel doing hit jobs. And then they're into court cases. And then who knows where all this will end up.
Right.
I'm waiting for the first, creator versus creator, battle. Right, real battle. You know what I mean?
Well, you were on the show. You were on the show the other day when the guy gets on there and says he's too afraid to go outside of his own house because he hates people that much, and people should be afraid. And then he was going to get a plane ticket to Florida.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I called Homeland Security, and they were very interested to know about him, and they'll put him on a no-fly list for saying that stuff.
You got to be careful what you say.
He said he was a psychopath and he didn't need to be around other people, and he needed the AR-15 in the same damn sentence.
Yeah, he actually said this about himself. So, I mean, that's crazy to me. But we just gotta be responsible. I don't care if people have theories that he's innocent. I don't care. You can say that stuff all you want. Back it up, and don't be ridiculous. Like vampires and at the grub truck, and you had cannibals, and they're serving up people for food. Hey, A.R. Hayes, you're going to have to change your name, buddy, because I'm not bringing you up with the Fuckuar Hayes. So, sorry about your luck, bud.
I think I was on a panel with him recently.
Yeah, he just tried to come on again. I'm not, that's not what we do. Come up on an A.R. Hayes one.
Come up, behave like a civilized human being, and let's work it out if you're capable of that.
Yeah,
exactly.
Here it is.
Hey,
I'm going to show you right now what it is.
Amy, but how many times do you turn your phone off and go and creep by the same house that 4 homicides take place and circle around like a shark 12 times?
So this is right. What he's trying to come up as, and I'm not going to have it. So AR, you want to come up? Fix your name, pal.
Yep.
Just change it to AR Hayes, or just change it to Hayes. I'm not going to bring you up with the FUCK on it. You know how I roll. I don't do that.
It looks like he's flipping off himself, but it's dumb.
We don't want to know about your history, A.R. Hayes. We don't care about that. What we care about is what you're putting out there. Your theories. They're wrong. Write a book. Write a book. That's a good idea. You've got a lot of time. Write a book. Make your own murder story and be famous.
He's been saying he's going to write a book, from what I understand.
Well, then leave these kids out of it. I'm sorry.
Yeah. They don't get that.
I'm standing up for Xana, no matter what. I knew the girl, loved the girl.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question, please, John?
Sure,
have you thought about Mr. Ritchie's? Have you ever seen his content?
No. Never heard of it.
Oh, JLR.
Oh, Rich's.
Oh.
Also
you know what? I don't.
He's known as the Dylan and her sister stalker. That's what he does in his spare time.
Yeah,
wow.
That's gross.
That's
all right.
horrible.
Hold on a second. Let's bring old AR up. So let's see what he has to say.
Oh, here we go.
There you go, AR. You got the platform, buddy.
What's going on, John? How are you, bud?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing well. For some reason, like somebody messaged me and said somebody was trying to come up on your platform with bad words before my name.
Yep.
I wouldn't do that to you, brother. I would not do that to you.
Well,
That's
I almost said I don't think AR would do that, but
it's in the private chat.
I also got an email from you where you were pretty dropping the F-bomb like crazy. And then you sent me a real nice email. So it's kind of like, is this guy bipolar or what's going on?
I did actually send you a email telling you that I don't have any problems with you, man. And literally, I'm trying to just lay low, and I don't know what the F-bomb or whatever.
Look at the backyard, the StreamYard chat.
Well, you know who I think it is, buddy? I think it's your buddy over there that you were on a show the other day. That's who it is.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you, John, and I'm just going to lay it out flat. I don't have any buddies anymore when it comes to YouTube. It's too much fucking drama, man. It's too much. It's too much drama. Excuse my language. I'm sorry I said that, but I don't have buddies because everybody just stabs everybody in the back.
Well,
and I'm not about that.
And let me say this. There's nothing more than what I would rather see is somebody come out and make something out of their lives out of something, some tragedy that's happened in their lives and come back and be a winner. So if that's what you're planning on doing, then fine. And I'm going to apologize to you for doubting your sincerity. But here's the problem I had with you is the stuff that you were saying on some of those shows was bad, bro. I mean, it was just bad stuff, man. You were getting sucked right into their narrative. And I find it hard to believe that you actually would believe some of that stuff, man. Especially through the system like yourself.
The minute that it turned to mountain lions and vampires and man, that's all garbage.
AR Hayes.
Yeah.
You have dealt with enough police in your life to know that Dylan and Bethany were interrogated and they were cleared. You've got 5 different agencies working this case. I mean, think about it. Do you think a 19-year-old and how old is Bethany? 20?
21.
Could trick some seasoned interrogators after they've been sheltered all their life and they haven't even been privy to crime.
Right.
You know better. You know they wouldn't be able to trick those interrogators.
I've been around the block. I'm not going to deny it. That's definitely for sure.
Yeah,
and you also know that the minute that they saw that crime scene had it been tampered with, those two would have been hooked up immediately. You know that. Had there been any indication that they tried to wipe up blood or move bodies around or stage anything like's been suggested, those two were witnesses. They would have been hooked up, bro.
And those bodies had been laying there long enough for the blood to start drying around them.
They were in rigor.
Let's be careful real quick, though. I've never said anything was staged. I've never said anybody's removed. Let's be real careful with putting me into that nonsense because I've never said that.
No, but you've
been on some panels when it has been said, even though you didn't have a comment about it. You've been on.
And you know what? To be honest with you, AR, I don't remember what you've said or not said. To be totally candid with you, because there's so many bad creators out there. There's so much crap out there. I'd have to go back and look.
One thing you got to understand is I don't stay in lives for very long. I come in, I say hello, and I part my ways, man, because I'm a very quiet, very private person. I know I'm putting out content. I know you guys are on me pretty good about my content, and that's okay. Like, everybody has their opinion, and I fully understand where you guys are at. I'm not upset with you guys. Like, I'm not looking for any drama with you guys. I'm just kind of taking my own path, and my title is exactly what it is. It's thoughts, it's opinions, it's not truth, it's not guaranteed proven. But let me tell you, I'm also not talking about mountain lions and vampires and everything else either. You got to give me some credit now.
Well, I haven't said you are, but
thank you.
You know, you do come across as pretty anti-police sometimes, and you know, you got to understand where I'm coming from. I did it for, and if you were part of those saying that I was not a cop, man, you need to go back and look at my earlier shows where there's pictures of me in uniforms, there's pictures of all kinds of stuff, my awards, there's newspaper clippings, all kinds of stuff.
John, I'm going to tell you right off the bat, man, I'm not anti-police. I'm not anti any LE. Let me tell you, with the time that I did in the penitentiary, the correctional officers, the SWAT teams, everybody that had to come in, busted their butt. They put their lives at risk. I got absolute respect for them. I've never had an issue with a police officer that arrested me. I've never been slammed to the ground. I've never been harshly treated. I've always been respected. You know, because I took my downfall for what I did. You know, I've never.
I'll give you that much, man. You own it. You own it. Every time you get on, you own what you've done.
Absolutely.
I don't even know. And I'll be honest, dude. I don't care what you've done. I really don't. I don't care.
Well, it's just idiocy, man. I've thrown away my whole life. I've thrown away my family. I disrespected people. It's unfortunate, but you know what? Now I'm 46 years old. The only way I can go is the other way, man. It's the only way I can go now. I got a beautiful wife.
You do. She's a very sweet lady. And you're very, very, very lucky because she supports the hell out of you in your endeavors.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you, she's one of the best people you'll ever meet. Comes from a great Christian family, very God loving, where I haven't been in my life. She is, and she's the only reason why I turned my life around. I'm not going to deny that, man. I've been in the penitentiary over 25 years. I was affiliated. I was one of the worst people you could ever meet, and she asked me to turn my life around. Otherwise, she was leaving me, and I have no choice, man. You can't do better than what I got. You can't do better.
Hey,
So.
AR, since you was affiliated and you know all about this cartel shit, think about it. They're trying to say these people were international drug dealers, but they got mad about a handful of dope that you could flush down a toilet.
I don't agree with it at all.
Enough to kill 4 people over, but not turn the house upside down and look for money.
Guys, I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah, I know. I'm so glad you don't, because I mean, anybody should know better than that.
If
that was a cartel hit, everybody in that house would be dead.
I'm a little more intelligent than what people make me out to be.
No one said you were not intelligent, but
I just want to know what he thought about it because he knows more about it. He's been involved in it, so he knows that wouldn't be right.
Man, I was in a heavy affiliation. I was in it for over 25 years. It's nothing to be proud of. It's actually degrading to who I am. It's degrading to the family I was raised by. But I had to do
ignore the experience that it gave you, especially when somebody is saying this is a drug hit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
your opinion matters when somebody says it's a drug hit. Like, no, everybody in the house would be dead. The house would have been tore up.
Well, let me ask you this. So I'm gonna ask you point blank. Do you think Kohlberger did it?
You know, it's hard to say he didn't. It's hard to say he didn't, but at this point, let's just see how it plays out, man. Let's see how it plays out.
We're gonna have to. I think that when we get down to the nitty gritty, when they do the opening statements, that's going to be the tell-all. That's going to be the epic event, and we're going to know.
Well,
And
AR.
I believe he
I'll,
did it.
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. I think if he did do it, in his mind, he already knows that he did it, and it ain't gonna make it to trial. I mean, some of us are dumbasses that will take everything to trial. I hope he ain't. If he did it, I hope he isn't that dumb.
Yeah,
Well,
but see, you know
AR.
as well as I
See,
do that
I
that's not his choice.
think that
Go
he
ahead.
would take it to trial because I think he wants to be. I think he wants to be in his own private cell with his own TV. I
Well,
don't. I think he wants to be on. I think he wants to be on death row. The kid was suicidal when he was younger. When he did this, he was probably thinking it's all or nothing for me. You know what I'm saying?
I hope he would have enough respect at the end of the day. Look, man, I grew up on the harder side of life. I made bad decisions. I was suicidal. I had a lot of things going on in my head that led me to do what I did. But I always gave everybody respect. When I committed a crime, I took the heat for what I did. I've served every minute of what I've done. I took my heat. And I hope if he did do it, and I'm not saying he did, but if he did, I hope he could have the balls to do the same thing. You got to man up. You got to man up.
Well, I believe he did it 100%. And
there's some telltale evidence that could say so. That's for sure.
Well, and I can tell you this much:
Thank you.
it's not. He can say he wants to plea all he wants, but the state.
Yeah, they're not going to take a plea bargain. They're not going to take a plea.
The state has to. If he wants to plead guilty, he can plead guilty. But the state still has to accept it. So
yeah, they're not going to do that.
Yeah, I don't believe that they're going to do that. I think they're going to go for it because I think they've got a lot more than people even that are on the pro.
There's been too much turmoil boiling about this case for them to not strike it up and take it to trial because it's a death penalty case. He's got to go to trial.
Tell all, end all.
I don't believe he's going to plea.
No, he's not going to plea. He's not going to plea.
The state won't accept it. There's no way that the state's going to accept a plea from him.
No, they got too much evidence.
And he's not going to do it either. I mean, he's not going to plea because if
he's got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
What happened?
Oh, his mic went out. Is muted.
No, he's not even there. I don't see
no,
him.
what happened?
That happens sometimes with him. And then he has his wife help him.
AR, you can come back in if you want. We got Cluminati in here.
Yeah, Cluminati wants to come up. Are you ready?
Yep, let's go.
We got great guests tonight.
Cluminati.
Ava Langard. Yeah, we got Ava. We got
it's Tony. Tony Martinez is his name. Ava is the dog.
Cluminati in here.
Tony.
Well, you got that right about the great guest part.
The what?
Said she got that right about the great guest part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I hold on. Let me see. I'm on the thing, right? You put me up here. I have a question. What exactly, Detective John, is your issue with me?
Don't have an issue with you.
Oh, really?
Have an issue with your content.
Which would come from me.
Yeah.
You're not very good at putting the dots together to be a detective.
What you say. Just like I have an issue with what a lot of other people are saying is absolute nonsense.
Well, it's kind of crazy because, hold on, I've been sitting here for 2 hours listening to this show. And oddly enough, the same crap that you call out about other people is exactly the same crap that I call out about other people. So again, what is your problem?
So you're calling out some crap, and I heard on your show last night the exact opposite of what anybody that would be pro-prosecution would say.
Yep.
Well, then maybe you should listen a little longer, and I got another piece of advice for you.
Another little longer? I only had to listen for about 10 minutes, bro. I heard what you said, like you're some badass. You don't come onto my show. Didn't act like I was gonna whoop your ass like your girl said you're gonna whoop my ass, and you could.
No,
I didn't say that. You don't listen.
Yes,
That's
you
your
did
problem.
say it.
How are you
Yes,
a
you
defender?
did. I've got it.
please.
I've got it.
Huh.
You said if anybody can do it,
Bring
he
it
can.
down. Bring
Bitch,
it down.
That is
show
what
me
you
then.
said.
Show you how to
How
be a
about your
man.
attacks
That is
on?
what you said.
How about your attacks on Miss Chapin?
And guess what? I'm not one of these little bitches that's gonna come up here and change my opinion or point of view because you're upset with me. I stand by what I say about Mrs. Chapin. That bitch is in it for money. It's a fucking business
Okay,
opportunity.
get her off. Get her off.
No, leave her on here. She can stay on
No,
here.
they need
Yeah,
to stop with the language because they're just trying to get us
Yeah,
started
don't
on you.
drop. If you want to stay on here, just don't drop F-bombs, all right?
Okay, I won't do an F-bomb. That, by the
Don't.
way, that will not get you kicked off of YouTube.
I don't
I don't
care.
give
I
a
don't.
shit.
I don't. I don't
That's
like
the rule.
it, and that's not what we're about. Every now and then we'll drop them,
Can
but
you
Try and talk
I'm
logically,
just
not
asking you
emotionally.
not
Yeah.
to drop F-bombs.
How you gonna ask me that?
So one thing I would like to address with you, right? You in the chat when I got a little heated with you, you were you used the word coward, which is why I reported you, right? Because I'm like, what are you calling a coward? And then I watch your channel, and I watch you guys.
I was trying to get y'all to bring me up to debate with you.
We don't do that.
Hold on. Let me just present something.
Yeah,
to you here.
just talk over each other. That's smart.
Let me present something to you.
This bitch is not married.
You were talking a little while ago, all this just shit about AR. One of you even said something about how he can't afford teeth. But then as soon as he starts coming in, I noticed a quick change in all of you.
I didn't say nothing about his teeth.
Oh,
No,
I
you're-
did.
that-
I did.
That talkative one did. The one
You
that
damn
can't
right I
shut up.
did. You
But-
damn
but-
right I did.
But as soon as he starts coming around, y'all change your tones
Yep.
real quick.
But AR can take a joke. He knows
That's
what
not
humor
a
is,
joke.
and he
You
can
were
take
not
a joke.
joking. You were so
Yeah,
full
I
of it.
was.
Two
Yeah, I
faces.
was.
Two
Yes,
faces.
I was. Yes,
Two
I
faces.
I
was.
just wanted to point out that that's what I would define. I'm pretty sure.
I
and
said
Merriam
it while
Webster
he
would
was in the
define-
room.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. He was in the room when I said it.
Who
Okay.
cares?
All I'm saying is I'm pretty sure that would define the word coward. So there you go.
Oh,
At
because
least
I
you know
said
what
it
the
in the room
definition
while
is
he
now.
was in
Howard,
the
define the
because
word
we didn't
coward,
have a
big boy?
conversation.
No, it's a
Sounds
simple
like you need
fact
to be
that
up
you're
in a tree
proving.
stand somewhere.
It's a simple fact that you're proving what's wrong with everything
No, we're
today.
proving what's wrong for idiots like you entertaining bullshit 24/7 and making money.
Aw,
That's
he's
what's
mad.
wrong is idiots
He's
like you
mad.
and your man, your husband, your boyfriend, or whatever,
Aw,
entertaining bullshit.
you're
That's
mad.
what's wrong with
You
this
blaming
society
Dylan
today.
and
You're an
Oh, here you
idiot and
go.
he's an idiot.
investigated and cleared.
Period.
You're a
Aw.
liar.
Mm.
So opinions
Oh,
are
yeah.
lies now. Opinions based
That's like
just on
Opinions?
opinion
That's
is
not an
lies.
opinion. That's an irresponsible spewage of nonsense.
Kind of like
And you
70.
know it.
Kind of like a while
And you
ago.
know it.
Kind of like within your own live, you said he's guilty. Then you said I'm 100% or 75%. Then you said
Yeah,
I'm
right.
100%.
no.
It's
Said
an
75,
opinion.
75% what?
Sure, that he
I
did
said
it.
I'm 150,000% sure he's guilty.
That's not
So I
what
don't
you
know
just
what you're
said while
talking about.
AR was on the thing.
And look, I don't have a
No,
problem with you changing
you're
your
taking it
opinion.
out of context.
I don't.
Don't play.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Don't play.
Okay.
Oh, so now you're calling. That's
Don't
hilarious.
play.
We're not playing.
So what is your
Yeah,
show
you are.
about?
You
So
put
tell
us
me
in
what
a
your
list.
show's about. Tell me what your show's about.
It's about talking
What?
about.
Hold on
opinions.
a minute.
It's about. Tell me what
Hold
it's
on.
about.
I
Tell me
shouldn't
what your
have to
show's about.
because you've done so much research, right? And you've watched so much of my content that you already know. You've put me on this list,
Watched enough.
and I'm
Watched enough.
special.
What
5
did your
minutes is too
show
much.
talk about last night? What did you spew out of your mouths
fuck.
last night about
See.
Mr. Kohlberger and whether he's innocent or guilty?
A lot of different things.
Again, I'll say what I've said from day one.
So you actually had
50-50.
responsible content that was actually leaning toward his guilt.
No.
Hold on.
No,
hold
you
on,
didn't.
hold-
You
hold
didn't
on.
at all. So you
Actually,
have an
that's not true.
open-minded.
We go
You're
with it.
contending that you are an open-minded show. That's what you're saying?
It's
Yeah.
absolutely go watch.
Bullshit, dude. I'll send you. I will forward you emails that I've got from people on your damn show, and
Well,
I never
please
even
do
heard
it.
of you guys till last week.
Do it. Like I
So
want you to
full
do
of it.
that.
So you're going to form an
full of
opinion
it.
from an email you
I'm
got.
not forming an
instead of doing
opinion.
call
I
work
listen to your
yourself.
damn show.
No,
I
you
listen
don't.
to
You
it,
just
bro.
said that. You literally
It was
said in the
ridiculous.
chat
The people
last
that
night.
you were entertaining and the crap that you were entertaining last night was absolutely ridiculous.
I'm sorry, but did he lie in the chat or something? Because didn't
Did
he
who
just say I
lie?
just found out about you?
Did who lie?
Oh, he says that in
Whatever.
here in his
Whatever.
comment. That's right.
You
In his
love
comment.
yourself some WSU Kim Mom bullshit. Yeah.
First off, I don't talk to that bitch.
Well,
So get
you
your
are
fucking
such
facts
a
Not
straight.
anymore,
liar.
right? Not
Watch your
anymore.
mouth.
I don't talk to that bitch.
Watch your mouth. And
You
don't
watch
you ever
your
dare call
fucking
Stacy
mouth,
Chase
cunt.
the bitch.
Oh, there
Okay,
you go.
that's it,
Dropping the
John.
C
I'm
word. You're
done.
real
Oh,
classy.
you don't
I'm
like
done.
it, do you? You don't like it when somebody's being rude?
Bye-bye, loser.
That's
Bye-bye.
that's
Bye.
a bad word to use here.
Cunt, 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 cunt.
John.
Beautiful.
Wow, what a
Disgusting.
temper.
Beautiful.
She is a pig.
I'm sorry,
You're
I didn't
nothing
mean to
but
call your
trash.
mom.
Trash.
Damn right.
Trash.
And white trash at that.
You are. You are for sure.
Show us
trash.
what you are. Show us
I
what
didn't
you
put-
are.
I wasn't sure what color you were.
Yeah, I
Illuminati,
get
show
that a
your true
lot.
colors, please.
Kind of like I'm not sure you were actually
Like I
ever-
don't care. It seems like you wanted to put the word white in front of it.
And thank you.
Yeah.
It's like I don't care.
Yeah. Gaslight.
So basically, I've come on here and I've got my answer. You really don't have a problem with me. You're
I
just
have
like
a problem
that.
with your content. I don't know
Yes,
you
Blue.
personally, so how could I have a problem with you?
We
I don't
have
like
a
your
big
content.
problem with you.
I don't like the lies that you spew. I don't like
Oh.
what you stand for. You are your man. I think
You
you're
are your
irresponsible. I think you have no respect for these victims or their families to entertain what you are entertaining on your show. I think you're disgusting.
And I think you're a
I
troll.
think you're doing it for clicks. I think you're doing it for
I think
money.
you're a troll. I think you're posting
Oh,
shit
yeah,
that you don't
okay.
believe it. You don't
Good
believe
one.
I don't believe in what?
You can't
post-
talk.
hold-
That
hold
bitch
on,
won't shut
hold
up.
on, hold on. You post in your community that she's on your list and very special, but then she comes on and you say you don't have a problem. And then you post. I mean, you're just doing the same thing you're accusing everybody else of doing.
Are you
But
slow?
you're doing it.
Are you
You're
slow?
doing it by attacking.
Yeah,
other
very.
Are you
channels.
slow? Did I say I had
Very.
a personal problem with her? I have a personal problem with her content,
Which
not
comes
her
from who?
or you.
I have a personal
I
problem
don't
with your
know you.
mouth.
I don't know you. I don't like what you talk about.
Okay.
I don't
Then
like what
that
you
would mean you
represent.
have a
You don't like what I
problem with
represent.
me.
I don't care.
A
You
problem
shouldn't
with
care.
your content.
Which is coming
ass.
from what? An
Stupid
AI
ass.
robot?
Which is coming from what?
Oh, really?
Your mouth.
Coming from your mouth.
Which
right
would
to the
mean
keyboard.
connect the dots, detective. Come on.
Perhaps you should
Connect the
go
dots.
listen to your own show.
If I'm a knife sheath and you find a thumbprint on me, do I belong to me? Yes, I do. That's what you
And-
say, right?
And your
If
point?
the content comes from my mouth, you have a problem with me.
I have a problem with what comes out of your mouth.
Oh my
That
God.
doesn't mean I have a
This
problem
guy could
with
not have
you.
solved any cases.
Do you want me to say I have a problem with you? Is that what you want?
No, I already know this. I don't need validation.
Okay, well, I'm not saying. You asked me if I had a problem with you. I said I don't have a problem with you. I don't know you. I have a problem with what you say.
I just wanted to see if you could actually define the word coward, and I think I see it because you become one just within your own show.
Oh,
I've
you're
become a
such
coward.
big boy.
Yeah, you talk
You're
all
such a
this
big
shit,
boy.
but as soon as somebody comes toward your channel, like y'all talk
all this shit. So somebody
about
comes
AR.
toward my
He
channel and
comes on your
allow
channel
me
and
on my
becomes
channel.
very nice
I
to it.
bring them up on panel, and I'm a coward.
When you change your tone, when you change how you present
How did I
yourself
change my
when they're
tone?
in front of you, absolutely.
How did I
That's-
change
AR
my
Hayes is
tone?
an idiot. How can you guys trust him?
John,
He has 38
you
felonies.
had a
This is
civil
a fucking criminal.
conversation
He's
with
nothing.
AR.
He's nobody.
But
He's nothing.
but
But when he gets on there, you're like, I get it. I understand. I mean, from your point of view, what you were just talking mad crap about this guy and his record and saying he's a nobody, never going to be anything. I can't believe you're allowed in those hotels since your wife has access to keys.
That's
It's
right.
called
I did say
having
that.
to
He knows
take
I
it.
said it, and I said it before. And I actually had content with him in email. We had contact. I said the same thing to him. But you know what? He had the balls to reach out here and talk to me, and I don't have a problem with that. If I can work something out with somebody and we have dialogue, then that's what can happen. But I don't appreciate what you're saying about these victims and their families. You think that's constructive? You think that's constructive?
More constructive than this.
Really? How is it? How is it
100
more
fucking
constructive?
percent.
Articulate to me.
Watch your mouth.
Miss.
No, lady, this is how I talk, and I'm not going to change just because
You're not
want
on
me
your
to.
We don't need you to talk like that, like you straight out the hood, girl. Why don't you just talk like a person?
Come to my hood, and I'll show you how
My
fucking good I
hood.
am.
Oh, you're so bad. You're so tough behind that can. Turn your camera on. Turn your camera on, coward.
You make no
Turn
sense.
your camera on, coward.
You make no sense.
Hello.
Not you, Tony.
Hey, Tony,
we
what's
know
up?
who
Not
you
you.
are.
No, not you, Tony. We love you. I don't know what's going on here.
Hello.
I'm sorry.
She doesn't have a clue.
I
She
like
doesn't
this guy.
have a clue.
Hey,
That's
why
what
is
your
there-
show
why
should
is
be
there-
called.
in
Clueless.
front of the clue, let me ask you, why is there Minotti at the end?
Because
Yeah.
we thought it was funny.
You thought
Oh,
it was
yeah,
funny?
sure.
You
Yeah.
sure about that?
I'm 100% sure. Put me up to a lie detector test, Detective John.
So Clue Minotti means something funny.
You
It
are
was-
so badass, tough
It's
girl.
like a
Turn your
pun.
camera on.
A
Turn
play
your
on-
camera on.
Look, lesbian, you don't need to look at me right now.
Oh,
Okay, go back.
lesbian,
to
really?
whatever-
Really?
lesbian.
You think that's supposed to hurt?
Where's Rachel
Really?
at? Where's Rachel?
Wow. Wow.
I'm the
People are
lesbian.
amazing.
What is the obsession?
Wow, you are trash. Your
100%.
mouth is
You just got it. You just
disgusting.
got in here and called a girl that has a boyfriend she lives with a lesbian.
Don't care.
You don't care, I know, because you're a dumbass.
Well,
Coward.
I'm the one.
Turn
you can
on your
call-
camera, coward.
I'm the one you can call a lesbian. Okay, I was just letting you know.
There you go. Where you at?
Knew there was someone in
It's
the
supposed to
woodpile.
hurt so much. Oh.
See, we're pretty diverse here. We're not racist or we don't have anything against gays or
Oh,
lesbians.
that's what his video about you is going to come out being.
Oh yeah, I'm
Oh
a
yeah, I
racist
will because I got you right
LGBT
here.
alphabet
I got you
hater.
right here screaming that one of my
See
moms
the
is a
video?
lesbian.
I mean, I'm
You are
sorry, but like
clueless.
anytime
Sorry that
some
you're a
chick is like,
homophobe.
I gotta look at you, I want to see you, turn your camera on. It might be something
Turn your
underlying
camera
there.
on.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
just
not we're
saying.
not cowards in here.
No,
Show
what
your
you told
face.
me earlier, you don't control me. Blah blah blah.
Oh, really? You're on.
You can't
You're on our
control
panel.
me.
Yeah. Okay.
They
She's
don't
so
like
smart.
it, do they? They
She's
never
so
like
smart.
No, they don't like it when they
They,
talk.
they can't handle the
you
fact.
do their
What
bullshit
don't we
back to
like?
them, they can't stand it.
Hold on, Kelly. Let me talk. So what don't I like?
He has to tell his mods to let him talk.
What? No,
Control
she
the
was talking to
situation.
you. She was talking to you.
Stop the bashing of that's not
Still
good.
talking.
I'm asking you to answer a question. What don't I like?
That's what we came on here to find out.
And I told you.
Well, there you have it.
And I told you exactly what I don't like.
Okay.
I don't like what you say. I don't like what you stand for. I think you're irresponsible. I think you have no regard for the victims or their families. I think your show is a fucking joke. And I'll say F. That's
Watch
what I
your
think.
mouth.
I think you're a disgrace.
So
I think
let
you're
me
an
ask you
absolute
this.
disgrace. And I think that you do it for money. And you ride on the
Honey,
backs
let
of
me
these,
tell you something.
of these
Let me
poor
explain
people
something
for
to
money.
you, okay? Let me explain how the game of YouTube works when you're actually monetized. You
I'm
spend
monetized.
hours looking up and researching crap, and you want to know.
monetized. Don't
Okay,
talk
well,
to me
when
about
you're
content,
done,
lady.
when
My
you're done,
content takes way more time than yours. I promise you.
honey, I was monetized in
panel
4
is this
weeks.
again?
4 weeks.
Ooh. So what?
And
So
didn't
what?
pay for shit.
Clickbait bullshit.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah.
You should probably
Yeah.
take a lesson.
Lies,
Nah, 'cause
misinformation.
I'm not
bullshit.
in it for the money.
And you're proud of that? You're proud of that?
I'm proud
Listen
that
to
you
her
think
mouth.
that's how that
Well, I
happened.
can tell you what you're going to be. You're going to be front page news on YouTube when I get done with you. How you
Oh,
like that?
good.
For
I'm
spewing,
so
spewing
ready. I'm so ready for you to work
homophobic.
on
I'm
me.
sure you've got some gays and lesbians in your show.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're going to love what you were saying.
I got no problem with a gay or lesbian. Just because I call you a lesbian, you take
Oh,
offense
no,
to
not in the
that.
context
That's
you were
fucking
using it.
Please. I'm not taking
Not the
offense to
context
anything
you were
you say
using.
because it's just your dirty mouth.
Not in the context you used it in. It's all in how you say it. You see? It's all in the tact that you say.
So hold on. All right. So can I speak now?
Don't
For a
backpedal
second?
now. Don't be a coward.
I'm not. I'm trying
Don't
to
be
talk.
a coward.
But when
You're
you're
nasty. You're nasty.
Oh, honey, I'm so nasty. Like I could take
Yeah.
that boyfriend of
You
yours.
nasty
But anyway,
trash.
Let her talk.
Nasty trash.
thank you. Let me talk. So I have a question. You've already come out and said that you don't like all these people. AR, Harsh, Lana, Truth and Transparency, whatever. What's the end game? So you make a channel literally doing nothing but bashing other channels?
Yep.
What are you doing? Bashing
Oh, let me
parents?
explain it further. Can I explain it further?
Listen up. Did you listen to
See,
any of the show
this-
tonight?
this
Did you
didn't
actually
happen.
hear Dago? Did you hear what he said?
Trust me. Listen.
Did you hear what answer the question? Did you hear what
Dago.
Dago said?
Yes.
So what did Dago say?
I honestly don't remember. But
Did Dago not concede that he's been wrong and the things that he's been saying he should not be saying? And did he not concede that he was going to actually change the way that he runs his shows?
Yes, he
did. You
did.
not hear that?
I did.
Okay, where do you think that came from? You think he just had some epiphany overnight?
So are you power tripping that you think you had that influence on him? Is
I
that
know
what
that
your
I had
goal
that
is?
influence. I know that this team had that influence because you know what? To his own admission, it made him think.
So your goal is to power trip
He
people
said
into
that it made
seeing
a
your way.
difference.
No, you're saying power trip. I could care less about a damn power trip, fella.
Well, I'm just describing. I'm putting
Let
a
me explain
definition
what
to
this
No,
what
you
room
can't
is.
articulate a sentence, so don't even try and put words in my mouth. Do you understand
This
me?
is what this room is.
That's not about a freaking power
My
trip.
poor
It's about
redneck
what's right
husband
and
there.
wrong.
I
And
hit
so
a
I'm
nerve,
trying to
didn't I?
stand up for what's right, which is defend these people that are being wrongfully accused of things like, oh, well, they're prostitutes and they're making all this money. That's why they got $100,000 in the bank and they bought a
said
Range
that?
Rover.
Oh man,
the
these
drug dealers.
channels.
Well, see, that's the problem is you assume, I heard it earlier, that all these channels are like one little click. That's not true.
No,
That
I
is
know you
not
have
true.
nothing to do with them.
Well, then I'm asking you, who said that? Who said that these people are prostitutes with 100,000 in the bank?
This is a general statement. Do
Oh,
you not
okay.
get it? This is what happens with these channels that are saying this irresponsible
They
garbage.
regurgitate
That's
each other's
just one
bullshit.
thing.
I agree. There's tunnels underneath this house. The fuck there is. No, there's not. There are no tunnels.
Oh,
There
there's
are
odious
tunnels up underneath the
cowboys.
university. They do not run underneath the house. I understand that channels just literally go to other channels and then regurgitate the BS that they are trying to, like you say, get clicks for money.
Mm-hmm.
But my problem
Correct.
is you've got my channel in this list of bad channels, yet I am pretty much a person who goes against the status quo 99% of the time.
Clickbait bullshit.
Right.
Illuminati.
Last night, that's not what I heard.
John,
You didn't
might
hear the
just
whole thing.
Illuminati. I've never actually thought of you being on my bad list. You're one of the ones I haven't really paid too much attention to, so obviously you haven't upset me in any way whatsoever. However, can't you just work with, I mean, what you just said just before was starting to sound really good to me.
Well, what part? What are you talking about?
Well, you're saying that, you
That
normally
you
you're
recognize that
breaking
other
down
channels
conspiracies
regurgitate each
and
other's
rubbish.
bullshit.
All day.
All day.
Yeah. You should. That's the point. I think that of why she and I have come on here is you've grouped her in with a lot of bullshit that she herself stands against. And if you would listen to what she and I will talk about on these lives, you'll see real quick. Yes, we'll take and talk about all kinds of theories. We'll talk about the other side of each theory as well. So for you to come in,
where is J Lord? Is J Lord still in here?
I
think J Lord needs to come up on panel and have a chat with you.
I think it'd be a good idea if John, maybe you watch maybe a little bit of a few other different clips from Illuminati, and then reassess. Because
Yeah, I
don't know.
think that's
I haven't
fair.
seen
I'll
it.
watch
I don't know.
some more.
To make one a
I
decision, I've
watched
made
two
one clip
two
to be a
shows.
little bit. Yeah.
I watched 2 shows and I didn't like
Okay.
what I heard at all because
Okay.
none of them were very responsible in my opinion.
Well, I mean, to be fair, we're a little trashy on that show, and I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that. I don't care about that. We're just not. I just don't. I try to. Hey, listen. I drop the F-bomb every now and then too, but I don't want to be like all these other shows. And every 5 words, the F-bomb comes out. Sorry, I just don't want
I
that.
made Samuel Jackson proud the other night, so I
Yeah,
can't
and
say much.
I got Rachel on this show, and that's a risk.
You know, Southerns can cuss. You know, we cuss in one big long word and turn a
Yeah.
bunch of cuss words into a paragraph.
The C word is not acceptable.
Yeah, we don't. I grew up with women, and that word was like the worst word ever.
Yeah, they don't like it.
I mean, I'm a woman, and quite honestly, that word doesn't offend me at all.
Yeah, whatever.
Doesn't offend me
I'll
either.
tell you what, my
Why
grandmother.
hold on.
I like using it
My
more
grandmother
than
would have whooped
Hold
my
on, I got a
ass.
question for this snooty one. Why did you just say whatever? Like you don't believe me? Like I don't know what's wrong with you. Like everyone in America
You
is
using
so
that word
sensitive.
so easily. You using that word so easily tells me where your moral compass is, and you need to get it in check.
Well,
You
it's
have
almost like
serious
this.
issues.
I am truly a person, and you can ask anybody on my channel. I personally don't understand why anything that anybody ever says would bother them. You can call me a whore, you can call me a slut, you can call me a cunt, and I'm gonna look right at you. And guess what? My mood will not be
not on this
changed.
It's not about that.
It's not on this show, please.
I've done plenty
No,
of
it
name
kind of
calling.
is.
It's not about that. It's the context in which it's used, and it's just not a good word. I mean, I don't understand what using that word accomplished.
We don't need to hear it anymore, please.
It's just not. I mean, it's degrading to women. Period.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you.
Maybe.
It is, and I'm a man. I'm just
I
telling you. I
mean,
would
I guess
never.
if you're, okay.
Everybody's
got their sensitive side. I get it.
No, I'm not.
The problem is,
Trust
if
me.
you know you're
Trust
not
me.
one,
Hey, listen. You're
it won't
implying
bother
that I'm some snowflake. I'm damn sure not a snowflake.
then I'm hold on now, because I'm maybe not you, but I can promise you
Hey,
again, I'm the type of
let's just
person.
agree to disagree. We don't use the C word.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
that's all. We don't use that here. If you want to use it on your show, then hey, that's your show.
Yeah,
but on this
thank you.
show, we don't use that word. That doesn't make me any better than you or you any better than me. I just don't appreciate the word, and everybody else in here doesn't appreciate the word. So we're not going to use that word. If you want to call Kelly a bitch, go ahead. But just not the C word, because that's not derogatory against her. That's derogatory against women, in my opinion. And that's just the way I feel about it.
Honestly, no one should be swearing against anyone here anyway. It's not leaders. It's not
We can agree. We can agree.
I don't agree with calling the using curse words at all. We don't need that.
Yeah,
So,
Tony's right.
but
I
you
will
asked me a
agree.
question. You asked me a question, and I told you an answer. You said, "What do you have a problem with me?" Now that was kind of, abrasive in itself. But I said, "No, I don't have a problem with you. I have a problem with what you say." How can I have a problem with you when I don't even know you? I don't even know your name. I know nothing about you other than the content that you spew on your show, which I don't like.
Then why promote it?
Why promote what?
Her channel. Do you not
I'm
realize
not promoting her channel.
Do you not realize that by posting?
Man, look, don't come at me with that nonsense.
Oh, did I trigger you again because
no,
I'm
you didn't
talking
trigger
logic?
anything. But that's nonsense.
It's because your voice is
You
deeper.
think I'm going to fall for that reverse psychology bullshit that I'm promoting you by talking about you? Who gives a shit? I'm standing up for what I believe in, and I'm going to continue to stand up for what I believe in. If you
carry that
continue to
flag,
spew lies and nonsense and just
Well, hold on a minute. Hold on. I gotta stop
hey,
you
let me
right
ask
there.
you this: are you a lawyer?
No.
Do you have any law enforcement experience? Have you ever put together a case? Have you ever
Don't be telling
walked
him
a
all your
warrant
business.
through? Have you ever written a probable cause affidavit?
Don't be telling him all
How
your
many
business.
trials have you been to? How many trials have you
So,
been to?
hold on a minute. Hold on.
How many trials have you been to?
Enough. Listen, I have a question, and I've been trying to ask this for a minute. So you just said that you are going to stand behind what you believe in, right?
Absolutely. 100%.
Okay. So why is it so unacceptable to you for someone else on any other channel on this platform to stand behind what they believe in?
So you believe in some of these lies that you're spewing?
I believe in being able to evaluate both sides fairly.
So
And
you're
if that requires-
evaluating. So you're evaluating. So you're a defense attorney now, basically. You're evaluating and you're sideline quarterbacking what an entire 3 agencies have put together and built a case against a monster, in my opinion, who took a 7-inch K-bar knife and plunged it into 4 bodies and took their lives.
I'm evaluating it from the mindset of the general public, who the 12 jury members will come from. Right. That's even if you listen to the channel, I say that 100 times a night when we're live.
I can get that. I get what you're saying.
So it's opening the mind.
But what are you basing it on? You're basing it on a PCA, which has very little information.
But it's apparently got enough. But the way that you talk, it's got enough to 100% convict this guy.
You're damn right it does.
150,000.
You're damn right it does, because all the PCA has to do is have enough PC in it to hold a person.
Right,
So
but it doesn't.
What
But
PCA from what the but listen,
okay,
you don't understand where I'm coming from. I've done this for a long time, so I know what went into this investigation. So that PCA only had to have enough elements of the crime to be able to extradite that man from Pennsylvania back to Idaho. That's all it had to have.
I
In
agree.
fact, that PCA was way more than it needed to be.
I don't disagree with you on that at all.
Okay,
I've said that.
So for anyone to opine that there's some nefarious garbage going on and evidence was planted, and I'm not saying you said that. I didn't hear you say that. But to basically say that they don't have enough when you don't even know an inkling of what they actually have is irresponsible. So what you're doing is you're spreading misinformation out there, and you're sending the perception out there that law enforcement didn't do their job, or they're trying to set this guy up for whatever godly reason they would do that, and that this is all a bunch of bull crap, and this guy's going to walk.
We're evaluating the possibility of everything.
So the possibility based, why don't you open your mind a little bit and say,
exactly.
well, they did file for the death penalty, and most prosecutors would never do that, and a DA would never ever do that unless it had a pretty solid case.
Well, and I mean, if you'll, like I said, you talk about taking things out of context. You're taking what you've heard out of context, because I'm positive if you use an open mind and listen to an entire thing we're talking about and try to get our perception, we're not convinced either way. Never have been. And yes, we will talk about everything, and we will talk about it pros and cons. Some not. Hell, myself, I've gone back and forth on my opinion. I don't know how many times. Every time I rethink something different, I change my mind, and I look at that way, as if I'm a jury member and I see this. How would that impact me? What do I think about that? And what would be the uphill battle the other side has got to debate in that? Because that, in my mind, is evaluating things fairly. And that would be a responsible juror to make sure that the trial is fair. Not going into it, oh, the prosecution, because they're the cops and I can relate to them, they've got the guy. No, I'm looking at everything they present, everything the defense presents, and saying, okay, which one weighs more?
But you've got nothing on either side.
Well, you just said
you got enough PCA, enough probable cause in that PCA to hold him till trial. But what you're not even opening your mind to is the cast report, which is going to be huge, the video surveillance that's out there that's going to be huge. That's going to put that car there, and I'm speculating. It's going to put that car in and around that house at the time of the homicide. All the other times that the car has been in and around that house at various times, whatever time is, I think it's going to be paramount, whatever time they come up with. And amongst many other things that you're not opening your mind to say, yeah, it's not looking good for Mr. Kohlberger.
It doesn't look good for
We're going to go the opposite direction.
Well, hold on. In fairness, how would you possibly know what I have and haven't opened my mind to when you haven't listened?
I don't. I guess you know what? I guess I need to watch your show more.
That's all I'm saying, right? I think it's all.
And that's fair. That's fair.
Well, and that's what we came on to get said, right? Before you go and attack everybody that you have a difference of opinion with, at least go give them a fair shot.
I will do that.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
All right. Have a good evening.
No more bashing Stacy Chapin. Leave her alone.
If we feel that
leave her alone. The woman is
okay.
grieving. Leave her alone.
Well,
yeah.
that's your opinion.
Why would you do that?
Please think of the families. Please.
Why would you bash a woman that's come up with a children's book for a foundation? Why would you do that?
Why would anybody think of anything fairly and it be potentially negative against an innocent person? I don't know. Let's see how many people have been wrongfully accused of things. At the end of the day, we're human.
Is wrongfully accused?
I'm not using any specific person. I'm just saying in general, we're all guilty
We're talking about the Idaho 4 case here, and you just make a comment like that?
Well, you started talking about. You asked the question, why would we bash Stacy Chapin?
Yeah, why would you bash Stacy Chapin?
I'm trying to answer your question.
Okay, well, go ahead, because I'm like lost at what you're saying here. But try and make me understand.
Right. As a human, do you not make wrong decisions, wrong thoughts, wrong perceptions all
the time?
Okay.
All the time.
If you speak them into existence, but when you're wrong, does that make it bad? Is that a horrible thing? Such a horrible thing that you as a human said something that later you change your opinion on?
No, I change my mind all the time.
Then don't say we're wrong for saying our opinion, our thought in a moment about anybody.
No.
Wait a second. I asked you a simple question, and Kelly asked a simple question, and Patty made a simple statement. Why are you attacking Ethan's mother?
And his siblings.
Because we've at least put more thought into what we're talking than you have your attack on her channel.
Why don't you articulate your thought right now and answer the question?
I think they've been thoroughly articulated, and if you are so certain that we're wrong, I would
No,
think
they're
you
not.
already
I'm
know.
asking you the question. You're not answering the question.
Because I don't have to. If you already know that we're
I
attacking her,
I'm asking you, why are you attacking Miss Chapin?
nobody's attacking Miss Chapin.
Okay, then what would?
Really? She just called him a bitch and all C-word and everything else.
I'll take this one because he hasn't attacked Mrs. Chapin. I have. And guess what? I'm not attacking her as a person. I'm attacking the things that come out of her mouth. You see how that works?
That's
see how that works?
Trash.
Why?
No. Oh, why? Because I just played your shit against you.
All of her book proceeds are going to Ethan Smile Foundation, which is a nonprofit.
I believe that.
It's the truth.
Oh my God, Lauren. You are
a nonprofit.
Ladies, hold on a second. So
all proceeds of that book go to Ethan Smile
So are you
Foundation.
accusing Cluminati? Are you accusing Miss Chapin of misappropriation of funds when it comes to this nonprofit organization that she set up? Are you accusing her right now?
No, I'm not.
No, you just said that. You just said, oh, you believe that. So what did you just say?
So let me explain something.
No, there ain't no explaining.
Okay.
We just had somebody tell you where the funds were going, and you laughed and said,
I
that's what you
absolutely
believe.
love channels like this.
No, go ahead.
Yes
I
or
think
no
you obviously think that you
question.
can pair us up, but hey, I haven't seen anything yet. I want you to straighten that out because you just
I
said,
just did, but my
yes,
answer
no, you
isn't
didn't straighten anything
acceptable
out.
for
You
you.
laughed and said that's what you think. Like
Do
you're
you see how
implying
that works?
the monies are not
Do
going
you see
where
how
they
that
were
works,
appropriated for.
Detective I answered your question directly. You said,
No,
"Are
you
you
did not.
accusing
You
Mrs.
did not.
Chapin of misappropriating blah blah blah?" And I literally said, "No." That answer
What are you
was not
accusing her of?
sufficient enough for you.
Well, let's
Then
back
what
up.
is your
Let's back up
problem
about
with
30
her?
seconds when
My
when
problem, hold
Rachel
on. My
said that
problem
the
with
names
her,
were
if you want
going
to know, since you're
to a
asking,
organization, and you laughed and said,
I know.
"Huh,
No,
do
I'm
you really
chill.
believe that?"
I know
Yes.
I'm good, but I'm chill. You want to know what my problem with her? I heard some lady ask that. I can't see who's talking. My problem with her is that I am a mom. My problem totally stems from what I feel is a lack of emotion, period. And guess
You
what?
are disgusting.
Hey, guess what? Give me a fucking bath, bitch. That's your opinion. You're allowed
You're
to have it.
disgusting.
So am I.
You're disgusting. You're trash. You
Hey,
Oh,
let
yes.
me say something.
Talk
Let me
dirty
say
to me,
something
baby.
because
Talk
listen,
dirty. Woo! I'm about to
listen,
get off, honey. Keep going. Keep
listen.
going. Oh,
nasty mouth.
Hey,
oh,
sorry, hold on a second. So
oh,
listen up.
Sorry.
So
oh.
by you saying that, listen, by you
You
saying that,
ruined it. You came
I
back.
actually get what you're saying because I
What?
think he does not show much emotion. Okay. She's not
Okay.
going to go to the trial. She's already said
Exactly.
that. Her and her husband both have said that. But you know what? They're devout Christians, for one. Okay. I don't even think, to be honest with you, I don't even think they're for the death penalty.
I
Right.
don't think so either. I agree
I'm
with
not
that.
sure. I'm not sure how they're, and I've said that to my mods. I said, I don't know. They're out of all the family members. I would think that if anyone would forgive and not want the death penalty, it would be the Chapins.
I agree.
So I'm with you there. I see what you're saying, but you're
She's
saying she's
got other kids to
unemotional.
live
I
for.
think that she is just what can she do?
I do agree with that. I understand that
What can they do? What can they do as parents now? Their son is gone.
Well, let me ask you this. As a detective, okay? If it were you in this situation, this was your kid. I'm just curious. I'm not, this ain't no you answer and I'm
I've already
gonna
said
throw
this
it
out
at you.
loud, so you're probably going to wonder what I'm going to say, and I would say I'd find a way.
What, huh? I don't think we have the same question.
Yeah, well, I'd find a way.
Well, so
If that was my daughter, he wouldn't
well,
make it. He wouldn't make it to trial probably if I could get my hands on him.
fair enough. And I do agree with that, right? But my
So
question is, in this situation, if you were Jim or Stacy Chapin, would you be at trial?
I
well,
think
I
your
would
faith,
I would be at trial, yes, but I'm not them.
I think their faith and their beliefs are
Right.
different than most of ours are.
See, people mistake me because I say I'm a Christian. They think I should be this passive, non-confrontational wussy, and I'm not. I'm very much the opposite. Just because I'm a Christian does not mean that I turn a blind eye or run away from confrontation. That's
There
not
are
going to happen.
some faiths that they are able to turn their vengeance over to God and let go.
And
And we can't shame them for that.
that's exactly right. And that's what I feel
I mean,
too.
to be fair, in my opinion, like I know the Bible, I've studied the good book, but in
Well,
that,
I think
in those
most
words, I believe I've read something called eye for an eye.
Yeah.
So, in
right,
my opinion,
that's correct.
that's
But
why
there are
I say
some
I can get
faiths.
behind what
There are,
Detective John is saying.
but you're missing out. There are some people that their faith believes that they must forgive in order for them to have redemption.
I'm not missing that. I know all about that. Trust me.
So we need
that's
to
all
give
we're
her a
coming
little
from.
bit of a slack there and respect her faith
So
and her
again, that
family and the
question
way
wasn't.
they're dealing
Oh,
with it. Let me finish this sentence. We need to respect their faith, their beliefs, and the way they're dealing with it, and not bash them for not being like us.
Yeah,
You
the
know what?
way
And
that
that's
the way
called
they deal with things is none of our business. They can
Right.
deal with
And
it however they want.
Exactly.
And it's about grace. All's I'm asking is just out of respect, give them their grace. If that's the way they want to handle it, I don't agree with it. I'm more like Steve. So I mean,
I don't agree with it either. But
I mean, but hey, if that's what they have to do to get over it, because if you listen to her when she talked about it, she was kind of trying. She knew people felt this way about the family and what her and her husband believed in, but she tried to make us understand that, hey, look, there's nothing we can do about this. So let's turn it into something good. I'm writing a book. We have the Tulip Foundation. We're doing all this stuff. You buy a tulip and it goes to whatever foundation, whatever charity they have, and they have money, so they don't care about money.
It's a
So
scholarship.
turn it into something positive. That's all.
It's a
Now, I
I'm
totally
not saying
disagree.
this.
I would be there, and I would wait for an opportunity to jump over the bailiff and everybody to get to him. That's
So I'm
just
not
me.
saying this because I'm discrediting what y'all are saying, but just on the nose, I don't think I've ever met someone who has money that doesn't care about money. I mean, that is how it is, right? It is what it is.
What
That's
we're
the
saying is
God's
Well,
honest
what I'm
truth.
saying
they
is,
have enough money
I
to
don't
where
think
they
their
can open up
motive
a
isn't to make
nonprofit.
money.
They have enough money to where they can open up a nonprofit for Ethan Smile Foundation. You buy tulips, and then when you buy the tulips, it goes into a scholarship foundation for kids who can't go to college.
absolutely, and that's a positive thing.
She didn't make a damn dime off that
So
book.
I will say this much, right? This would have been this right here would be good content for a video, but I'm gonna give it out here for nothing. If these people didn't care about money so much, how come the first scholarship donation went to their son and they didn't decline it? And that's a boom.
Not really.
You know
That's
what?
some bullshit.
Because that was for Ethan, and that Ethan's money went to his brother. That's
But
what
they
that
got
was.
enough money. You
So
just
you
said
gotta
they
know.
have enough
Hey,
money.
listen. Ethan earned the scholarship, and he's dead. He's gone. So he earned the scholarship. So that money was there for him. So they just redirected and reallocated those funds to his brother, who was attending the same school at the same time.
Ethan earned a
What's wrong with that?
scholarship that
I
was
don't think
made
there's
in
anything
honor of
wrong with
him.
that.
Ethan's brother's scholarship didn't come from Ethan's scholarship foundation.
Oh,
that's ridiculous. And
It actually
who
was
cares?
from
Leave them alone.
It was from the fraternity, not her scholarship. They set
Right.
it up that
And
way.
it was money for Ethan that didn't come from their foundation.
But that's
Came
still
from
not.
the
You're still
because
not
that's the
making
truth.
what I'm
It was
saying.
Ethan's money.
If
That
they have
Ethan,
enough money that they don't have to worry about money, why wouldn't they just forward that to another
I
kid who
can't
can
answer for them. I can't answer for them. I don't have the answers for that. Ethan earned that money. Okay, so it went to his brother. I don't see anything wrong with it.
Who cares?
None of this.
The foundation and all that was open. She started that all of that after the money was transferred.
Right. The
to
college
brother,
is
right?
the one that actually came up with the idea. They thought it would be cool to give the money to his brother. So don't hate the player, hate the game.
Exactly.
I don't
But
hate
she
anyone.
did. But she
Not
did
even
open
you
up a
guys.
scholarship foundation for kids that don't have shit. So it's not like she didn't do that. So I don't understand where the hate's coming from. That lady has other kids she has
Okay,
to live for.
so you guys, let me ask you this, okay? Y'all can put my name on a list, but y'all don't got no problem with me. But I can't.
I just said to you, the first
Make
thing
a
you
statement.
said.
Hold on, but I can't make a statement about this lady and not have a problem with her. What? How does that work? It doesn't. Does it?
You're lying. You're making up shit.
Yes, I'm the liar.
This is what we're talking about.
Yes.
What you're saying has
guys
no
are
validity
asking
to
me.
it.
You
You
guys
have
keep
no
asking me.
you're saying these horrible things about this nice lady who's doing good in the
But you
name of her
disagreed with what
dead
I said.
son, and
Literally
you are
disagreed with what I
talking
pointed out.
negatively about this poor woman who has lost her son.
Listen, did he
What is
not
your
just
point?
agree with what I
What
said?
is your point?
Am I fucking crazy?
I think the point is ultimately you're hating on people and their content, but you're doing the same thing everybody else is doing. You're just on the other side of the fence.
But
no, I'm not.
You are. You just did
How
it.
am I doing the same thing they're doing?
Because you literally
You hear me making up shit about these freaking people?
I would have
You
to
hear
go
me
back and
making up
listen.
lies. I'm
but
making up lies about the victims and how they died.
I believe you've made.
How they
I
died?
believe you've made reckless statements about irresponsible statements about other channels for sure tonight. I'm pretty damn positive I've heard that.
I made irresponsible, reckless statements about channels that have, and I've quoted.
And you
exactly
use
what
your
they said.
own. You use their own content to
I
fuck
use
them.
their own words.
Their own words.
Well, I mean, you said that she said I was going to kick your ass, and that is not
She
what
did
she
say
said.
it.
At all.
She said teach you how to be a man. He can do
She
it.
said if anybody could do it, he could.
Right, but before that,
I said, and he's threatening to kick my ass, and she read verbatim, and she said, "Yep." And if anyone could do it, he could.
No,
teach you how to be a man.
That's not what you said.
Yeah,
That
right.
is not what you said.
Bitch,
Because you're such a lady.
I said you were a coward because you wouldn't bring me
Hypocrite.
on to discuss what you were talking about. And
It is literally
then
on the channel.
somebody
Like,
made a threat that he was going to kick my ass, and I said, "Oh, now he's going to kick my ass."
Shut
And
up,
you
woman.
said, and if anybody could do it, he could.
Oh, good. They removed themselves.
Okay, guys,
Finally, the
let's-
trash took themselves out. Finally. Thank you.
Yeah, let's take a high road now.
Wow.
Yes. Pathetic.
Sorry about
She's
that.
about herself.
Well, let's hear what
Strong words.
let's hear what my Kiwi buddy had to say.
What you what?
My Kiwi buddy, Tony.
Where's Kiwi?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know.
what
I just went outside. I had to do a couple of things in the garden. I came back. I heard something bad about Ethan's mother, and I don't care what it is or who says it. Going after the mother of someone who's been like, you know what I mean? I
Brutally.
mean, it's just
Yeah.
horrible. It's like, yeah,
I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom. Real quick.
Yeah, they were going after
going.
Kara. They were going after Kara, Tony.
Well,
Kara.
I mean,
Oh, okay, right.
No, not Kara. I'm sorry. The Chapin
Stacey
fans.
Chapin,
Stacey
yeah.
Chapin.
she loses her son. She's got other kids to live for. They took Ethan's scholarship, the school did,
Yep.
and transferred it to his brother. But here she goes writing a book and setting up a scholarship fund where you buy
For other kids,
tulips and it goes into this huge scholarship fund and it helps underprivileged kids go to college. She did that. But
That's
she's
right.
getting cussed out because of the money that went to Ethan's brother.
She
From
was
the college.
She was basically
doing good
heartless.
things. She's doing good things and she's learning to deal with it in her own way. Anyone going after that must be mad.
Exactly. That's what it was all
What's
about.
to go after? What's to go after? So what if she doesn't want to go to the hearings? Maybe it's too upsetting for her.
This chick thought she was profiting off that book. That's all that was. She thought she was profiting off that book. So either she was misinformed or she's just being a bitch for no reason.
Well, that's why I was trying to lock her into saying to admitting to what she said, so I could forward it right to Miss Chapin because that's libel, that's slander.
Right.
Absolutely.
She said it. She said it in the beginning.
She said it, and I think it was already
It was
enough to
horrible.
forward to her. You don't say that stuff about. I mean, it's just.
I don't care. Say whatever you want about me. Leave them alone.
First, and just screams the C word 15 times in a row.
Yeah, actually, you know, like I said before, I'd sort of seen her clips here and there. I'd never subbed to her, but I didn't have her on my naughty list.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, she wasn't on our naughty list till just recently.
Wow. It was
They
like
did a show about Dylan too. I hadn't watched the whole thing, but I mean, seriously, this isn't a who done it and who stole bubblegum out of the 7-Eleven. This is a quadruple homicide. Of course, those girls are going to get investigated.
What I saw there was self-snitching. Yeah, Bruce
Right.
Rivers would love that. It was self-snitching.
Exactly.
Man, was AR trying to get back up? Man, I'm sorry, AR, bro. If you want to come back up, come on back up.
I'm sorry about that, AR.
AR's feisty, but he didn't drop the C word.
Yeah, thank you for hanging in there, Tony. And I apologize to everyone in the chat about that. We didn't expect her to use those words.
I'm a big boy. I can handle it. But if I had someone I'm going to mention here in the room, I would have been really upset about that. You know, I don't need that floating around my house.
Right.
Yeah. Exactly. Me too.
Well, and they expect me because I bring AR on, and we start to have decent dialogue. That I should actually start hating on the guy, hate the guy. And I've always said I don't have anything personal against anyone personally except for T-Rev. I don't like him because of what I know he's done. But everyone else is just a creator to me. I have a problem with what they say.
Hey, John, but you were Tonto to T-Rev.
That was Tonto.
Yeah,
and his
I've been pretty bad when it comes to roasting Dago and roasting AR and all that. But if he was in prison that long, he knows how people roast each other.
Right.
You know what I mean? What I say is in a sense of humor. It's not to hurt anybody's feelings, for real.
You know what I believe? I believe AR got caught up in the moment, and I don't know if I believe he actually feels the same way those people do. So
he was getting subs. They were sharing subs, and
we'll have to wait and see, huh?
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see.
He talked a good game tonight. He certainly did, and he was honest about his indiscretions, and
he's always been honest about his indiscretions. I'll give him that.
He said flattering things about the missus, and he said he didn't talk about them in a boastful way. Good on him. Good on him. I hope he goes well. I wish the best.
Yeah, it was a good conversation.
Well, and you know what? AR, I will send you my best wishes, and not that matters, but
I will as well.
I just think I think you would have been better off on your own without tagging along with people like Dago and people like Jay, whatever his name is.
J-Rod.
Yeah, whatever. He's so insignificant. I don't even want to mention him. That's what he wants. He wants his name mentioned. He wants that. But I think you'll do fine. You do yours, and like you said, the true crime may not be for you. You've seen the drama, but I think you got something going on with your own little thing about your life. People want to hear that stuff, so go for it. Write your book.
Yeah, that'd be a great idea.
You could be a mentor to others, and I think that's what you're sounding like you want to be. So, get involved with, PAL and try and get into some organizations where you can talk to some of the youth, and, people want people like you to come out there and do that. If you're sincere, then hey, more power to you. So I'm gonna get off of AR and
absolutely.
Let's get on to what we're talking about, which I don't remember now. So what
are you talking about?
We were talking about the Chapins.
If I could just say one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. If I could just say one thing to AR, detox your inner circle, man. It's enlightening. That's it.
Yeah, AR, you're mixed up with the evil side of this whole thing, mate.
Yeah, man. And you know what? AR, after
Hell, I
all
would be
that I've
satisfied
said,
with just seeing AR stand up to their bullshit when it flies out of their mouth.
right.
I mean,
And
as far as that
after
goes.
all that I've said, AR, I'm not too much of a freaking jerk to say, hey man, thank you for reaching out. I brought you on panel. You spoke your piece, and I respect that as a man. So if you ever want to come back on this show, you have an open invite, and that's from the heart.
Yeah.
But
People can change.
But what I don't expect is I don't expect to see you on these other shows, you know, entertaining their absolute foolish lies. If there's a theory that you might have that something may happen this way, that's fine. But even you admitted that you didn't like what was being spewed on that show. So that's like these other. What's the name of that show? What's the name? Cluminati. I can care less about Cluminati, but I can tell you that just in the past 2 or 3 weeks, I've been getting emails like crazy because whether anybody likes it or not, we do have a lot of people out there that have jumped on board with what we're doing, and they're sending us clips, and I forward them to Kelly and Patty. And then we put them all together and we go over who we're going to add. And I decided, you know what? I went and watched a show, and I'm like, these people are out of control. So I went and tried to go in. I didn't know they didn't do panels. Bring me up. If you're going to, here's the thing. If you're going to spew this nonsense, then don't be cowards. Expect someone to challenge you. If you can't be challenged, then you shouldn't just sit on a pedestal and spew this garbage. I think that's wrong. Why should you be able to say that stuff without any repercussions? Because it's your First Amendment? No, we've discussed that. It's not what it's about. If you're going to say that, then you should be able to be man enough or woman enough or have the balls or the courage enough to debate about it. If you can't, then you shouldn't have a show. I don't think you should do pre-recorded crap and put it out there. That's stuff like that. That's just my opinion.
I think the families need peace and they need to be left alone.
Yeah.
And that's why
and the friends.
That's
and
why
the
we started this show because of that reason. Lies told about the families.
Righting the wrongs.
And we're going to continue to do that because we are with the victims and as well as the survivors.
Yeah.
And we don't tolerate people bashing the families. They have enough on their plate, and none of us could ever understand the pain.
We've got two other serial killers that have just recently been arrested that I would like to be covering.
Yeah, no one's covering it.
Yeah, but it would seem like we just can't get off of this crap. You know, because and for me, I'm telling you right now, I'm monetized, and I haven't even turned my freaking tax ID numbers in to collect the money. I don't care. You know, it just doesn't. That's not what this is about. Do I appreciate it? Yeah, heck yeah. Because I would like for the show to pay for itself. Yeah. That's all I would like, for it to pay for itself.
That's good. These guys profiteering in the wrong way is not right, and taking that out, I'm 100% behind.
Right. Yeah. And you know what? To profiteer off of the deaths of these people and the lies that are being purported about them is just it just infuriates me.
Every now and then, John,
to me, it's fraud. To me,
I
it's
might
fraud.
try and trim your sails, John, because some of these guys, honestly, it's not worth going after them personally. They have enough problems. You can just look at them and tell they're not all there. And also,
yeah, that's true.
For your own well-being and protection, it's not worth with some of them, I would imagine, going too far because they're crazy. You know, it's like don't mess with crazy.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, and have I not had the conversation? There's only one person that has thoroughly concerned me, and I won't even say his name, but I've already taken the steps to handle that. So, I mean, when you go onto a public forum and you announce that you're crazy, and you can't be around people because you're scared that you're going to hurt them. I mean, something's not good there.
Yeah,
Look,
also hired a hitman.
There are wars going on in this community where people are making, hit jobs against each other. Every day it's their obsession. I mean, there's so many going on.
Right,
I'm not talking
right.
about yours, not talking about yours, John. I'm talking about other ones. People like
Yeah.
one-on-one, they're just going, and they have their little crews, and now they get to the point where they're ringing the police on each other, and they're
Yes,
right,
Yeah.
each other, and then they're going to lawsuits against each other, and we know where that's going to end up. What's the next stage after that?
Somebody gonna get hurt.
But yeah, exactly. So, just what I'm saying there, bro, is,
No, I get it. Trust me. I mean, I've had a conversation with Rita about it, and
you're not dealing with normal people.
yeah, I normally carry my Glock 19 with me everywhere, and now I'm carrying it literally everywhere. So, I mean, it sucks that because I have to stand up. I feel like I need to stand up and speak about the lies that are being spewed out there about these poor people. And it's personal for me too, man, because it's so hard watching our society and law enforcement be vilified on every single thing that they do. You can't, a police officer can't even pull over a car now without some idiot walking by, grabbing his cell phone and sticking it in the officer's face, virtually almost in their face, and taunting them. What is wrong with society today? Do they want us to be totally lawless? We are a nation of laws. That's what makes us a great nation. We're not living in anarchy. These people that are doing this are promoting total anarchy. And I hate to say it, but it's going to be like Escape from New York in this country before long. Probably not in my lifetime, but my children may see it. If we don't get a grip on this stuff now and say, whoa, wait a minute, that guy's a bad guy. He needs to be treated like a bad guy. And, that guy's a good guy and he needs to be respected. It's the exact opposite. It's wrong.
Right.
It just irks me beyond belief, because I wore a badge for a long time, man. And it brings tears to my eyes, because I can honestly say I never heard another officer use the N-word ever in all my years. And I'm in the South. But I've had the other word come at me multiple times. But I get it.
Yeah.
But it just drives me crazy to hear the word corruption and police all the time spread, without any cause. What, because you heard there was corruption in some department, in some movie, or you read it in some book, or you heard it from somebody third, fourth hand? It's really hard today to be a corrupt cop. Trust me, IAD, that's Internal Affairs, is looking for corrupt cops. That's what they do. That's their job, is policing the police. And if they're not doing their job, then they get shipped out. So they better make cases, and they better close them. That means they better get rid of the bad cops.
Yeah. And it's hard too. I don't know if you know this or not, Tony, but my granddaughters were friends with Santa. It's really, really hard for me to listen to these creators come up with conspiracy theories having known that precious young lady and watch her grow up. So it's hard.
I really hear you there. I mean, I'm in New Zealand. I'm a long, long way from all of this, but to me, I find it disgraceful that people even closer to it they have no feeling or no empathy. There's no idea how hurtful. I mean, they've obviously, maybe a lot of them are young. They've never suffered a major loss. They've never been through major grief. I don't know. There's something wrong with these people. But who would go after the victims' families and things? People are not all there or just young and stupid.
Oh, absolutely. Tony, I have been in chats where people have called Xana a hooker. And
Yeah.
I mean,
Look, it takes all of 2 seconds to look up that the proceeds of that book that Chapin's mother wrote went straight into his foundation, scholarship foundation. So does the proceeds from the tulip sales. They go straight into the. She didn't keep any of that.
And you know what? She's very. I mean, I listen to them. You notice in a lot of these videos that are done, you don't see the Chapins much. They're only in really one interview that I can, maybe two, but they're very soft-spoken people, and they have their beliefs. And it's like I said, I get a feeling that they're probably
against the death penalty, and that's the reason why there's not many people going after the Chapins, except for her.
Right. So
the only reason she went after her is because she thought she wrote a book to profit off of her kid's death, which that is not the case at all.
Yeah. And then they talk about me giving them a chance and listening to their show when they spew some nonsense about her like that. I mean,
yeah.
How about I just not listen to their show? Period. But I tell you what, if I keep getting emails from people that are saying, "Hey, John, you really need to watch this show," which I've gotten, they're off the charts. They're getting worse. That's the kind of stuff that we got. Them and Muddy Waters, or whatever her name is. Those two are the hottest right now. Murky Waters or Muddy Waters or whatever her damn name is.
We got someone here saying they're going after Chapin's 100. They say I have a fake accent. Get rid of them. Truth is in the rabbit hole.
Oh yeah, you know who that is.
No, who's it?
Where's that? Is that toward the bottom?
It's all over the place. Truth is in the rabbit hole.
Poof.
Yeah, they're gone.
Dirty Chapins.
Tony.
Yeah.
This person.
Yeah, they're done.
I have the power, Tony.
Yeah, see that's the kind of nonsense. I mean, I'll let anybody pretty much say anything, but when you start attacking people with stuff like that, I mean, it's like
that's just asking to be blocked, asking to be deleted.
Yeah. Hey, you got good surf right there where you are? You by the ocean?
Yeah, we get about once a month it goes off. I don't surf myself. I'm more of a fishing sort of guy.
Yeah, because I got into it one time on online with a Kiwi who said we had knee-high surf here. I live in New Smyrna, which is one of the best surf spots in Florida. And what people don't realize is Florida surfers like Kelly Slater, we have to shred on small waves. So we have to surf with a lot of power and a lot of speed. So when we get on the bigger waves, we're 10 times better than the guys that surf the bigger waves. That's why the best surfers in the world come from here. And Cocoa Beach is right down the road. That's where Kelly's from. I surfed against Kelly twice in ESA. But it was funny because I realized where you're from, and I'm like, you got some waves there?
Yeah, no, I mean, when you said there, I mean, I thought you meant locally, like, I could drive to it. But in the rest of the country, it's good surf beaches for sure.
Yeah, it's just
We're
cold.
surrounded by ocean, so that's where that's where it comes in.
Yeah, I know it's cold though.
Depends where you are, what time of the year.
But here we go. We're rolling up on 6 hours again.
You know, it just happens.
In 1 minute. Time flies when you're having fun, everyone. We still got 183 people in here.
Yeah,
That's
Yep,
amazing.
that's awesome. That is phenomenal.
We
Love
have
it.
we have some smart people in here.
And AR, if you're still around, I'll be on for like a couple more minutes if you want to come on. But if not, I appreciate you, man, and I'm sincere in what I said. And I will apologize when I feel it's warranted, and I'm apologizing to you, man to man. And it wasn't you, my friend. It was the company you kept, and I just felt like they were dragging you into it, and so I went into defense mode. That's what I do.
You gonna change the post now?
So yeah, I'll take old AR off as long as if he's legit.
I know the dogs are
Progress.
awesome.
Growth.
Yeah.
Uh,
Is that Ava? I can't tell. Did you
Are
go?
they both pits? What are they?
They've both got a little bit of pit bull in them. I can't say too much. It's a restricted breed here, so they may
Oh,
have
yeah.
some traces of pit bull in them.
That one almost looks like a box.
No, they're lab mixes. They're lab mixes.
They're beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they are.
Hey, I have 3 staffies, and my vet's got them written down as Labrador mixes. If you look at them, you can tell they're purebred staffies.
That one in your
They're
arm
all
looks like
black.
it has some boxer in them.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
Her mum was a half.
That's the sleepy girl.
Half box.
Oh, so
Half boxer?
sweet.
I was
She's
right.
a quarter. This one.
That's the sleepy
All
girl.
right.
She stays asleep on his couch all the time.
Because that's a brindle, isn't it? Is that a brindle?
Yeah, she's brindle. I'll try and move this thing here. I'll show
She
you
stays
her body.
on the couch asleep.
Gorgeous color. Love it.
Oh, I adore her.
Those,
Yeah, I love the brindle.
those are your babies, I can tell.
Aw. I have to say, you've been
Thank
a
you,
pure
Eric.
joy. You're a pure joy to be here, Tony.
No, thank you.
Yeah, we
Thank you.
appreciate you, man.
I hope you come back again. We appreciate you had the gumption to come on board.
I
He
am
told
the
you.
chief of John. I'm John's chief. I keep him in line.
Is that
He knows
is that
as long as he
that's-
doesn't play up too much, I'll be on side. He knows.
Is that really?
He might even come off the probation list.
Yeah, right? Yeah, he told me
Yeah.
I was on probation.
Is that Willie, the black one?
That's Willie Nelson.
Oh, oh sweet.
Oh, Willie's
They're-
still kicking.
They're beautiful dogs.
Oh,
I guess his
Thank you,
son's
ladies,
doing
kid.
a lot
Thank
of the
you.
singing now. He's not doing much singing anymore. All
Thank
right,
you so
y'all.
much.
Well,
Yeah.
that got a little fun at the end there.
that was a little wow.
It sure did. It got a little spicy in here, didn't it?
It's getting hot in here, so take.
Got a little hot tonight. We didn't expect that.
That's all right. You know what? It's a good thing to try to have a conversation, and I'm glad that it worked out good with AR. And I hope that he just tries to turn things around, and if he can use this platform to do it, that's great.
Yeah, we have.
It takes an absolute dumbass to think the Chapins are profiting off their kids' death.
Oh yeah, no, Illuminati's got clueless.
You know what it is? Is she hates
I
rich
can
people.
tell you, John.
Oh,
I can
she
tell you a
probably
few
does
people
hate
are
rich
profiting
people.
off the death.
What'd you say, Tony?
I can tell you a few people who are profiting off the death of those kids, and it's not the Chapins.
No.
Exactly.
Good Lord,
Exactly.
no.
Oh yeah, I know one of them. I know what you're talking about, Tony.
Yeah.
There's many.
Prime Jelly Flavor
Yeah.
said, "Oh, John, now that you shouldn't have said as a detective." What? What is she saying?
I think it's just being funny.
Oh.
Or I don't know if it's a she or not. I guess I shouldn't say that. I don't know.
Well, I had to turn Rachel loose on her for a minute. I had two Southern belles going at each other.
Oh no,
Yeah.
she's not a Southern belle. He
What
may
did-
be,
No.
but she's not.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, naughty list for
She's a
sure,
mighty
80s kid.
sloppy
That's right.
sounding thing, ain't she?
Oh,
Do
what a
what?
mouth.
She's a mighty sloppy sounding thing, ain't she?
Yeah.
Trash.
Hey, J-Lord, why don't you come up on panel? You're back now.
She
She's
oh,
in chat.
somebody left.
No, she's
Oh, that was
Oh, Dawn.
yeah.
Sportsy girl had to go. She had a headache. I think she got a headache from that.
Yeah. Yeah.
A little too much
Yeah.
for your first night.
Yeah, we threw
You
her to
don't
the
come on
wolves.
someone else's panel and tell them what to do. You know, you can have a little bit of respect, but don't go after the families because you're going to hear from me.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
not going to tolerate it.
That 80s kid said Cluminati's on a naughty list.
yeah.
Yeah, let's see what they have to say in chat.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
Let's read through this a little bit. I love titties.
People are so funny. John keeps trying to sing Stephanie Fender.
What's that?
John keeps trying to sing Stephanie Fender. I can't parry a tune to save my life. It's horrible. I know it, but it's all good. I could
Yeah,
laugh.
I sang some LL Cool J one time.
I can even laugh at myself. You know, I do that a lot.
J
I don't
Lord
take
said
myself
she's
too
entertained
seriously.
J Lord said that Illuminati has entertained every rumor that there is, and I believe her, because Stacy
Yeah. Oh,
stays
yeah.
in these rooms and listens to this shit.
Yeah, exactly. And I
I
have
mean, it's like
episodes.
what she does. She's like she does this in her spare time while she's working, because she don't have shit to do. Like you know, at work, you know, when you have headphones on, just listening to shit. It's like she listens to this shit all day.
Yeah. And she's awesome about with I've got those episodes that she's talking about. They're really nasty. Just horrible things they're saying. It's not necessary, you know? You can do it the right way. We're showing people
But
how you can
you know
do it the
what?
right
It just
way.
kills me that people what blows my mind is people who actually think that a quadruple homicide takes place and they don't investigate the two surviving chicks that are in the house.
It's ridiculous.
You know, I mean,
oh my God, those poor girls.
Kimberly
Leave
said,
them
and then they're
alone.
19 and 20 years old. You know, they can't lie their way out of a paper bag. They've been sheltered all their life.
Well, why would they? They're traumatized. Oh, Lord help me. I just can't imagine what those girls are going through.
Somebody want to read Kimberly's post there?
This has been y'all's best show yet. Please keep up the good work. Love to all. Thank you so much, Kimberly. Thank you.
Thank you so
You're
much.
awesome.
If
Thanks for
Illuminati wouldn't have
having me.
came in here and had word diarrhea, it would have been a lot better.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, she just showed her true colors, didn't she?
I mean, we've dropped some cuss words, but I mean that was a little ridiculous.
That was
on J Rod's level, straight up.
Yeah.
I like the 80s
horrible.
kid. He says they think they're investigators like little kids playing a game.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
He's so
Fucking
right.
Blue's Clues.
He didn't like it when I called him out on his qualifications.
Oh,
Blue's Clues.
Silence there.
Yeah, it was like
Blue's Clues. We're investigating who stole bubblegum from the 7-Eleven. And Bethany and Dylan are going to get a slap on the wrist and never even questioned. That's what it is.
Help me.
Dun, dun, dun,
And
dun, dun, dun.
it says in the PCA, investigations is plural, and they were, you know, not interrogated. Maybe they were at first. You know, who knows? I mean, at first I thought it was sus.
No, they were
you know?
interviewed. They weren't interrogated. There's a difference.
No, that's what I'm saying. They weren't interrogated, but they said several interviews.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm sure. Oh my God. the state of mind they had to be in.
Did I try?
Hey, we got this guy, Truth in the Rabbit Hole wants to come up for a conversation. I think it'll probably last a few seconds, but it's up to you guys.
Yeah, Truth in the Rabbit Hole. I'm not sure if
They're talking crap about the Chapins. They just want to come up and talk crap.
Yeah, I don't think old Truth in the
No.
Rabbit Hole.
Remember now, a little more. Yeah.
It's just not necessary.
We gotta cut that music off.
Who's that? What's going on? What's that sound?
That was me.
Truth in the Rabbit Hole. Yeah, your previous comments, mate, just out there. Disgraceful, disgusting.
Yeah.
Yeah, Truth in the Rabbit Hole is no doubt you know who.
I know who.
I'm not sure. It could be a few people.
Yeah, I know who. So yeah,
I would just like to discuss
kind of stuff right here. See, this is what I'm talking about. I'm going after the Chapins 100%.
Yeah,
get them up and
so
stream,
this is going to get Truth in the Rabbit Hole. This is what gets you banned, stuff like that.
Well,
so
you can bring
bye-bye
in...
Truth in the Rabbit Hole, and you can go tell all your friends that Detective John Gordon you banned you, so you can go over there and say, "Yay, I got banned from Truth Crime Analysis 101."
I timed out again.
Bye-bye. No, I'm banning him.
Okay.
Yeah.
See ya.
I don't have that power.
I have the power.
Yeah.
I can only time them out. Put them in the naughty corner.
But that's not bad. I don't think we had too many trolls tonight, did we?
No, we really didn't. We had really good conversation and really good people here. We always do.
Yeah. Truth, efficiency, and self-understanding said, and in the red corner next week is...
Oh boy. Well, we listened to all of you.
Yeah.
Making true crime great again.
There we go.
Yeah, yeah.
That could be a good T-shirt right there.
Yeah.
And the 80s kid, hey buddy, that said, from what I've seen, Xana seemed like an awesome person. I think out of all of them, she's my favorite.
Yeah.
I'm biased. She's my favorite.
I just see a lot of her personality in my daughter, the same type of personality, and she reminds me of Charlie.
She was always so much fun.
Ethan on the water skis with the wet hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's pretty cool too.
That was out at Lake Coeur d'Alene. They loved it out there. It's beautiful.
Yeah, and I just can't imagine what they're going through. It's just, and that's part of the reason why I've done this too, is because I have 5 kids, and one of them's almost 20 years old, and the other one's 15. Those are my youngest, and I couldn't imagine what they're going through, and I have to listen to this. And no matter what anyone says, oh, they don't have to listen. Yeah, they hear about it. Trust me.
Of course they do.
I just got an email the other day. Actually, I meant to read it. And it was, I think that I read it to you, didn't I, Kelly? Where the Gonzalez's actually have watched the show and they really appreciate what we're doing.
Yeah.
They actually said, they actually used the word tragedy pimps.
Yeah. Yeah.
They sent a message to somebody else, third hand gave it to me. So
I believe we are making a difference, and the victims, the families, the friends, I think they appreciate this.
Well, it's like you had Illuminati come. And I called him out. I said, why did you put Illuminati at the end of it? And they thought it was funny. I think that's funny.
Oh, yeah, right. Really
why
funny.
Is that funny?
Right.
Really? I mean, how do you take somebody seriously that does something like that, and then says they think it's funny? You know, she could easily be ended by what she said on this show. Very easily.
Yeah. Right. It's horrible.
You could show her subscribers that, and a few of them would drop off, no problem.
Oh yeah, I know they would, because
would.
I guarantee you that she's got some gay and lesbian people on the show that wouldn't appreciate her saying something like that, and also women on the show that wouldn't appreciate her saying the C word like that.
Yeah, just degrading to other women, and it's disgusting. There's no reason for it. None.
No.
Shock. They're looking for shock.
Yeah.
Well, it's time. 6 hours and 15 minutes.
Hey, one sec. Teresa's giving us some intel. And Truth is in the Rabbit Hole. She's posting about you on her page. She said she just put a minute screen recording. It's funny. She screen recorded us.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Who did?
Thanks for getting the word out for us. It's awesome.
Truth in the Rabbit Hole? Is that a show?
Yeah, it's a YouTube site. Yeah.
Well, good for us. And Tony will be a star in it too.
Yeah.
Who? What?
You're gonna be a star.
You're gonna be a superstar now, Tony.
Good. I'm getting somewhere. My pronoun: he, him, and sexy.
Yeah.
Hey, careful, Tony. We'll get you hooked up with some hot chick on here, man.
Truth, efficiency,
I'm looking for a
self-understanding.
woman who's I'm looking for a rich woman to pay my bills and leave me alone.
Oh,
you need to just start a damn show then.
Yeah. Truth, efficiency.
Well, hey, if you find one, find out if she's got a brother or a sister.
Yeah.
Because I need one of them too.
Yeah.
No, Rachel, you need a brother and a sister.
No.
Hey, no, that way you can have a flavor of the day.
No, just one at a time.
Hey, listen to this. Truth, efficiency, self-understanding. I agree with Tony that here in New Zealand, we aren't used to seeing people treat each other the way they do on some of these channels. And the fraternity sorority thing is very foreign to us here. That's really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, what major university do you have there, Tony, that we would know?
We have, I think there's 5 or 6 universities in the country. There might be a couple online ones or extramural, I think they call them. Auckland University, Victoria University, Canterbury University,
Canterbury,
Otago
I've heard of.
University.
I've heard of Canterbury.
Yeah, that's where that big shooting happened, the mass shooting of the Muslims here.
Oh yeah. You got some beautiful golf courses over there too.
Yeah, mate, golf's cheap here. I play a bit. Yeah, it's cheap here, and there's plenty of golf courses.
Yeah.
It's a paradise if you're a golfer.
You catch that wind off the ocean, that's a lot of fun. Well, I live about, I don't know, 10 minutes from the ocean in Daytona, so.
I hear you have some really great honey there.
Yeah, we have bees and honey and good honey.
And really good milk. Really, really good milk too.
Yeah, we have good milk, but it's all, what they do is they take it to a factory, they powder it, and they transport it around, and then they add water to it, and then they put it in bottles, and they sell it in a plastic bottle, and they sell it in our supermarkets. We used to have very good milk from the cows that came out and got put into glass bottles and was delivered to our door. but now you have to go to a shop and buy it in plastic, and it's not that good anymore.
Or also they don't do the door delivery anymore.
No, it might be better than other places around the world now. It probably is, but it's not what it used to be.
Well, I watched that show with those two men in kilts, and they did a whole show, about 5 episodes, all over New Zealand. It's lovely. It's lovely.
Giovanna said false in a rabbit hole.
I like that one.
Giovanna, we need to get you on the
Yes.
panel.
Yes. Next show, absolutely.
Yeah, totally agree.
All right, well, y'all, I'm ready to wrap it up.
You
Tony,
tired?
thank you for being an honorable guest, my friend.
Thank you for having me. It's been a semi honor. I'm not going to go too far.
Hey, I like you, man. I like you.
You'll get your chance.
I like you, Tony, and I love your dogs.
Thank you. God
And I
bless
hope
you, all of you.
I hope you come
appreciate
back
you, and God
again.
bless you, man.
Yeah, and God bless you. We really appreciate your coming up.
I know when to leave. I know what I'm hearing.
And
Thank
you know
very
what?
much.
Well, Tony, hey, Tony, can you do me a favor?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you stand up for those victims? And if anyone says anything bad about my Xana, can you smack them for me?
Wow. No, I'm not that sort of guy, but I'll do whatever I can.
Thank you. Thank you.
Use them smack them with intellect.
That's what I mean.
She doesn't mean physically.
Yeah, I don't do the physical stuff. I mean, outsmart them.
What time is it there in New Zealand?
It's 21:20, which is 9:20 p.m. Sunday, December the 3rd.
Gotcha.
Wow. Just
So
after
away
midnight.
here. You Americans, you got at least 16 hours to live. The world hasn't ended, I'll tell you. It hasn't.
Yeah, right.
Awesome. That's good to know. Good to know.
We're well
Tony.
ahead of you. If anything bad happens, I'll let you know first.
Okay.
That's right. You're ahead of us. All right, buddy. Talk to you later, man. Thank you.
See ya, Tony. Come back.
Okay.
Oh, we like Tony.
All right. So y'all, we're gonna wrap it up. Let me look at some in last minute chat. Anything in here?
Oh, time.
J Lord said, Tony Martinez, I apologize for being rough on you.
Who said that?
Stacy. J Lord.
Yeah, J Lord. He apologized to Tony.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's right. Like I said, he was on that show, and me and Kelly were talking about. We didn't know how to read him.
Right.
Like, 1 minute he was defending me. The next minute he was like getting shit from them, and he was kind of like jumping on with them, but he really didn't say anything. He just kind of laughed along with them. But
yeah, he seems like he's a good guy. He's got a real positive attitude.
Yeah. Anybody can have 2 dogs and love on them like that's good people in my book.
Well, he used to be on Lost Souls chat, and I used to go in Lost Souls chat all the time until Kimmy Q decided I was a man and that I was Jeff, and she hated me because I posted 2 titles of 2 scientific peer-reviewed studies that proves that, they know it was a K-bar, it wasn't any other weapon, and the time of death, right? So this is the 2 things that always get me in trouble in chat and get me blocked. So I got blocked there too, in Lost Souls. So anywhere Kimmy has got a wrench, I'm not going to get to speak.
We just got to call you Johnny. I'm getting blocked everywhere too.
I go in there and don't say anything. I go in there and sit now. I don't even say anything because shit's just getting too stupid to respond to it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah, if we can get even just one person to understand the truth a little bit better, I mean, that's that ripple effect is pretty amazing.
It really is.
There you go, Tony. If you're still on, J Lord said she was sorry.
Yeah, I hope he's still on. You hear that?
I just put that on there.
Oh, good. He'll go back and see it.
All right. Anybody else have anything spiritual to say?
Yeah, it's just going to be hard for me to forgive anybody that's blaming victims and survivors, just from where I'm coming from. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hard for you to forgive what now?
It's going to be hard for me to forgive anybody that was victim blaming and survivor shaming in this case, just because of what I've been through.
No,
so
I get it.
I mean, I I'll be civil with them, but I still look at them like they're just flies on a turd. That it's just they smell shit and they all gather and then they regurgitate all the same shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then that shit creates more shit. It's called maggots. Well, I think we had a good show. Great show. People say it's the best one yet, but
Aside from the blow up.
Yeah.
I'm always happy.
I'm always happy when I can, try to honor the families and the victims. And I like that we did it before the show started.
It was really good.
Yeah.
Well done.
Can see how many
Court
people
TV
we
did
had
a really
on.
nice job. That's actually an old one,
Yep. Yeah, it is.
They did a nice job on that. The Court TV, the footage that we used, that was a really good one.
Yeah.
So we get to erase A.R. Hayes off the list now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, and the thing about it was A.R. Hayes wasn't mad because I took cheap shots at him and roasted him. I'm sure he got enough of that in prison. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
He's the type of guy that can see humor in the shit.
Right,
Yeah.
Rachel. He was just fine with you after the two of you talked, and that's the way to do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm glad he came up.
Well, I know he didn't take that crap to heart.
No, he doesn't. It seems like he doesn't take himself too seriously.
He really
Myself,
doesn't.
I don't care what people say about me. It just doesn't bother me. Not anymore. I'm in a good place finally about
Well,
that.
hey, maybe in here in about 20 years he can make fun of me not having any teeth. Who knows?
Yeah, it's really it's not about the looks or
Well, see, I
it's
don't
not
know
really
anybody
about
personally, so
attacking.
you kind of when you're roasting somebody, if all you got to work with is their looks, that's all you got to work with. I don't know them personally.
Yeah.
So
And I'll roast some more people.
Somebody said something to you. Somebody said something to Truth.
You can take the
yes, you
down
just
if you
don't
want.
say that in Alabama, period. I'm from Alabama. I have kids and grandkids in Birmingham. She must be talking about the C word.
We're talking about the N word. We're talking about cops saying the N word. I said that's just something you don't do in Alabama, period. You will get shit in a heartbeat.
Do that anywhere.
Who said
Well,
that?
it's even worse in Birmingham. It's worse in
sure.
Alabama, y'all, because of the shit that happened.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
You just that kind of shit's just not tolerated. Everybody thinks down south we're so racist, but we're not. We're trying so hard to beat that stereotype.
Mm-hmm.
It's like we go out of our way not to be racist.
Oh man, were you on the show the night I had the call-ins and the guy called in and from
Or
Indiana?
say anything that can be taken as racism. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So
that was
everybody's
disgusting.
careful around here. It's not like that.
Yeah.
Were you
not cool for me?
Were you part of the show were you in the show that night that that guy that called in from Indianapolis?
Yeah, I
he
remember.
said he
I
was
just
from
got
there.
through. I just got through getting off the phone. Remember, and then he came up.
Oh my goodness, that was a train wreck.
Yeah, that was
They did that on purpose.
But see, y'all cut that off to where I couldn't hear all of it. I heard just the beginning of the end, and then it cut off.
Yeah.
So y'all did pretty good catching that before it got loose.
Yeah,
I
John,
edited it out. So
John wasn't going to let that stand. No way.
Yeah, you slammed the brakes on that before it really got out into the ether.
Yeah. Bam, boom, gone.
it just shows how sick people are, you know.
Yeah. You need to get a switchboard so that it puts a delay. It'll automatically bleep that stuff.
That would be hard to keep up with, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, thank you, everyone. I see everyone.
Yeah, thank you, guys. We love you.
Doodles. She loves you. I think that's
What did Willow say? Willow said, I had to say it was really nice to see John going all Detective John mode on those losers and loved seeing LED.
Pookie came real close to having to buy me a couple of vowels. I was fixing to go off. I'm not kidding. I had to sit here on mute just to keep myself from going off.
I'm proud of
It was hard for me to shut up. I'm
so
sorry.
proud.
I didn't mean to talk over you or anything.
I didn't drop no Samuel
just
Jackson
really got
tonight
me.
either. I'm pretty proud. I didn't drop a Samuel Jackson tonight.
I know. You did so good today.
And Stacy did perfect. She was feeding me the information. I was reading her comments.
Oh, you better
chat,
believe
so I could remember it all.
Stacy was
Yeah,
being
she was all
quiet. She
over
was
it.
cussing under her breath. I promise you she was.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I wish you could come up.
Yeah, I was reading some of her posts too. She was right on the money with some of them.
Yeah, the facts. They just say the facts, and then they get called names in the other
I
chats and
know.
stuff.
The minute you say one thing that you know is a definite fact, they go crazy.
Yeah, no doubt.
I just can't handle it.
You're awesome.
Because it goes outside their narrative. You understand? It goes outside their narrative, then they don't like it. Because that's what's driving their bottom line.
Yeah.
You know,
exactly.
and by us doing what we're doing, it's bringing negative attention to their shows, period.
Yeah.
Because they've been able to spew this stuff for so long and not have any consequence. And now a team is actually taking the initiative to call them out on their BS and actually taking their words, creating content, shows, and using their own words against them and making them look really, really bad.
Well, you know what? You know what? They have nothing but their own mods to blame for this shit. Because if we wouldn't have been getting thrown out of rooms just for posting facts that contradict their theory, then this channel would have never happened. So they need to thank their mods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're tired.
I'm about to fall out. I've been up since 5:30. So, and then I went back to sleep and slept till like 9. And then, but it's not the same. You wake up at 5:30, go back to sleep. It's not the same.
No, it's only 12:30 here. I'm good.
It's 3:30 here.
I know.
Rachel,
That's early.
it's 3:30 there too, right?
No, it's 2:30, and I have to wake up at 4.
Why do you got to wake up at 4?
Wow.
Yeah, I gotta wake up at 4.
Oh my goodness, that's early.
Why you got to wake up at 4? You going to do a workout or something?
No, I've got to go work somebody out before they go work out.
Bible study and community.
Help them stretch.
Bible study and
I
community.
ain't gonna ask no more questions.
No, I gotta go do some rolfing and some stretching, and it's gonna be about an hour and a half worth of 4 hours.
I guess she posted another one at 2.
Yeah, that's that stupid rabbit hole.
And I can't stand these folks that like to get up at the crack of dawn and go to the gym. I just can't stand it. I'm like, how do you do that?
Oh, I know. Conditioned. Their bodies
Hey, how
used
long did
to
we
it.
keep Kieran in for?
She lasted a really long time, and I'm so proud of her. And she made several donations too.
Yeah.
Good thing
Yeah,
you
I
said
was
that,
thinking
John. She said she emailed you, so
Who did? Kieran?
yeah,
Yeah.
Karen said
Is
she
that how we say it? Because she spells it with a
Yeah.
Keren. Is it
Yeah,
Kieran?
it's still Karen. It's Karen. Yeah. It's just spelled different. I love it.
Yeah, she hung in there longer than she ever has.
Yeah. Oh, good night, Giovanna. Thank you for being here.
Yes,
Giovanna
Giovanna.
Doodle. Yeah, 80s kid.
East Coast 3 a.m. It's
If
12.
you haven't done it, hit the like button for us on your way out.
Yeah. Hey, Teresa. How are you? I think I said it's Treesah. Is it Teresa?
Yeah.
Teresa.
Teresa. Yep.
Dalai Lama. J
I pretty
Lord.
much got sibling with every name. Just got so many.
Doodle.
Yeah, they all show up.
Yeah.
That 80s kid.
Awesome. We still have over 160 people in here. Thank you very much. I mean, that's awesome. 153. That's just
Pickle said,
amazing.
does Rory promise? I know about 4 friends of his I have in mind.
I'm not sure what that was about. That was a while ago. You're way up there.
No, I was at 323. It wasn't a while ago. It was 10 minutes ago.
Well, my memory kind of sucks like that.
She must be talking about Sergeant Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Brian. Tommy and Dago.
Yeah.
All on the list.
Hey, character analysis. Well, Christian's been given harsh hell here lately.
Oh, yeah. So, was it you that was telling me that earlier?
Yeah. She's kind of getting tired of the bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Is he responding back to her, or did he block her? He blocked her.
No, he's been kind of, they've been shooting shots at each other. Like not well, she did mention his name, but he didn't mention hers. But he addressed what she said. You know what I'm saying? So it's been kind of interesting to watch that little back and forth.
Teresa says there's a new sheriff in YouTube town.
I love that.
And his deputies are badass. You bet.
Oh, they're
Thank you,
badass.
I love it. She's got great content. Yes, she does, 80s kid. She's real.
You were fighting. Ohana said you were fighting, and we were eating popcorn.
I wish I had some popcorn.
Hey, as much shit was getting slung in the room, I was about to put a poncho on and grab an umbrella.
All right.
Like
It was
monkey
fun.
slinging shit in here.
Oh, she got me pissed off about that Stacey Chapin stuff. That really got me. Just leave them people alone. Let them be. Their life is forever changed.
I think we nailed Rory. I'm glad. I'm so glad.
Yeah.
So glad.
Yeah.
I had a hard time doing that video with Kelly because he gets me. He's always down there lurking around those kids, getting in their business.
PKC said, my only daughter is the same age as the victims, went to U of I, and has the same name as one of them. So I just can't tolerate the blaming of all the victims in the family.
Oh,
we can't either. That's why we're doing this.
That's why we're here.
Exactly.
That's why we're here.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna wrap it up.
Okay. It was a wonderful
I think
evening.
this is
Thank
officially
you,
the
everyone, for
longest
being
show,
here.
isn't it?
Huh?
I think this
Yeah.
is officially the longest show.
Oh my gosh.
Good night,
1.5
kid. Good night,
hours.
Teresa.
I laugh every time he tells me, "I'm gonna
Good
give
night,
you 2
Big
hours
Star.
tonight." I'm like, yeah, okay.
Hey, you gotta say goodnight,
night,
John Boy.
Laura.
Good night, John Boy.
There we go.
Good night, Gio.
Good night, Mary Ellen.
Good night, y'all. Glad
night,
you got.
Kimberly.
Hey, glad you got to see.
Love you.
Good night, PKC.
Good night, y'all. Bye.
Good night.